everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Pop. Ajax appeared inside Fahim. It was nighttime right now and he tippy-toed around the place. Sneakily, he entered the castle. The Philosopher's Stone were kept underground at the lab. Kayak. Ice cream. Yummy, a loud shout came. Ajax felt his heart nearly come out of his mouth. He scaredly looked to the side and saw Komei sleepwalking and eating leftover cake from the fridge. Damn it, since when did he start doing this? He questioned. He rarely woke up in the night when he lived in Fahim, so he had no idea about the night habits of the Fahim dwellers. He ignored Komei and proceeded to the lab. When he was passing by a room, he suddenly heard a gunshot. He jumped up in shock and turned towards the room. He peeked from the slight opening of the door. Inside, he saw Barry and Douglas playing video games together. Why are people not asleep here? It's 3 a.m. Ajax wondered. Then he passed by his parents' room. He heard some voices from inside. He recognized them to be Leonidas and Natasha. Babe, I am planning on giving Ajax a brother or sister, Leonidas said. Yes, we should give him a sibling. Natasha's muffled voice came. Ajax was confused outside. What is mom eating? She sounds different. Then he moved forward. But along the way, he saw another obstruction. Amy was up and working in the lab on something. Can I be sneaky enough to get it out safely? He asked himself. He took the risk. He moved as quietly as possible. He was cursing under his breath that he couldn't fly. After 15 minutes, he finally reached the container where the stones were stored. He softly opened it and took out a Philosopher's Stone. Nice, he cheered. But, sad for him, in his moment of happiness, he forgot to close the container quietly. Bam! With a loud noise, the container closed. He was busted. Ajax? What are you doing here? Amy asked him. He quickly hid the stones and thought of an excuse. Haha, my favorite aunt, Amy. I was just looking for the weighing machine. I wanted to check my weight. I think I'm getting too fat. Oh, you should have asked me then. I'll make one for you, Amy replied and quickly drew a weighing machine. Then, it magically became real. This was her maxed out magical ability. She could now make anything inorganic by just drawing it. Whoa, you are so awesome, Aunt Amy. Thank you. He picked up the machine. Where is Grandma? He inquired. Oh, she went out for some reason, Amy answered. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he said bye and ran to his room. From there, he went out of Fahim. Phew, I was lucky this time. Due to the different flow of time, not much time had passed in the real world. When Ajax returned, everyone was just eating dinner. I'm back, he announced his return. Come, eat dinner, kid. Izumi invited him. He happily went ahead and sat on the chair. Hats jumped over and sat down on Ajax's head. That was his prized throne for now. He finished his dinner and quickly took out the stone. It was a crystal in random shape. Here, I got the Philosopher's Stone for you guys. Though I don't know if it will be helpful for you. Edward looked at the red crystal in his hand uninterestedly. He didn't think it would really be a Philosopher's Stone. Ajax, not every red stone is a Philosopher's Stone, he shrugged. This really is one, though it was just made without human sacrifice, Ajax said. Izumi saw the stone in Ajax's hand and didn't think much in the beginning. But, then she felt a sudden burst of energy from the stone. It was not easy to feel it, but it was there. The energy felt as if it was one with the nature. I don't know if that is a Philosopher's Stone, but it is surely something weird. It has some kind of power trapped in it. She spoke. Edward shockingly looked at his teacher and then at the stone. Ajax gleefully nodded. See, I told you. I don't know if you can get your body with this, but this can surely make the elixir of life and lots of gold. Ah, look. Ajax turned their metal plates to gold. Wait, you mean, this thing can really make people immortal? Izumi asked. Yes, it does. But, make no mistake. It only stops you from aging, it doesn't make you invincible. A bullet to the head will still kill you, Ajax replied. Magnificent, Edward exclaimed and checked the stone closely. He tried to use alchemy on it. Boom. Due to Edward using alchemy on the stone, his alchemy was enhanced. Philosopher's Stone was like the best container of magic, and it also contains an astronomical amount of energy by simply existing. Edward wasn't able to control that kind of energy when the stone tried to merge with Edward's alchemy, and it ended up becoming an uncontrolled alchemical explosion. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The whole dining room of the house got blown away by the explosion. Edward was saved by Alphonse. Izumi was shielded by her giant husband, and Ajax was too strong to be affected by this. Ha ha ha, this felt so amazing. When I held it in my hand, I felt invincible, Edward exclaimed excitedly. Bam. Izumi knocked on his head. Look around you. All this mess you have made. Edward did that and realized what he had done. But he was now even more amazed by the stone. Teacher, I think this is real, he muttered. No kidding. I'm not blind, brat. Now, repair this house. She ordered them. Snatch. She took the stone from him and went to her room to personally study it. Edward and Alphonse spent the night fixing the destroyed room. In the morning, they all gathered and decided to test the Philosopher's Stone. The way they were going to test was simple. They would try to transmute a rabbit's missing limb. If they were able to do it, then it would mean that this stone was the real Philosopher's Stone. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After a while, Izumi's husband brought the rabbit. It was missing a leg. Izumi was going to conduct the experiment as she was the most experienced when it came to alchemy. She drew the transmutation circle on the floor and put the rabbit and the stone in it. Then she activated it with care. White light started to appear on the matrix on the floor. It grew more and more bright with each passing second. It's working, Edward exclaimed in excitement. He could already see his limbs and Alphonse's body in grasp. But when they thought everything was going smoothly, an explosion occurred. The rabbit blew up. Boom. This was a much bigger explosion than before. All of them were thrown away due to the blast. The whole roof of the house was also missing. When the dust settled, they saw the real damage. It wasn't just the roof that was missing. The whole east side of the house was gone and all of them had fallen down to the ground floor. They opened their eyes and looked around to see what limb they were missing because there was no way they could have survived this unscathed. Not even the huge Sig Curtis. But they were still safe and secure. They then noticed a bluish light covering them inside a sphere. Huh, you all are so stupid to be doing this without any protective measures. I just went to catch some fish and you guys are already trying to kill yourself. Hat's voice came. Hats was hovering in midair in order to not get his fur dirty. Ajax coughed and cleaned his hair. You're the one to talk, Hats. You are the embodiment of chaos. Well, I'm your nanny, now. Hats replied. Damn it. Edward punched the floor. Calm down, brother, at least we know that Philosopher's Stones can be made. Maybe this one was incomplete. Alphonse tried to calm him down. Ajax quickly defended his homemade Philosopher's Stone. Hey, no, my Philosopher's Stone was complete. It's just that your Philosopher's Stone is too cruel. Don't you understand? The reason my stone doesn't work when trying to transmute the human body is because the stone needs human souls. That's the price needed to construct a body or bargain with whatever this truth guy is. Everyone there had doubts about it but they did not want to believe it. However, today, they knew it was true and they had to believe it. Sigh. Izumi looked at Hats gratefully. I don't know what you are and I won't ask you. Thank you for saving all of us today. I won't bankrupt you, just pay me with a milk bottle. Hats replied lazily. For the whole day and night, they again spent their time repairing their home. But, just when they finished, a knock came on the door. Knock knock. Izumi went ahead and opened the door, only to find a kind-looking old woman and a beautiful woman on the side. Yes, she asked. Hello, I am Olivia, is Ajax inside? He's my grandson. Inside the house. When the knock on the door came, Ajax was relaxing on the sofa. But, suddenly, his hair stood up and he felt goosebumps. Hats, who was also relaxing beside him, felt it too. Ajax, I feel threatened. Hats said. I don't feel Grandpa nearby. Ajax wondered. Hats shuddered. No, it's worse than that. Central City. Alexander was in his office when he received a notification from Dobby that Führer had left his office for some reason. Because Dobby had already infiltrated Führer's inner circle, he quickly found out that Bradley was going south for some reason. Ajax and Elric brothers are there too. What could be the reason for Bradley to go there? He wondered. Leonidas, let's go south. Write in the official report that I am going there to meet my grandson and also inspect the southern border and headquarters. Alexander announced. Okay, Dad. Leonidas understood the plan and left. Hell. Alexander had sent a category 4 to hell and it deserved the highest honor. So, Deadpool went to do his duty as usual. He waited at the entry booth. But, he only saw a fat, round man with a big nose and dots for eyes. Deadpool read the report. Okay, let's see. The name is Gluttony. Not a human. Killed people by eating them. Dumb from the brain and does as asked. Has a dimension inside the belly where all food goes to. Blah blah blah. Deadpool excitedly looked at Gluttony as if this was a treasure. Gluttony, my man. You are going to get me promoted again. We will both be legendary in hell. Thanos? Let's go, I've got some work to do. Stop making that face. I know I sent fake Ant-Man up your butthole and expanded it but still, you didn't die, your ass is too strong. Sure, it must have hurt but you are a strong lad and I know it. You still got your lusty night of dread to attend to. Deadpool talked to his chat companion for the day. He then dragged Gluttony with him. You must be hungry. I got the best place for you to eat. Hell has lots of flesh waste from so many punishments given. Lucifer has been complaining to me about hygiene and a possible virus spreading due to it. I will solve the problem and get a promotion. No, double promotion. He brought Gluttony to the deepest part of the hell where all the waste was thrown at. This will be your home, eat all you want. I trust you, Gluttony, don't break it. Deadpool said and ran away happily while jumping. Finally, after these promotions, I will be able to do field missions. Oh, let's go to Voldemort today, I need to test my new invention on him. If all things go well, then my machine, Sausage Party of all holes will be another hit. Ha 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 ha, yes, Ajax is inside. Please come in. Izumi politely invited them. After all, before anything else she considered herself a housewife. Thank you. Oh, who might you be, by the way? Olivia inquired. I am Izumi Curtis. Ajax came here with my students, Edward and Alphonse Elric. She introduced herself. They were then brought inside. But, they only found a blonde boy and a suit of armor there. Where is Ajax? Izumi asked. Elric brothers nervously stayed quiet. Where is he? she insisted. The two brothers just turned their heads towards the cupboard. Olivia looked at it. Ajax, come out. Your grandma is here. Your grandpa told me what happened. The cupboard started shaking. Bam. Hats was thrown out of the cupboard. God damn it, Ajax. You traitor. Hats looked at Olivia's face innocently with large eyes. Meow. Olivia looked at him for a moment. Then, with a smooth motion, picked Hats up by his nape. Hats, I never thought you'd be careless enough to let Ajax get injured. Also, how can you keep on running from Alex? She asked. Hats guiltily looked at her with his big eyes. Meow. Your eyes won't work this time. You are grounded for 1 week and Ajax, come out or I will lock you inside that cupboard for a week. Olivia threatened him. The cupboard creaked open and Ajax came out. Hee. Hi, Grandma. He spoke. Grab. Olivia pulled his ear. She knew this was not hurting him, but it was surely embarrassing for him and that was a good punishment. Since when did you start running from us? Where did you get hurt? Show me? She scolded him. But, Grandma, there are so many people here. I can't take my shirt off, he complained embarrassingly. She again pulled his ear and Ajax quietly took his shirt off. Edward and Alphonse were trying to hold their laughter from a distance. He showed Olivia his back. Look, Grandma. It's just a scratch. I am strong, you know that. Also, this scar will be my battle scar. Just like how Grandpa has so many of them. The fact that you were even injured shows that you are neither strong and nor skilled. Also, there is nothing called a battle scar. Your grandpa's scars are from when he was not strong and was just an ordinary soldier. Those are injury marks and there is nothing to be proud of in them. Olivia replied and checked the scar on Ajax's back. Ajax looked at Angela with puppy eyes. Aunt Angela, you know I'm a good boy. I promise I will take your martial arts classes for a full year next time. Please tell Grandma to let me stay here and have my adventure. Hats, you are far too strong to feel like anyone in this world is a challenge to you. Why did Ajax get injured even when you were nearby? He's just 5 and this is not the age to be fighting. Olivia asked the cat standing like a gentleman. Well, you see, Grandma, He tried to think of a way out. Look at you, you don't even have an excuse. What am I supposed to tell Alex now? Listen, I will let this matter rest if you promise to look after Ajax correctly. I only allowed you two to go out because I felt you'd take care of him. Olivia scolded them. Hats nodded. Yes, Grandma. I will look after him like he's my own kid this time. You can rest assured. Good, Olivia nodded and looked at Izumi. Thank you for taking care of Ajax, child. She nicely said. Oh, no need to thank me. He's been a great kid. In fact, he helped us a lot by bringing us a philosopher's stone from God knows where. Izumi replied. Olivia looked back at Ajax and it made him shudder. Grandma, I was just trying to help them, he replied. But you still stole it. You could have simply asked. Your punishment is to write I will never steal again. 100,000 times. Your deadline is in 5 days. She announced his punishment. Olivia turned back to Izumi and asked, why would you need a philosopher's stone? What can it do to help you? Oh, Izumi clutched her belly. Olivia simply walked closer to her and touched her shoulder. To her shock, with her magic, she found that Izumi was missing her womb. How did this happen? Why are you missing your womb, child? Olivia inquired. Oh, Izumi suddenly vomited blood. I think we should eat dinner first, she said and went to the kitchen with the help of her husband. Ajax, Edward, and Alphonse didn't follow them and went out to look at the town. It was a big town and had its own military branch. Ed and Al wanted to notify about themselves there. Inside Cadus's house. So you were trying to revive your child through some kind of taboo magic. Well, taboo magic rarely goes well. But still, there is a deity out there that so cruelly took away your womb, and I don't like this. Why is this knowledge even out here in front of the world? Just so that the deity can keep on tormenting people? And to think it didn't even leave kids. Olivia muttered after hearing everything from Izumi. Listen, my child. I will heal you. I assure you, after this, you will be able to have kids again. She assured her. What? But how? Izumi asked back. Don't worry. I have many methods. It will take some time and will hurt you a lot because growing new organs isn't easy. You will also be needed to be put on a special diet, Olivia told her in length. She gave a list to Izumi's husband. Can you bring me all this? Sig Curtis took the list and went away quickly. He was also internally happy about this. Olivia then whispered something in Angela's ear. Bring me the organ regrowing potion, she instructed. Angela nodded and went to Fahim. She also brought the blood replenishing potion with her because she was having a bad feeling about this. She returned to the bedroom of Izumi and saw her lying on it. Everything was prepared by Olivia. Angela, give me the vial, Olivia said. She then mixed the potion in soup and gave it to Izumi. Drink it and hold on to something tightly. This is going to hurt, Olivia advised her. After that, what came were the pain-filled screams of Izumi as her womb regrew inside her body. The veins that were dormant or broken started to pump blood again and this process was very painful. I can take this pain. If it can let me have my own children. She shouted and filled herself with motivation. After 4 more hours, the pain went away and Izumi was covered in sweat. Was it successful? N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Olivia quickly checked her body and saw everything was fine. You can have kids now, Izumi. Izumi was filled with excitement and happiness. She looked at her husband and smiled. Her dream was finally possible. She was originally unable to have kids. It was as if she had a birth defect, but now she had hope. She then tried to get up. However, suddenly she screamed in pain. Arg! Olivia was confused and checked her body again. Her face turned angry in that instant. Izumi's womb was missing again. It was just like she was before. She quickly made Izumi fall unconscious and poured blood-replenishing potion in her mouth. How dare he? That deity took away her womb again. Olivia angrily muttered. She quickly called Alexander as she couldn't pass judgment on deities. Oh, Oli, my wife, how did you remember me? Alexander asked from the other side of the phone. Alex, there is a deity in this world. I helped a woman get her womb back that the deity took away. But, even after healing her, just when everything was right, the deity took it again. How can this be acceptable? This new organ didn't belong to the deity in any way. It has no authority in doing this to an innocent person. Olivia ranted. Alexander nodded after hearing everything and put the phone down. He looked at Dobby. Let's stop following Bradley for now. We need to take care of something else. Alexander was sitting inside the train when he received Olivia's call. It was a private train and he didn't have to worry about anything. He just told them to continue on while he sent the guards to another bogie. When only he and Dobby were left, he decided to do human transmutation. Let's meet this truth guy. He's gotta be a great bastard to even make Olivia angry. Dobby chuckled. Hee. Let's just hope he's not dumb enough to do anything stupid with you. Okay, see you later. I don't know how time flows there. If I don't come back soon, then continue on following Bradley. Alexander instructed him and activated the transmutation matrix. After a while, little long black hands came out of the circle on the floor and grabbed Alexander. The next thing Alexander knew, he was standing in front of a bodiless humanoid being who only had a transparent outline as a body. Alexander looked at the being straight in the eye, or where he guessed his eyes were. So, you are the so-called truth, Alexander said. The bodiless being smiled widely. Surprisingly, the smile was visible. Welcome, I'm an existence that you folks like to call the world. In other words, the universe. In other words, God, Ishvala, I am the truth, I am all, I am one and I am also you. The truth pointed towards Alexander. But Alexander was only amused. Oh, never knew I had a twin. Continue. Human. I see you have mutated a lot. But, can you still face the truth? At what cost? The truth asked. You have dared to knock on the door. Now, the door is open. Behind Alexander was a huge marble door. But it was blank and had nothing on it. The gate was supposed to look identical to any and all who passed through it. The engravings on the stone door were supposed to appear different to each person as a reflection of their true self and alchemists' understanding of the truth. All the engravings, in one way or another, are representations of the universe and the cosmos. The reason behind there being nothing on Alexander's gate could be because of many things that would soon be answered. The door opened and hands similar to what pulled him into this dimension pulled him back into the gate. Inside it was a dark empty space. In the beginning, he felt like he was falling, but then it turned into drifting in nothingness. Like a movie reel, the universe's knowledge was being poured into Alexander's mind. But, he was not at all uncomfortable. Instead, he was enjoying it. Yawn. Million times comprehension is indeed very helpful. I also know most of these already. But these tidbits about alchemy are indeed interesting. He didn't even speak and just looked at the changing scenes. After a short while, he was pulled out of there. How was it? The truth asked. Boring. Not much new stuff. Alexander replied, shocking the truth. Alexander then continued. Tell me, doesn't this work with the law of equivalent exchange? So, what will you take from me? The truth was silent for a while. Then it tried taking Alexander's body but couldn't. Haha, that won't work. You can't take anything physical, nor astral. But what I can give you is also knowledge. Just like what you did. Alexander offered. The truth smiled. What can a human teach me that I already don't know? A human from this world surely can't. But for someone like me, I can show you the real truth. Alexander announced. Bam. Out of nowhere, a giant black door appeared behind the truth. It then opened and white arms pulled it in. It was just like what he used to do to others. The constant smile from the truth's face had vanished and what was left was a frown. The truth felt like he fell inside a white hole. In front of him, instead of the movie-like reel, scenes passed by him as if he was sitting in a giant display cylinder. At first, it was just simple knowledge. But this being was an ordinary deity, made from human emotions and laws of the world. It didn't know that there existed the multiverse and higher gods. It saw the vast knowledge about the multiverse. Then, when it came to omniverse, it started overwhelming him. The knowledge of the omniverse didn't just consist of the knowledge about different worlds, but also the knowledge that the fifth-dimensional beings had given Alexander, which took him more than 1,000,000 years to understand. NOOO. Stop it. Stop it NOWW. It shouted. But nothing stopped and the scenes kept on passing by. When finally, it was on the brink of getting its mind destroyed. Alexander pulled him out. What you saw was not even the tip of the iceberg that I call my personal knowledge. That was the real truth. Alexander revealed to him. What are you? Who are you? It asked. It was also heavily twitching as if it was mentally disturbed. Alexander took out his ID and gave it to the truth. I am Alexander Maxim Universe aka God's Advocate or the Wandering God. Also, a proud grandpa. So, what I want to ask you now is, which side do you serve? Because, till now, from your actions, I can tell that you are neutral in your own twisted way. However, I must disagree with your methods. Because what you just did was wrong and also my wife is angry at you. Alexander said. I never broke the rule. The law of equivalent exchange was always followed. What is there that you disagree with? The Truth asked him. Central City, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Alexander had transferred Colonel Mustang to his office complex, because he wanted to get another loyal man to his bandwagon. But first, Mustang needed to open his eyes to everything that was happening. Until now, he was trying to solve Hugh's murder. His investigation led him to meet one of the officers under Alexander. This officer was supposed to be the person who knew about what transpired at the 5th laboratory. From there, Hughes found out that General Universe had left behind a package for him with some coordinates on them. He quickly burned the paper after remembering them. Then, as described, he went to the right coordinate and entered the building after a long string of passwords. Inside, he found the perfect people who could answer all his questions. Barry the Butcher and the Slicer brothers. All of them had their souls tied to the suit of armor. Following this event, Mustang learned the truth about the main ingredient of a philosopher's stone and that the government is involved in some shady stuff. It seems my decision to come to Central was right. Hawkeye, we can't trust anyone here except our inner circles. Make sure Barry and Slicer brothers are kept hidden. Mustang ordered. Alexander gave the answer to what the thing asked. Well, I am angered because of what you did. By the laws of equivalent exchange, you took away that woman's womb. But, my wife used her magical powers and brought it back. Everything was fine, but then, somehow her new womb also disappeared. Now, tell me, how is this acceptable? Wasn't it just your ego that made you do that? Didn't you violate the same laws of equivalent exchange? Alexander asked him. The thing couldn't answer him, just as if it knew that what it did was wrong. Alexander continued. I am not here to interfere with how you work, but you forced me to come to you. You are merely a simple deity in the grand order of the Omniverse. You are just a simple deity responsible for maintaining a line of things. But, what you forgot is that you are still a deity. What is dead may never return to life. That is a simple fact for humans. But, when they do human transmutation, they don't do it because they are after some knowledge. They just want their loved ones back. But then you go and take a toll from them for something they never wanted in the first place. In fact, what a normal deity should have done was to simply ignore such transmutation. Simply tell them that what they are trying to do is not possible, and if they still want to learn the truth, then ask them what they are ready to give up for it. That would be a fair equivalent exchange. Because they will be able to choose what to give up for the amount of knowledge. You had taken the toll from that woman. Now whatever I do, you will not have any say in it. Alexander talked in length. There is still a reason why I removed her new womb. The thing spoke. Do tell me, Alexander asked. Her womb that I took away still exists in this plane. Everything I take exists with me. It is still connected to her main body and feeds off of her energy. So, if you were to put a new one in her, it would create trouble for her own body. The only way for her to sire children is to take her womb back from me and then you heal it. The thing explained. Alexander nodded. This was acceptable. And what price do you have for it? Equivalent exchange. That is the basis of the alchemy and alchemy, it replied. So you want another womb for the womb? Well, I can give you 10 if you want. Alexander offered jokingly. Hehe, no. It must come from her. Alexander shook his head and turned serious. Okay, I showed you knowledge of Omniverse. What are you going to exchange for it? I can take your existence away according to the law of equivalent exchange. The thing was taken aback. I do not know how this can be done. I have nothing to give you. You are a being higher than even me. Haha, then just promise me that from now on you will ignore any human transmutation done by kids. You will also give a chance to reconsider their decision to good people and simply punish those evil ones as you do right now. Just give them worthless knowledge from the gate of truth and take away their body or limbs. This is a small request for the vast knowledge I just gave you, Alexander said. All right, I accept this bargain. I will do as you have requested from now on. But, can you connect me to God? I always wondered what was the reason for my existence. I always wondered if there was someone higher than me. But you gave me this answer. I want to talk to my creator and serve under him as I should. It asked. Ha ha ha, you are already serving him. Believe me. Okay, I will connect you to him. But you will need a name. Let's just call you True Alchemic God, in short, Tag. Alexander offered him. Tag nodded and waited for Alexander to connect him to God. Alexander was happy that now Team God had another member. Maybe this universe had gone unnoticed or unexplored till now. That was why Alexander was unable to find any heavenly angel or demonic being. There was just one deity that itself was created because of collective human consciousness. Before Alexander could call God, Tag asked him something. Tell me, why did your gate of truth look empty? Why was there no inscription on it like everybody else's? The answer is simple. My knowledge is much vast and of a higher level than yours. Knowledge that you didn't know. We are in a dimension created by your own thoughts. The gate of truth shows up by taking the nature of the person into account and also your own knowledge. So, what happens when my nature can't be read and you don't know about my knowledge? You then get a blank gate. However, if a person simply doesn't want to learn the truth, he can still have a blank gate. Now, let's end this chat and call Father. Alexander looked up and called God. Father, this is another deity I just met. His name is Tag and he wants to meet his maker. Alexander looked at Tag and nodded. Keep your end of the bargain. I hope you return the womb of that woman and the limbs and body of the Elric brother. Tag nodded but also told him something. I will. The woman can have her womb back, even Edward Elric can have his limbs back, but Alphonse needs to come on his own to get his body back. However, the Elric brothers are a part of bigger things and I recommend you do not meddle in their journey. Not until they know the whole truth about the world they live in and their father. Who is their father? Alexander wondered. With this knowledge, Alexander left the dimension. Alexander returned to the real world and found himself back inside the train bogie. He took out his phone and called Olivia. Oli, I have dealt with him. You can give her the womb now. Good, see you later, Alex, Olivia replied from the other side and hung up. Sigh. This world is so weird and complex. I guess I will increase the speed of my plans. There is no reason for people to die for nothing. Alexander decided. Boom. Suddenly the train started stopping with a loud explosion. Alexander also lost balance due to the strong force. But he didn't fall and simply hovered a millimeter in the air. What happened, Dobby? Alexander inquired. Their train had derailed somehow after the explosion and they were now stuck in the middle of nowhere. Boss, we are under attack. There are some masked men with guns. They have destroyed the engine. Dobby informed him. Okay, don't kill anyone. Just catch them for interrogation. Alexander ordered. Yes boss, Dobby ran out. Alexander also followed to see who it was that was trying to attack him. In the broad daylight. Catching the attackers was as easy as lifting hands. But, when they were about to question them, all of them somehow poisoned themselves and killed themselves. Good for Alexander, he simply reversed the time and they were back alive. Just before they were about to break their teeth and kill themselves, he knocked them unconscious. Doubleth. Izumi was still unconscious. So Olivia simply redid the whole procedure to regrow Izumi's organ. When Izumi got up, she was not feeling the pain and also felt much better than before. She didn't feel the emptiness in her body either. Am I still? She asked in concern. Olivia caressed her hair. No, everything is fine, child. My husband had a talk with this truth guy. He won't be troubling you anymore. Your body has also been healed and now you can have kids. Truly, it was very despicable of him to take away the ability of a woman to have the most beautiful thing in the world. It took a few seconds for Izumi to realize everything. What? Who is your husband? She asked in shock. Olivia proudly revealed, Alexander is his name. I don't know by what designation he's known in this world. Alexander was a very common name so Izumi couldn't understand whom Olivia was talking about but she did decide that she would find this man as he was able to meet and negotiate with the godly figure. Slowly get up now. You might feel a little sore for a while but it will go away in a few hours. You will not have any problem in giving birth, and if you still can't get pregnant, then the problem might be somewhere else. Olivia advised her. Hearing her words, Izumi and Olivia both looked at the giant Sig Curtis sitting on the side. Sig looked back at them awkwardly. No, I don't think there is any problem in my dear's department, Izumi said blushingly. Hats and Ajax were currently eating at a bar called Devil's Nest. It was in the shady part of Doubleth. They had come to this place because they knew that the most interesting things happen in the worst part of the town. But, when they entered this pub, it wasn't much different from any other place. They just ordered some boiled eggs and some milk for Hats. Arg, where did Ed and Al go? I'm getting bored in here. Ajax said boredly. Stop nagging and eat eggs. I have been training you for this long and you need nutrition. Lately, I have noticed your height not increasing. Do you want to be like that little Ed kid? Hats scolded him. He was in a grumpy mood with Ajax since Olivia had scolded him. Geez, stop being my grandma. Ajax rolled his eyes. Bam. The door of the bar opened and came in a few people. The largest of them dragged in a suit of armor. Alphonse. Ajax voiced. Ajax? What are you doing here? Alphonse asked. He was tied up with a rope. Well, I came here to eat and find some fun stuff to do, Ajax explained and ate up all the boiled eggs. Hats also drank all his milk and jumped on top of Ajax's head. So, what's going on here? Well, I don't know. These people attacked me, and they brought me here. Alphonse said, sounding confused. Ajax looked at all of them. Why? A voice from behind came, Kid, if you value your life then leave. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill a little pipsqueak like you. Ajax turned around and saw a man. He was a tall and muscular young adult with short, spiky, black hair that was kept slicked back. He also had a subtle widow's peak. Among his most noticeable features were purple eyes with thin, cat-like pupils, and razor-sharp teeth. Oh, I value my life a lot. Even more so after getting scolded by Grandma. But, I don't leave my friends behind. Who are you and why have you caught Alphonse? Ajax asked while being ready to fight. Ha 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 ha, what an amazing kid. I will have fun teaching you a lesson later. But for now, let me introduce myself to you, Alphonse Elric. I am Greed. This is my gang of Chimera. Greed introduced. When they heard Chimera, Ajax, and Alphonse looked at each other. They immediately remembered Nina and her father. Since when did Chimera start talking? Ajax asked. There is no way you are a Chimera, Alphonse added. Greed walked back to Alphonse and said. There's no way. Since the girl, who's sitting inside your armor is a Chimera that was transmuted with a snake. And Loa, who's behind me, he was transmuted with a cow. Other than that, we got a lizard and a crocodile. The guy you fought earlier piss with one leg up. You're a dog? Alphonse asked with a surprised face. Yeah, that's pretty convenient actually. The dog guy replied. But Alphonse was in disbelief. No way, whom are you going to say performed the transmutation successfully? Ha, the army of course. Ah, from your expression, welcome to the dark side of the world. As a state alchemist, you must have heard this saying multiple times, that you are nothing but dogs of the military. Guess what? They literally tried to make their soldiers dogs and other animals through the help of alchemy. The military is not as cute and beautiful as you thought it was, kid. On a different note, I'm not a chimera. I am a homunculus. Greed said, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. What's that? Ajax asked. Humans that were created artificially. That's what I am. Yes, you must have read about me in the books. Greed revealed. No, you are lying. There has been no one known to have made a homunculus. Alphonse argued. Haha, let me give an example then. Greed stood up and suddenly one of his gang members shattered his head with a big hammer. Then, to their shock, Greed's head got healed with red lightning surrounding it. Whoa ho ho, that's so cool, Ajax exclaimed. Yeah, this is the power of a homunculus. But, false to the belief that we are immortal, I am not. And what I want is something you have, Alphonse Elric. You have attained immortality by trapping your soul in that armor. Tell me how you did it. Greed asked overzealously. I wasn't the one who did it, Alphonse replied. Bam. Suddenly the door of the restaurant opened and a few people in military clothing entered. It was an open fire and the soldiers shot towards everyone there. Then a man walked in slowly. He had an eye patch on one eye and a sword in hand. What do we have here? Son of a general colluding with criminals? Alphonse too. Bradley spoke. Ha, we are just bystanders here, pirate. Alphonse here was captured by these people. Ajax explained. I'm not convinced. Bradley took out his sword. Hats quickly stood in front of Ajax. He was not going to let anything happen to Ajax this time. He was scared of angry grandma. Be careful, pirate, you don't want to do this. Hats warned him. Oh, what is this? A talking cat? What a wonderful discovery. I'm sure scientists at the Central will have fun dissecting you. Bradley calmly said and dashed forward. Cutting members of the Chimera gang. Greed and some of the other ones had run towards the underground tunnels. Hats vanished from his place and reappeared in front of Bradley. Clank. Bradley's sword was cut into 3 pieces. I warned you. What are you? Bradley asked Hats in shock. He had never seen an animal so fast and powerful. You are not worth telling. Hats replied and slashed Bradley's arm. Should I consider this an attack from the general universe? Bradley threatened. But Hats didn't stop. Ha ha ha, he's not even here and yet you are so scared of him. Go on, think whatever you want, but soon you will realize how small you are in front of the grand scheme of things. He mocked him. So a mere cat will teach me about the world. Bradley didn't quit. Instead, he proceeded to take off his eye patch. Hats and Ajax saw the Ouroboros tattoo on the eyeball. This gave Bradley a special ability called the Ultimate Eye. While it grants him an extrasensory vision of his general surroundings, the eye's true ability was precognition, allowing Wrath to perfectly and efficiently anticipate all variables and his opponent's attacks and take action with absolute efficiency without any effort. He can adapt perfectly to all factors, achieving maximum efficiency in offensive and defensive strategy, ensuring optimal results as long as there is the slightest chance and depending on the means at his disposal. A simple glance will detect his opponent's or obstacle's nature, strengths, weaknesses, etc., making him a perfect military field strategist. He immediately anticipated Hat's claw strike and dodged it. Then he looked at Hats to understand his strengths and weaknesses. But sad for Bradley. When you are against absolute strength, no amount of cunning and precognition can save you. Everything can be brought down with a strong punch. It was as if you were at the center of an atomic bomb explosion. Even if you had a minute, you still wouldn't be able to escape it. Because the bomb represented absolute strength. How is this possible? How can it have no weakness? Bradley thought. But he decided to abort and complete the mission he came to do. He dashed towards another room in the bar that led to the underground tunnel sewer system. Hats looked back at Ajax. But there was just empty air and Ajax was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where did that brat run off to now? He complained. He also ran towards the sewer. Once he reached there, he was shocked to find a whole network of tunnels. Great, where did he run away now? I should put a leash on him the next time I see him. Oh, I hear something. Hats ran into one of the tunnels from the big junction. Ajax had run into the sewers because the girl inside Alphonse's armor had ran into there. Stop. I don't want to hurt you. Ajax shouted while running after Alphonse. Hey, stop it. Alphonse also voiced. Eventually, the girl sitting inside the armor got tired and stopped. She breathed heavily. Ha, ha, this is too tiring. She huffed. Get out of Alphonse, Ajax shouted. No, she replied. Ajax went forward and tried to take the helmet off but the girl also caught it. He didn't put too much strength as it would have spoiled the armor. Fine, then I will make sure you are never able to get out. You will now grow old while being in that armor. That will be a good lesson for you. Ajax tried to scare her. Steps. All of them quieted down and saw Greed running towards them and behind him was Bradley. They saw him beating and cutting Greed again and again. Soon, Greed's friend came to help but they got slaughtered too. Why are you killing them? Alphonse asked. After killing them all, he walked towards Alphonse. They are traitors to Ames tries. This is what we do with traitors. There is still one remaining, however n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. No, Ajax shouted. He knew that these people were most likely criminals but because they all had no other choice. They were forcefully experimented on by the government and this was the only way they could make a living as doing normal jobs would get them caught very fast. But, for their crimes, they only deserved the punishment allotted to thugs and not deaths. Ajax ran to stop him from killing them. But, Ajax had super strength, not super speed. Bradley, meanwhile, had already reached Alphonse. Bradley proceeded to put the extra sword into the armor through the opening around the neck area. But, just at the right moment, he turned his sword towards the already moving Ajax. Ajax's own momentum was a threat to himself now. You still have a lot to learn, kid. But, too bad, you will not get a chance to do it. Bradley muttered. To him, this was the best opportunity to get rid of Ajax. He knew from lust that this kid was too strong for his own good. Also, now he knew too much. Clank. Out of nowhere, another sword appeared and stopped Bradley's sword. I finally found you, Ajax, and you, Bradley, nice eye tattoo you got there. Alexander's voice came. Bradley quickly stopped to cover his eye but stopped in the middle. What are you doing here, General? Oh, my wife asked me to come here and help her find my grandson. You must know how important keeping your wife happy is. But what is this? You are trying to kill my grandson? Alexander asked, but it sounded more like a statement. Bradley looked at Alexander with his ultimate eye, but what he found out shocked him even more than when he saw Hat's evaluation. Right now, what his eye was telling him was that death was imminent for him if he fought Alexander. What are you? Bradley asked him. Alexander laughed, ha ha ha, this question is a bit ironic coming from you. Alexander then moved closer to Bradley and whispered. Start counting your days, I will be taking away everything you and your so-called father hold dear. Just wait and watch everything get spoiled. Now, I recommend you walk back to the hole you call the Central City. If you dare to do anything stupid, I will make sure all your secrets are out in the open, along with the secrets of your whole Central Command that has already sold their integrity and honor for the false dream of immortality. Oh, one more thing, happy birthday, I have arranged some gifts for you. I know your birthday is not today, but still, my gifts are worthy of being called birthday surprises. Go now, or I'll be forced to kill you. Alexander warned him. Bradley felt Alexander's killing intent and jumped back. He made some calculations in his mind and decided to leave. It was not worth it. It was already good that not many people were here. Grandpa, why did you let him go? Ajax asked. Alexander told him something, because he is just a pawn. I want to reach the mastermind and he will lead me to that mastermind. Anyway, let's head back. Olivia must be worrying. Ah, yes, Alphonse, tell that girl to come out. Alphonse removed his head and let the scared girl come out. Alexander meanwhile reversed the time of a few bodies and brought them back to life. But, he also didn't let them forget the feeling of dying. Alexander also put all of them in time torture of community service for 100 years. Then he gave them their instructions. Do not search for greed. His path leads to death. He is a part of a grand scheme planned by the military meant to destroy the country and all its people. I can help you all get new identities and live an ordinary life. With a promise that when the time comes all of you will rise up and testify against Bradley and the army. Alexander advised them. Why should we trust you, an army man? Martel, the same girl argued. Because I saved you and I am the best chance you got to a better life. Take it or leave it, you all don't really mean much to me. I just wanted to help out of the kindness of my heart. The military isn't just filled with Bradleys, you know. Give me your answer by tonight. Take care. Alexander waved his hand and left with Ajax and Alphonse. Ajax? Alphonse. Out of nowhere, two women appeared outside the building. They looked angry and ready to blast anything. Alexander chuckled. Oh ho ho. Oli, nice to see you. In the sewers. Hats had been following a repeating sound. Where the hell did he go to? It had been an hour since he had started looking for Ajax and he was yet to find him. All he could hear were sounds. But, soon he felt that the sound was getting closer so he ran towards it. Ah hey, found you. Hats jumped. But it was not Ajax. Ow. To Hat's shock, it was nothing but a small potato-sized puppy. A goddamn spawn of a dog. What the hell are you doing here, little runt? Hats asked the small puppy. But the puppy was too scared and kept his head hidden between his paws. He was shaking in fear too. It didn't look like anything other than a simple furball in this position. Hats sighed and went close. He patted the puppy with his paws. This only made the puppy make squeaky noises. Look up, kid, he said. But seeing the puppy still not moving, Hats used another way. If you don't get up then I will eat you. Do you want me to eat you? The puppy slowly lifted his head and peeked at Hats. His face looked colorless in fear. Bow. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat you. I'm on a strict milk diet these days. Anyway, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? Hats inquired. Bow bow. Pow bow. Ah, you dumb dog child. They weren't playing hide and seek with you. Those kids threw you into the sewers and closed the lid off because they didn't want you. They aren't looking for you either. And since you don't have a mom, how are you even alive? Hats inquired. Bow bow. So rats scare you and you've been eating cockroaches here. Kid, you won't survive one day out of these sewers. Anyway, tell me the way to the Devil's Cafe. Hats ordered him. Bow, the puppy energetically barked and proudly led the way. Thank God, I can finally get out of this place. Hats followed the little potato-sized puppy. He brought Hats to a wall with a ladder. On the roof was the sewer lid. So that's it. Hats jumped up and threw the lid away. But then he looked back down at the little dirty furred puppy. His face had a happy smile while his tail waved. Hats didn't know, but this puppy had been in the sewers for a month now and was very depressed. He couldn't find anybody to interact with either, and seeing Hats made him very happy, although a bit scared too. Why don't you follow me out? Hats asked. The puppy tried to climb but fell down again and again. It could only reach the third ladder, but his face still looked happy. Sigh. Hats jumped down and grabbed the puppy in his claw. Then he climbed out of the sewer. Woof. Okay, no need to say thanks. Now you go your way, I'll go my way. Hats put the puppy down and went on his way. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But, after coming a few meters away, he looked back at the dumb puppy stupidly smiling towards him. His face showed utter innocence. The cuteness was a plus too. This kid is not going to survive out here. The world of humans is even more filthy and cruel than the wilderness, Hats thought. He again looked at the puppy. Now he had a better view as he was in the daylight. Puppy's fur had gotten dirty and his body looked malnourished. For some reason, this made Hats remember his own past. Something that had happened a long time ago. He had even forgotten about it. Flashback. Hats was a normal neighborhood cat once. But, one thing that made him different was his wide smile. It used to creep people out. When he was born, his mother disowned him due to looking too out of the ordinary. He was forced out of the area where his mother and siblings lived. Hats then roamed the streets like a little stray kitty. Sometimes, a few good souls gave him food, but other times he used to search the trash. His days were filled with sorrow and confusion. Why do they hate me? I never did anything bad to them, he used to wonder. But, he kept on receiving hate as the time went by. Some humans even used to throw stones at him or try to kick him. Slowly, they also started seeing him as the bad luck cat and always chased him away. He couldn't even search the trash after that, as it was mostly near people's homes. So, he turned to stealing and causing trouble for the people. He used to steal food and all kinds of things. By far his favorite ones to steal were people's hats. That was because he felt like he was also a human after he wore them. After a few weeks, the people got too angry and planned to kill him. A full hunt was launched to kill the little kitty, and they were nearly successful. Just when he was caught in a small cage and about to get shot, a man appeared. He looked old and wise. He smiled loudly and caught Hats in his arms. He caressed Hats as if he were his mother. Hats had never felt this much loved in his life and decided to give his everything to this man. He would even die if it meant that. Ho ho ho, what a cute little kitty. Do you like hats? Well, then I will call you Hats from now on. Come, I have millions of hats in my home. Somehow, the man also understood him and took him in. He took him away to a faraway place, where lots of people called the man God. His days turned happier since then and he never looked back. He was thankful to God and still remained a bit disdainful towards humans, except for everyone from Fahim. Flashback ends. Hats saw himself in the puppy. In fact, the puppy was even better than him as he didn't hate humans. Or maybe he was just stupid, but still, he couldn't leave the puppy like this. Not when he had the power to do something. Sigh. I'm gonna regret this. Kid, follow me. Hats said and also used his magic to clean the dirt from his fur. Woof. The little puppy ran up to Hats on his tiny paws and followed him happily. He barked many times to ask too many questions. Hats was already regretting his decision. Alexander came to the Curtis house after the whole ordeal at the Devil's Nest. Ajax was fine, so they had nothing to worry about. Izumi had also gotten worried about Alphonse, who knew such dangerous people lived in Dublith. I guess I will have to help the police here. I don't want my children to live in such a place, Izumi exclaimed. Teacher, kid? Alphonse asked. The last he knew, she couldn't have kids. Haha, I am healed now, thanks to Lady Olivia. Ah, this must be Mr. Alexander. I am delighted to meet you. Izumi enthusiastically greeted Alexander. In her eyes, now he was God because he talked with truth and made him yield. Alphonse looked at Alexander with stars in his eyes. Central City, underground. Wrath had brought greed to father for his judgment. Lust was also eager for this meeting because it was needed to be decided what would be done about General Universe. They were now focusing on enlarging their transmutation circle because Krita and Erugo were a part of Ames tries now. But, the General Universe was now creating too much trouble for them. Who is this General Universe and why am I just being notified about this? Is he the one who killed Gluttony? Father asked Wrath. He is the man who brought in Krita and Erugo under our occupation. He is the reason why we will be able to make a bigger transmutation circle than before. However, when I saw him, he seemed to know too much. He knew your name too, but I doubt he knows our plan. Wrath explained. And how is it that he found out about us? Also, how is he strong enough to kill one of you and even overpower you? Father asked. We don't know, Father, Lust spoke. She didn't think that Alexander had really seen Gluttony's memory. If he had, then he'd have attacked Father by now. She also didn't want to tell Father anything as it would win her punishment. She continued, I believe he has also seen the truth. I never saw him using a transmutation matrix. However, what I found more intriguing is that he also does not use hand movements. Just like you? Interesting. Let him be. We don't want to make unnecessary enemies. Not when we are this close to the completion of our plan. When the promised day comes, he will prove to be a fine addition. Father ordered everyone. Unknown to him, it didn't matter if he pursued Alexander or not. Alexander would still come after him. After all, this was his job. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's deal with greed then. Central City. Colonel Mustang had been turning every possible stone in his search for the murderer of Hughes. But he didn't know that Hughes was closer to him than he could ever imagine. Hughes was also working from the same building that had Alexander's office. By now, Alexander had replaced the whole staff of the building with his own men or trusted people who had more honor than a desire to become immortal. Hughes didn't wear a military dress anymore and also had a big beard. He had also stopped wearing glasses and his hairstyle was new. So, it was very hard for anyone to recognize him. Plus, Alexander had also put magic on him. His department was called Resource Allocation and had his eyes on every single cent spent by the military. He was also the mysterious owner of SREV Industries. Alexander couldn't use Universe, so he just used the 5 letters of the reverse of his last name. They had already launched their new car and tractors. They were also very cheap. Even the military had ordered thousands of them. But Hughes' main job was to spy over the government while not even letting anyone know that he was spying. This was the advantage of being a billionaire. All kinds of powerful people would come to you as if you were a light bulb at the center of a horde of moths. Boss sent you this. A seraph gave Hughes a packet. He opened it in his office and read it. The materials inside shocked him, to say the least. So the Führer is really one of them and most likely the whole Central Command is compromised. Well, no wonder they tried to kill me, he thought, and got up. It was time for him to start making Mustang and a few other honest soldiers say the truth. He needed to set some things up in order to put the right things in the right place and then report to Alexander to get permission to move forward with the plan. Doubleth. Where is Hats? Alexander asked. Ajax and Olivia looked around themselves. That's weird, he was with me at the pub. Alexander took out his phone and called Hats. Where are you? He asked. Hats took his phone out of his thick fur and answered, it's you. I am coming home. I got lost looking for Ajax. Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. We are at the Curtis house. Alexander informed him and hung up. Okay, he will be coming soon. Now, Edward and Alphonse Elric. Come here, I have something to tell you too. Alexander spoke, making the two brothers nervous. He was a big general now, the second in command of Ames Tries, so they felt a bit overwhelmed. The two walked towards Alexander and stood up stiffly. Alexander was told by Truth not to meddle in the destiny of these boys for a while. He was going to wait now, but he was still going to help the two. You two don't need to worry about anything. I have transferred you two to my office. I am giving you full freedom to pursue your goal of getting your body back. Also, you can ask me for any help at any time. You two are at the age of what my grandkids would be. So, just call me Grandpa. Alexander advised them. If the two were to meet Truth right now, they'd simply get their bodies back. However, Alexander was more worried about Alphonse as his thin metal armor was his lifeline. If the simple tattoo made of blood were to be destroyed, Alphonse would be gone too. Alphonse, come forward, Alexander called him. Alphonse walked closer to him. Yes, General. It's Grandpa for you. Now, I know that soon you will be getting your body back, I have trust. But, until then, your suit of armor needs to be kept safe. For this, I am going to reinforce your armor with a better metal that is nearly indestructible, Alexander declared. Really? Alphonse asked in disbelief. He also knew his own handicap, and if what Alexander said really happened, then it would really be helpful to him. Yes, Alexander snapped his fingers and an alchemical reaction happened all over the surface of Alphonse's armor. There was no need for any reaction, but he made it happen to make it feel like he used alchemy. Good, Edward, you come too. I will upgrade your arm and leg, Alexander offered. Edward didn't shy away and got himself a vibranium arm and leg too. Whoa, this feels so good to walk on. It's lightweight too, Edward exclaimed and tried various moves. Ha ha ha, yes. Okay, now I need to head back. I got some work to do. You two, meanwhile, should go and meet Colonel Mustang. He may have some new clues for you too. He has also transferred to Central. Alexander advised them and got up. But Elric brothers made annoyed faces when they heard Mustang's name. Bam. Door opens. Hats walked in quietly. He looked tired for some reason. Then, to everyone's shock, a cute little puppy also came in, most likely following Hats. Bow bow, woof. Alexander understood the words, unlike others. From what it was, he could feel why Hats looked tired. Where are we, boss? Why are we here, boss? Oh, who is that? And that one, boss? Whoa, this place is cool, boss. I'm hungry, boss. All these were questions asked by the puppy in a span of seconds. The puppy looked at everything around him excitedly and with starry eyes. Everyone couldn't help but already like him because he was just too cute. What is going on, Hats? Alexander asked. Sigh. Old man. Meet Chappie. I found him alone in the sewers, thrown in by a bunch of human kids. I took pity and took him in. Hats explained and jumped onto Olivia's lap to get some well-deserved pats and scratches. The puppy also ran up to Olivia and jumped around her feet. Boss, pick me up too. The puppy barked. Damn it, can't he shut up for a second? Hats complained. But Olivia softly picked Chappie up and brought him close to her face. You are so small and yet so full of energy, Olivia mumbled. Woof. Lick. Chappie licked Olivia's face cutely. This made her start laughing. What a cute child. Good job, Hats. You finally adopted your first kid. Olivia laughed and patted Chappie. Alexander walked up to them and also patted Chappie. Cute indeed. Kids at home would love to play with him. Kome will surely welcome him with open arms. One more person for him to share his love of ice cream with. Hats, be a good dad. Take care of him now. Alexander patted both Hats and Chappie and left. Boss, who are these two? I love them so much. They are so nice. Chappie barked. Ha, that was the old man and this is the kind and gentle grandma. Never disrespect her, okay? Hats instructed him. Oh, then I will hug her and show my love for her, Chappie replied and hugged Olivia's belly with his tiny paws. Olivia kept on chuckling after seeing the exchanges between Hats and Chappie. Central City. Bradley was back in his office now. He kept on thinking about the last words Alexander said before he left. The thing about a birthday surprise. He was yet to find out what this was about. He was honestly a bit on edge with all this. Knock knock. Führer, there has been a high priority parcel for you, the assistant informed him. Good, put it on my table and leave, Bradley ordered. It was a big box wrapped in gift wrap. Bradley was having an ominous feeling by this. Alone, he opened the box and found 27 State Alchemist identification pocket watches and an unsigned letter. In a second, he understood what this meant. All the names on these watches belonged to state alchemists who participated in the Ishval Civil War and happily killed people. There were people like Kimberly. He then finally read the letter. There were just a few letters written on it but he didn't know what it meant. Happy birthday, LMAO. What does LMAO mean? He thought. Knock knock. Bradley quickly put the box under the table. Enter. His assistant came with a file. Führer, this is the situation report from yesterday's prison event. What happened at the prison? Bradley asked. Sir, Solf J. Kimberly and 10 more prisoners were found hanged in their cells. It is impossible for anyone to enter the prison so we are currently looking into why all these people committed suicide. The assistant reported. Okay, you proceed as planned. Report to me if you find anything. He ordered. Once when he was alone again, he looked out of the window. So this was your gift? Now don't mind me if I do the same. Central City. Now that Hughes knew about the Führer being a traitor, he needed to tell some people about this. But, in a way that the people would feel it was them who found out about this. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, he deployed a plan. He just needed to make sure that Mustang knew about this as Mustang would then tell his team and also Lieutenant General Grumman. Grumman will also have some close allies who will follow him. He went to find Alexander who had just returned to the Central. Sir, I have prepared this plan. He gave Alexander a file. Alexander read it carefully. HOH, so you want to make Mustang see the homunculus himself. Well, how are you planning on doing this? Simple, we will reveal the information about where Mustang has kept Barry the Butcher and Slicer brothers secretly. I'm sure the homunculus will try to cut the loose ends. Hughes suggested. Good, also, send someone to tell Mustang that I want to meet him. I will feed some words to his mind so he realizes the plot fast and accurately. Alexander ordered him. Haha, I can't wait for all this to just end. I miss my cute little daughter. Hughes laughed while gloating. After a while, Mustang came to his office. General, you asked for me. Mustang entered. Yes, enter and take a seat. Alexander waved his hand. Coffee or tea? Alexander asked. Nothing, General. Mustang denied. He was acting too stiffly. He was still in the process of understanding who was an enemy and who was a friend. Haha, calm down, kid. No need to act so stiffly. Here, drink this tea. This is the finest tea you will find in the world. My friend grows it. Alexander boasted and gave him a cup of tea. Mustang sipping a little and immediately felt so fresh and light. It was as if he was standing naked in the middle of a grassland in spring. Is this some kind of a new drug? He thought. Haha, first-time drinkers usually have that face. No, this is not some drug but just amazing and fresh tea leaves. But I won't deny that drinking this will make you addicted to it. It's just so good. Alexander explained. He had now made Mustang at ease. May I know why I was summoned here, sir? Mustang inquired. Not summoned but invited. I heard you were good friends with Grumman. He is a good man. Too bad he was thrown away to the East City. Alexander got to the main point. What was the reason, if I may know? Mustang asked hesitantly. Well, all I can tell you is that he was proposed something by the higher UPS and he denied it. So, he was unofficially punished. Alexander revealed. Mustang gulped. Who could be higher than a lieutenant general? Only the men at Central Command and the Führer. What about you, sir? Did you accept that proposal? He asked further. His instincts were telling him to stop as whatever this proposal was, it wasn't anything good. Alexander chuckled. Haha, they wouldn't dare to propose anything to me. None of them have the guts to punish me. Well, anyway, did you know, the Führer recently went to the south. Dubleth to be precise. The Elric brothers were there too. I was there too as my wife had invited me. But guess what I saw? The Führer was personally butchering a gang of thugs. The most surprising thing was that the gang claimed they were ex-military but were experimented on by the military and turned into chimeras. Mustang's eyes widened. This implied that the military was cleaning the tracks and even the Führer was involved. Well, there are too many things happening in the country. Mostly they are bad. So many massacres in Ishval, Lur, and recently an uprising occurred in Krita. The military sent by the Central was about to kill everyone there too, like in Ishval and Lur, but I stopped them. It turned out, people were just protesting because they were not being given basic necessities like water and food. I had to forcefully take over the Krita region's command. Alexander revealed. Mustang wasn't able to completely understand why he was being told all this, but he still knew there was a hidden reason. Alexander then got up and looked at his watch. It's time for me to go out. You continue your work, Colonel. Mustang left his office with too many questions which he knew he must find answers to. But he also subconsciously started trusting Alexander a bit more. It seems I need to talk to Lieutenant General Grumman, he thought. After meeting Mustang, Alexander went to Fihame because Saitama wanted to talk to him about something. All this while, Saitama had been training and only training. He had also eaten a chakra fruit that gave him some psychokinetic abilities. However, he only uses those abilities to turn off lights from his bed or lazily get the T.V remote to himself. Alexander had just entered the castle when he heard a cute squeaky voice. Boz Boz. Alexander heard the familiar voice of Chappa the puppy. He was still asking questions to Hats. Alexander ignored them and went inside his castle. So, what do you want to talk about? Alexander asked. Old man, I want to go back on some adventures. I'm getting bored with training every day now. I don't even know if I am progressing or not. Saitama requested. Angela, who was passing by, stopped when she heard this. She looked at Alexander and then Saitama as if she was heartbroken. She had been trying hard to woo him all this time, and if Saitama were to go away then all her hard work would be for nothing. Are you sure? Alexander asked. He already knew about the situation. Saitama nodded. Yes, with Angela. I want to go with her. Angela's face shined as soon as she heard that. She turned towards Saitama, who had been giving her a cold shoulder for a while. But now, this was a surprising yet welcome occurrence. Unknown to Angela, Grandma Olivia had a talk with Saitama. It was nothing special but just some awkward talks about his future and him giving her some grandsons. Haha, absolutely. You two should go on a long trip. Angela, my child, go and pack your stuff. Alexander happily told her. Angela beamed with joy and ran to her room. She packed all her clothes and some dried seaweed as it was Saitama's favorite. Bow bow. Alexander looked down and saw Chappa near his feet wagging his tail. What is the matter, my new little potato? Woof. Ji-chan, you called me. Komei appeared. Haha, not you, Komei. I was talking about this kid. Alexander said and lifted Chappa into his arms. Komei looked at Chappa. Hello, I am your big brother, Komei. Woof. Kombaz, Chappa barked. It seems this was the way he spoke. Alexander also introduced himself, and I am your grandpa. Woof. G-Boz, Chappa spoke. Alexander's heart melted and he ruffled Chappa's head. My child, you are really unique. Welcome to Fihame, the world where all kinds of weirdos live. Woof. Chappa barked. Alexander chuckled and put a collar on Chappa's neck. It was not for leash, but it was a translator. It would convert his barks into meaningful words. G-Boz, where is my boss? Chappa asked. Oh, Hats went out with Ajax. You don't worry. Komei, come here. Alexander called. Komei quickly came near him. Yes, Ji-chan. Take Chappa with you and show him around. Treat him well, okay, he ordered. Komei saluted stiffly and said, yes Ji-chan. I will take care of the youngling. Chappa, come with me. We will eat lots of cake and ice cream n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh, Kombaz, what is ice cream? Chappa asked as he walked away with Komei. Alexander lovingly looked at them going away. I love home, there's always something happening here. Sigh, I guess I should start thinking about ending my adventure and retire. Grandpa, I'm ready. Angela returned with a big bag behind her. It looked comical as it was many times bigger than Angela. What's in the bags? Alexander asked. Oh, the small one had my clothes and the big one has dried seaweed. She replied with a blush. Alexander chuckled and handed her a necklace with special storage inside it. Here, wear it. You are very strong now, my beautiful granddaughter. I know not many can defeat you, but still, take care as I don't want to sleep on the couch if something happens to you. Use this necklace, it has an expansion space of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer where you can store stuff. He then went closer to her ear and whispered, let me tell you a secret. He also likes you, but he's just too dense to even realize his own feelings, or he's just shy and can't tell you in words. But, worry not, you have my blessings that on this trip, you will finally get closer and soon bless me back with lots of grandkids. Haha. Angela blushed and hugged him. Hee. Thank you, Grandpa. I will miss Komei. Alexander nodded. But he was thinking of something else in his mind. Can't say the same about Komei. That lad probably only cares about cakes and ice cream. Good, now, stand close, you two, Alexander told them. Saitama and Angela stepped 1 feet apart. Come on, Saitama, grab her waist. We don't want you two to get separated during the transit. Good, now, keep Angela safe, Saitama. Take care of yourself on your adventures. You know the drill and job description. All the best. Alexander said. He was actually bullshitting. There was no need to stand closer, but as a responsible grandpa, he needed to do this. Angela had a blush on her face as Saitama held her. Soon, a golden light fell on them and they disappeared from the spot. Sigh, it's back to work for me now. I seriously need a holiday. I guess I'll jinx myself. The next world is probably going to be a crazy sin-filled world with slavery and fighting. He talked to himself. From his understanding, whenever he predicted the next world, he always got the opposite. Central City. Alexander returned to the Central City and decided to gather some allies while Hughes completed his plan. His plan was simple, to make it so that some people in the military voluntarily decide to put a new Führer. This way, he wouldn't need to mind control anybody. Dobby, let's head to north. Let's see what's the deal with Drachma, and I heard Major Armstrong's sister is also stationed at the border there. Alexander spoke. Okay, boss. Let's go. Are we taking the train? He asked. No, we'll be taking the helicopter. Our latest invention for this world. Alexander ordered. Their new helicopter was actually a Chinook helicopter. They were taking a jeep along with them, and this would also show everyone how convenient these flying machines can be. He already knew that the military was exploring making such machines, but they were yet to be able to make a working model. It truly shocked Alexander that these people had successfully made steam engines and cars but still didn't have vehicles for air travel. If it was just the case with Ames Tries, then he'd understand, because there was father who probably found it profitable if the people of Ames Tries were isolated from the rest of the world. But, how can the whole world be so dense? Make sure you let the news secretly out that I will be leaving the Central. I'm sure it will give more confidence to Bradley and the other homunculus to do whatever they want here. But make sure we have our eyes on all activities. He added and got up to leave. While Alexander was on his way to Briggs Fort, something was happening in another universe. Saitama's Multiverse Adventures, Part 2. Boom. The golden light fell and two figures walked out of it. It was Saitama and Angela. Where are we? Angela asked. Saitama took out his watch to see the world's purity. I don't know. It is never easy to find out for us. All we can know is the purity of this world. Purity is 0%. Is this hell? Saitama wondered. What? 0%? This makes this much worse than that Berserk one. Wait, this is worse than all of the worlds we've been through, Angela exclaimed. But, when they looked around they only saw a grass field. Although it was night they were still able to see it clearly. There was just one hill which had a side entrance. People most likely lived there. There was also a small lake and a windmill. The sun is coming up. Saitama pointed to the horizon. However, suddenly the noise of a baby's chuckles started coming. They confusedly looked around and couldn't find the source. But, after searching for an hour, everything became clear. Somehow, the sun had the face of a baby. In fact, the baby was alive and was making the noise. How is this possible? Angela was shocked. Saitama loudly shouted to talk to the baby. Can you tell me if someone lives here? Hee haha. Awua. The sun chuckled. Sigh. I don't think he can talk. Well, anyway, let's see who lives under the hill. Saitama said and started to walk towards it. Door opens. Before Saitama reached the door, it opened and came out 4 10-feet tall people. In fact, they were probably not people as they seemed to look like stuffed humans in weird shapes. The biggest was the bluish-purple one. Then the green one, followed by the yellow one and then the red one. A/N, guess which world this is? Who are you all? Saitama asked. Nov, L, B /JNN. The blue one answered, welcome to Teletubbyland. We are Teletubbies. I am Tinky Winky, this is Dipsy, Lala, and Po. Radiation detector noise. Saitama noticed his watch making a loud noise all of a sudden. He looked at it to find out the problem. What he saw shocked him. The numbers and the clock arm were going crazy. Demonic presence, 100%. Saitama read. He lifted his face and looked at the Teletubbies. But, now they looked different. Not at all friendly but instead satanic. Angela, burn everything you see. This is a demonic realm. Saitama shouted. Filthy human, we will eat you, Dipsy shouted and ran towards Saitama. Serious punch, super low powered. Asterisk boom. Dipsy's body above the waist was blown to smithereens. There was nothing left except a gory mess. The remaining body that was still left standing now only had blood and some organs falling off. It was a bloody mess all over the grass. Behind Dipsy was also the home of Teletubbies. It was also completely destroyed by the monstrous power of Saitama. Boom. Another loud sound came. But this was neither Saitama nor Angela. It was the sun baby. It had also changed and looked demonic. It was now throwing yellow lasers from its mouth and eyes. But because it was also throwing laser from the eyes, it wasn't able to see. So, the lasers were not able to hit them, though they were surely destructive as it burned anything in its path. This world was really bonkers. Both Saitama and Angela thought. Angela chuckled loudly, then she nicely said, ha ha ha. Let's see whose fire is hotter and destructive. Saitama smirked from a distance. I know who is the hottest and most destructive already. But he didn't say that out loud as he was too shy when it came to stuff like this. This was like the time when he had decided to become stronger all over again. In fact, in his mind, confessing his feelings was even harder than those 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 chin UPS, and 10 kilometers run. Angela threw fire from her feet and flew towards the monster baby sun while evading the lasers. She was also shooting fire at the sun continuously. My fire is much hotter than yours. Take this. She mocked and started throwing blue fire at the baby sun. The sun's yellow lasers collided with Angela's blue fire. It created a beautiful yet destructive fire show. It was a tug of war and she was winning because she was stronger. In times, the sun got engulfed in blue flames. Its own red flames were getting suppressed. Screams of the monster baby sun started coming. It was in agony and screeched so loud that anything made of glass started to crack. Saitama felt annoyed by the loud sound and punched towards it. Explosive punch, medium power. Boom. The wave of air went towards the sun and hit it. The force behind the punch was so strong that the moment it struck him it obliterated it, killing it in an instant. The world again fell into darkness. But, the humanoid demons were still alive. It's your turn now, Angela said, focusing on the green and yellow ones. Her fire was illuminating the dark grassland as if she was a firefly in a dark night. Saitama noticed this and he really liked it. Since Angela had started living in Fihame, he rarely got to see this warrior side of her. But, this was also when she looked the most beautiful. Who are you? Tinky Winky loudly asked them. We are your bane, demons. Your existence is a liability for the world and hence, your extermination is the best answer I can give. Angela replied and attacked. Tinky Winky looked at his two remaining brothers. Brothers, let's merge and kill these humans. We were so close to gaining control over the minds of children on Earth. If we die now, our whole plan would go to waste. We are so close to eating millions of kids. The Teletubbies hugged each other and in a very disgusting way, they started combining into one. It was as if they were melting into each other but there were also organs appearing every once in a while. Saitama's face became ugly as he couldn't digest the scene. He again punched with a big amount of force. It was a real serious punch directly to their bodies. Serious punch. It was like thunder fell from the sky. A punch that was faster than the speed of sound by many times. The punch was thrown at the Teletubby's face first and then the sound came. Boom. By the time sound came, it was raining blood in various colors of blue, green, and yellow. There were no bodies remaining. Angela on the side saw the super strong side of Saitama and was head over heels in love once again. Saitama landed near her and grabbed her waist. Let's destroy this planet before leaving. It is entirely demonic. Saitama hopped into space and reached the moon. Their super strong bodies made them able to not need to breathe for a long duration of time. Saitama left Angela on the moon and himself jumped towards the planet with his fist out. Serious meteor attack. Like a red laser beam. Saitama, the badass, passed through the planet from the dead center. After that, it was instant destruction as the planet was dismantled into various blocks of burning rocks. He again went back to Angela and held her hand. We will be leaving soon. The purity is at 100% again. Our job is done. Haha, yes, job well done, Angela replied while peeking towards her hand in Saitama's hand. In her mind, she was thanking her luck that she came on this date. This was the best she could imagine a date to be. Fighting by the side of the person you love was amazing. After another minute, a golden light fell on them and they left for another adventure. North City. North City was a city in the northern region of Ames Tries and served as the state military command center for the area. As the general, Alexander outranked anybody in the northern region. So, he had no trouble finding a place to land his Chinook helicopter. They just found an empty park and landed there. The police were fast to come but the police were also under the military and hence they were under Alexander too. After landing he simply took out his jeep from inside the helicopter and left for the Briggs Fortress. It was a cold and snowy terrain but still, the car he had made worked perfectly. It even had a heater that was missing from cars of this era. Dobby, who is going to inherit the Armstrong family's inheritance? Alexander asked. It has not been decided yet, boss. From what I know, both Major General Olivier Myra Armstrong and Major Armstrong are contending for it. Dobby replied. Major Armstrong is too thick-skilled to really rule his family effectively. Let's see what this Major General Armstrong is like. I hope she's not the 8-foot-tall female version of Major. Alexander said while he, unfortunately, imagined a female version of Major Armstrong. After an hour of driving, they finally reached Briggs Fort, which was nothing more than a dam that was not situated on a river. Fort Briggs was an Amestrian military installation that lies on the border between the countries of Ames Tries and Drachma. Stretching across a narrow valley between the two countries, the fort protects Ames Tries where the mountains cannot. The soldiers of Fort Briggs were known to be the finest soldiers. It shared this reputation with the soldiers of the eastern region. But, while the eastern soldiers were known for their attack abilities, the Briggs soldiers were known for their defensive abilities. Beep beep. Dobby honked at the gates of the Fort Briggs. But, instead of the gate opening, they were greeted by guards appearing from under the snow and aiming guns at them. There were nearly 20 of these soldiers. Alexander and Dobby rolled down the windows and said hello, how are you, boys? Here, this is my identification. I am General Alexander Maxim Universe. All of the soldiers became stiff and saluted him. But then a man with a ponytail came and still checked the ID. Then he saluted him with respect. Welcome to Fort Briggs, General. I am Captain Buccaneer. The ponytail man said. It didn't matter if these soldiers were disdainful towards strangers and those of Central Command. The soldiers at Briggs Fort respected Alexander because they had heard his stories of conquering Creta and Origo. They had heard of the tales of his zero-death record. At ease, Captain. I was passing by and thought I might as well ask how you guys are doing. I handle the resource allocation department these days, you know. Alexander replied with a counter salute. Yes sir, please take the car in, Major General Armstrong will meet you there. He signaled towards the gates and it opened. Alexander in the car, looked at Dobby. It's pretty cold here according to normal human standards. I'm pretty sure this Major General Armstrong will be heavyweight and thick-skinned as that is the only way to save oneself from this cold. Let's see and meet her now. The car was parked in a workshop, and from there they were taken to a better-looking hall that was on the top floor. It was beside a big glass window from where they could see big mountains around Fort Briggs. It was a very beautiful scene. The two took seats and ordered some food. Bring us some roasted meat. Also, today, everyone in the fort will get to eat meat. My men will be coming soon with a big supply of necessities. Captain Buccaneer saluted and went out to see through his binoculars and signal his men to open gates for Alexander's men. But what he didn't know was that the supplies wouldn't be coming through trucks. Helicopter sound. Bam. Suddenly the door of the hall where Alexander and Dobby sat was opened. It was apparent that someone kicked it open. Alexander and Dobby chewed their food and looked towards the noise origin. They saw a beautiful woman entering and coming towards them. Alexander looked at Dobby with surprise. Is she the? Dobby just nodded. Soon the woman stood in front of Alexander and saluted. Welcome to the cold north, General. At ease, General Armstrong. Please take a seat, no need to be too ceremonial. Alexander waved his hand. Okay, she sat down on a chair but she didn't stop. She proceeded to put her feet on the table. Alexander started laughing at that. Wahaha. Olivia would have started doting over you by now. I like your confidence, child. It irked her to be called a child. But when she saw Alexander's snow-white hair, she just let it be because it was true that she was a child when compared to Alexander. Olivia, sir? She inquired. Haha, she's my wife. We have many grandkids. There is also one that has the same personality as you. Ah, I miss Hella. I guess I will visit her soon. Anyway, let's eat. He clapped his hand and a new set of plates appeared for the Major General. Olivier was intrigued by how Alexander made the plates appear without using a matrix. But she didn't try to ask about that for now. She also put some food on her plate and started eating. Suddenly Alexander exclaimed, Ah, how can I forget? We need some fine drinks too. Here it is. This is called fire whiskey. I think everyone here at Fort Briggs would love this drink. Ha, my soldiers here don't like things from the south very much. They are too light for them, she argued. Then why don't you try, Olivier? Alexander asked. She looked down at the glass just filled by Alexander. She first waited for Alexander to drink it and then she took a sip. Just one sip and her eyes widened. She felt so warm in her mouth. And as the liquid went down through her throat to her stomach, the feeling of warmth intensified. She felt like throwing her clothes away and getting naked. The taste too, was amazing. Spicy and hot was what they all liked in the north. This drink is indeed worthy of north. She praised. Haha, thank you, then. I am the sole brewer of this and many more drinks. Alexander replied. Olivier was taken aback. She wanted to become the next patriarch of the Armstrong family, so she already knew about most of the big business. But this was the first time she heard about Alexander's business. Olivier was a strong-headed, sharp-minded woman who knew how to read people. She was strong in the body too as she showed fits of anger at times. But all in all, she was a woman who would stand by you if she thought you were right and you placed your trust in her. However, when it came to dealing with people from higher up, she uses her beauty to get the answers. She knows that men lust over her and she knows how to utilize that aspect of her. But she is usually cold with most people and that earned her the name Ice Queen. Usually, she would feel others lust over her whenever they see her for the first time, but that was not the case right now. From what she felt from Alexander was just simply appreciation for her abilities, just like any elder would have for his junior. From Dobby, she felt nothing but calmness and focus. Her charms didn't work on these two. Interesting. I guess I must reevaluate these two. Boom. General, there is something in the sky. A flying car. Buccaneer yelled. Bam. Olivier smacked Buccaneer's head. Calm down, now explain. No need, Alexander got up. That is my new invention. It's a flying machine. My men are flying it. They brought supplies to Fort Briggs. Alexander explained. Oliver's eyes lit up when she heard that. She herself was a believer in the fact that technological advancement can make war easier and more efficient. Her own soldiers were ordered to produce tanks. A flying machine could change everything and she knew it. She threw Buccaneer to the side and went out herself to see it. They came at the top of the Fort Briggs. It was freezing there. But, still, in front of them was the majestic Chinook helicopter, landing slowly at the top. This is beautiful, she exclaimed loudly. For many, it was the first time hearing her appreciate something like this. Nearly never did she say something nice to the soldiers. The helicopter landed and the rear ramp opened slowly. Inside were supplies upon supplies. There were 11 tons of food, fire whiskey, and vodka. All the drinks were made by Alexander's company. Can this thing fire shells? Olivier asked Alexander. Sure it can. But I'm not planning to. I don't want this to crash in another country and then end up being reverse engineered. This will only be used to bring supplies to troops or even take troops from one place to another. Alexander said. Nonsense, we have an enemy on the other side of this fortress, General. We can end them with these kinds of flying machines. She insisted. Oh, you mean drachma? Well, I forgot to tell you, I am going to drachma to strike out a peace deal. Just like Krita and Erugo, Alexander revealed. But sir, this is not like Krita or Erugo. Drachma is very strong. She replied. The harder the challenge, the sweeter the victory. Just have some faith in me, child. Once I return, we will cheer with a glass of fire whiskey. I also have something very important to talk to you about. Alexander replied and moved closer to her ear. Someone from Central will most likely visit you after I'm gone. They will offer you something. Until then, take care. Alexander warned her and went back into the building to finish his meal. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Olivier stood there in the open, deep in thought, thinking about what plot is in motion. It seems the Central is up to no good. Alexander packed his bags and through a special lift, went to the other side of the fort. This was the most official way he could reach Drachma. Drachma was like Russia of this word. A cold country with a strong military. Drachma was known for its constant on-and-off struggle against Ames tries. Sometime in the early 1900s, both countries had signed a pact of non-aggression, which endured until the end of 1914 in a somewhat shaky state and with constant threats of being broken. Now, Alexander was on his way to adding another trophy under his belt. His propaganda seraphs were already at work and were spreading the news that Alexander had gone to Drachma to stop the conflict. If Alexander won this time, then he would have a reputation and fan following even bigger than the Führer. It was one step closer to becoming Führer for Alexander now. Meanwhile, as Alexander had warned, someone from Central came after he left. There were two people from the Central. Surprisingly, both of them were Lieutenant General. Their names were Lieutenant General Raven and Lieutenant General Fox. Olivier, as a person one rank lower, had to entertain these two. She was already feeling disgusted when she felt Lieutenant General Raven's eyes checking her body out. It was clear as day from the man's face what thoughts he had in his mind. She took the two to a private meeting room. But she ensured that everything was being digital video recorded by the amazing gadget Alexander had given her as a gift. She didn't say no to it after she found out its capabilities. Taking the benefit that no one knew about it in the world, she placed it in a corner of the room. To others, it was like a showpiece. What can I do for you two generals? She asked. Ah, this is a very fine whiskey, General Armstrong. Lieutenant General Raven put down his glass. General Raven was a rather manipulative and selfish person, seduced by the plan for immortality, but too foolish to realize that he himself was being deceived and manipulated by the homunculi. He believed in the survival of the fittest and the end's justification of the means. General Universe gave it to me before he left for Drachma. She answered. Ah, General Universe, what a brave and great man. He has done a great service to the nation. But I guess he has gotten too proud of himself. Drachma is no joke and the chances of his return are minimal. General Fox spoke disdainfully. Lieutenant General Fox was one of the most powerful men in the Amestrian state military and a high-profile member of Central Command. He was a straightforward kind of guy, but still, he was cunning. Only time will tell that. Now, will you tell me the reason for this visit? She asked. Calm down, Major General, we are not here for any inspection. We are just here to talk. Tell me, what are your thoughts on immortality, General? Raven asked. Olivier hid her inner surprise and calmly thought. She now started suspecting everything and decided to say what the two probably wanted to hear. It's a nice dream that everyone hopes was real. Who wouldn't want to stay young and strong forever? Olivier replied, whole secretly checking their expressions. From the looks of it, it seemed they wanted to hear exactly this. General Raven continued and asked. Ha ha ha. Yes, who wouldn't want to stay young? I'd give anything for immortality. What would you be willing to pay as a price for immortality? Anything. Everything can be earned back as long as I am immortal. But why are you asking me this? I don't suppose you came here just to talk about this. Immortality is just a dream, General Olivier asked back. Raven smiled creepily and put his hand on Oliver's. It disgusted her to no bounds. Of course, we didn't come here for that. But we have an offer that you will surely like. What if I told you that this won't be a dream for long anymore? Tell me, General, would you be interested in a legion of immortal soldiers? Never die or get old. You want to too, don't you? An intriguing question. I don't know what goes on in the Central, but if this is real, then, of course, I am interested. But, what will I have to do as I understand there is never a free meal? Olivier asked. Haha, it is not much. A person of your background can do anything. The promised day will be coming soon, General. You will also be invited to Central soon for a seat at the Central Command. But, before that, you have one task. If you do that, immortality will be in your grasp. General Fox spoke. And what task is it? Olivier inquired. She already had a feeling that she was not going to like this. It is simple, with all your men, it will be easy to accomplish. We need you to take care of the General Universe. That is if he comes back. He replied. In an instant, the faces of General Raven and Fox started looking evil. Gone was the political smile. So they are afraid of the General Universe. It seems he has already chosen which side he stands on. It's a bit reassuring that he's against these lunatics, Olivier thought. She acted a bit shocked and then returned to normal. She took a long breath and agreed, it is doable. Alexander was in Drachma. Unlike his previous work, This country was very different. It was big and powerful. In no way was it losing the war. In fact, Drachma was trying to take over Ames Tries. But, because of the strong alchemist forces of Ames Tries, Drachma didn't take any drastic steps. So, if he wanted to stop this country, he needed to take bigger steps than just talking to the ruler or the president of this country. He needed to fully take over the country by any means, only then can he dictate what happens here. Dobby, I want you to call 20 seraphs and tell them to take over as much land as they can. They are not allowed to kill though unless they are murderers and rapists. He ordered. Okay boss. Dobby vanished in Fahame. While Dobby did that, Alexander went to the capital of the country. He didn't act reserved, he just changed his dress and entered the palace. Drachma although didn't have a ruler, but even the so-called president was not someone less than a ruler. He had been in the position of president for the past 20 years. The man had full control over the political side of the country. There was also an opposition but that was only in name as he also controlled them through some secret means. He also dictated the laws of the country to whatever he wanted. In all of Alexander's experience, most of the leaders of the countries he had met were big sinners. Most of the time they were from category 3. This was because most of them had done something in their political career that had resulted in many people dying or they had committed some other corrupt act. So, Alexander looked into the sins of Drachma's president and he hit the jackpot. He was a category 4 sinner with 5 genocides under his belt and lots of other crimes such as child trafficking, human trafficking, and many more. Now I don't feel bad about taking over this country, Alexander thought. He barged into the president's office via magic. He was shocked to find that 90% of the stuff in the room was made of gold, leaving only the walls, paper, and clothes. Even his dustbin was made of gold. What is this? Federal gold reserves? Alexander questioned loudly. The president had his eyes closed and was relaxing on the chair. His eyes suddenly opened. Then, with a thud noise, a woman came out from under the table. Her hair was in a mess. Alexander could guess what she was doing and looking at how old the man looked, it must have been a nightmare. But, to Alexander's shock, another woman came out from under the table. Then a third one and then a fourth woman came out. Alexander's jaw was touching the floor. You only have one instrument. Why are there so many girls under the table? Are you giving birth to them? But, to Alexander's shock, another woman came out. Is there a door under your desk? Alexander asked. Who are you? Security, the president raged. Alexander made all the girls fall asleep and force choked the president while levitating him in the air. He at least weighed 110 kilos while just being 5 feet 5 inches tall. You really are as bad as the rumors say. But, no more. Thank you for lending me your skin. Alexander said. Who are you? The president asked. A friendly neighborhood grandpa. What did you think? I'm some kind of a spy? Haha. Alexander joked. He didn't put him in time torture but instead, put a curse. He would have to chop himself into tiny pieces and kill himself. Alexander made sure he wouldn't die unless he had chopped 75% of his own body. What followed was agony-filled screams. But no one out of the room could hear them. Alexander cast a silencing charm on him and also put headphones on him with a 2-second delay so he would hear his own screams. Alexander called out a T-800 droid. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Take the form of that man's face and read his memories. You will be taking his place but will run this country with better responsibility. Sign an eternal peace pact between Drachma and Ames Tries. He ordered. The same thing was happening all around Drachma. Governors of provinces, major political leaders, and high-ranking DCCP members were replaced by T-800 droids. They would act the same but better. Alexander had the whole country in his hands. He immediately called a general meeting where all small and big officials would come. There, the fake president will announce some new plans and he will also get the support of his opposition at the same time. This will stop anyone from going against his orders. With the peace deal in hand, Alexander left the country and returned to Briggs Fort's Drachma side. But when he reached there and signaled with fire, instead of the lift being sent for him, he was bombarded on by mortar shells. Alexander laughed. Dobby, it seems they are too scared of me now. They were dodging the shells like a walk in the park with minimal effort. Alexander soon started catching the shells and throwing them towards the mountain around them. Soon, a large avalanche started up. This, too, couldn't stop Alexander as he came out on the top of the snow. The exchange went on for an hour before stopping. Then, the lift came down to get him. Alexander was yet to know what side did Major Armstrong chose. When he came to the top, his helicopter was also there. I guess we're in the safe judging by the state of our helicopter. After entering the fort, Alexander saw Olivier walking towards them and giving them a salute. Welcome back, General. How was your trip? She asked. Haha, the trip was amazing, except for the little exercise at the end. Other than that, I have now signed an eternal peace pact with Drachma. The president and the political party have themselves assured that peace will be maintained. They will also demilitarize the borders, especially in this sector. Alexander explained. Oliver's eyes fully opened when she heard the news. If this was the case, then it meant that she wouldn't have to man the fort so overzealously. She will be able to focus more on her career then. From that little exercise back then, he certainly is extremely strong and now I know it's not just his body that is strong but his mind too. Any special happenings while I was gone? Alexander inquired. I'd rather show you, sir. She replied. Haha, okay, lead the way then. He chuckled. He followed her to the topmost prison cells. They were made in a way that the only way out of the building would be jumping hundreds of feet to the ground. These two dogs had lost their way while sniffing you around, Olivier said, pointing to a prison cell. Alexander looked and saw two people sitting on the floor. They were handcuffed and looked a bit scared. Haha, what do we have here? A raven and a fox. What is this? A circus. Alexander joked. You, General Armstrong, release us this instant, we will forget this ever happened. Do not choose his side, it will only lead to your death. We are so close to immortality, don't you want to stay young forever? Raven shouted. Huh, who would want to be immortal if you can still die with a bullet to the head? Olivier scoffed. Bam. Alexander slapped him with the back of his hand, knocking two teeth out. You can't even ensure your safety, how will you kill others? I heard everything, you wanted to kill me? Well, not if I kill you first. Alexander replied. No, wait, I can still be helpful to you. I know a plan of Führer to kill your grandson and subordinates. I can tell you the details if you let me go. Raven bargained. You will tell me anyway. Olivier, I recommend you leave because this wouldn't be comfortable to see. I am going to punish them with some unconventional means. Alexander advised her. But she didn't go away. Eventually, Alexander stopped convincing her and handed Dobby an iron rod. Put one end of the rod each into their USB ports. After each question, if they don't answer then send the current n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, boss, Dobby did as asked. The good thing was that they didn't have to get them unclothed. Now, tell me the right answer. What is the Führer trying to do and who is the hand behind the Führer? Alexander asked. Although he knew the answer, Olivier and other soldiers listening to it themselves would be more convinced by this. But they stayed quiet and won an electric shock. They groaned in pain as the current made them move and their muscles contract. Answer me? As expected, General Raven was a man who was scared of growing old and dying, so he was the first to open his mouth. General Fox tried to stop him by verbally shouting, but he was forced to calm down when Alexander punched his face. Don't kill me, just don't kill me. There is a man called Father who is behind everything. Since the inception of Ames tries, they have been at work. All the massacres that have ever happened in Amistry's history were because they wanted that to happen. We are currently in the process of creating a countrywide transmutation circle. Our work is 98% done. He explained. But why? General Armstrong asked. To make the Philosopher's Stone. That is the key to immortality, and to make them, you need human sacrifices. General Raven revealed. This shocked many except Alexander. You filthy maggots? Is this what has become of the Central Command? Fools wishing to become immortal? How low has Ames tries has fallen to? God save my dear country. Olivier shouted. Okay, good that you are honest. I already knew all this. I also know about the so-called homunculus that are working with you. But, leave all that, I can kill them as easily as lifting my hand. What I want to know is what is the purpose of the man called Father? He's been alive since the days of Xerxes, I know he did the same thing there that he's trying to do to Ames tries. He's already immortal, so why? Alexander asked. Raven and Fox's eyes widened when they realized Alexander was playing a game that was way ahead of their own. By coming here they delivered themselves straight into the jaws of the tiger. We do not know, we have been promised immortality for following their plan. You too have a chance for immortality, General. Imagine the things you can do, imagine never growing older. Fox answered finally. But he also tried to buy Alexander. Haha, and you really think he will give you immortality? A man who's been working on this plan for the past 200 years will share his fruits with you mortals who have been alive for so little? Haha, you are just a pawn for him, a pawn that can be replaced as quickly as changing a pet. Your dreams of immortality clouded your judgment, it seems. But, sins have been committed and punishment shall be given, no matter who. So, I recommend you to kill yourself by thrusting that pole into each other's body. Alexander told them. Any color left the faces of both Raven and Fox. Alexander also checked their sins. Raven, Category 4. Murder, 11,546. Indirect murder, 51,254. R*P, 5. Kidnapping, 45. Torture, 654. Sin percentage, 76%. Fox, Category 4. Murder, 12,564. Indirect murder, 53,589. Kidnapping, 54. Stealing female underwears to wear them, 45,879. Sin percentage, 77%. Alexander nearly choked on his saliva. Fox, you really have some weird fetishes. General Fox started sweating. Alexander didn't say more and put them under a genjutsu. In this, they would see the ground in front of their feet falling down into a bottomless cliff. It would slowly fall more and more. This will force the two to step back, and this would make the pole stuck in their bodies reach further in, eventually killing them painfully. Please don't kill me. I will be immortal soon. Please. Raven pleaded. But, even after 15 minutes, they weren't dead and it was looking too gruesome. They were crying and screaming. Alexander waved his hand and disintegrated them. Alexander looked at Olivier. So, what are you going to do now? Kill this father bastard. What else? She resolutely replied. Haha, I like your spirit. But, you still need to stay here for a while. I will go back to Central and kick Bradley out of his position first, Alexander advised her. Although Olivier also wanted to become the Führer someday, she acknowledged that this was not the time for her, and Alexander was better than anyone else right now as he was already way ahead in dealing with the schemers in the Central. She also needed to first become the next patriarch of the Armstrong family, as her dumb brother was still holding the first position in her father's mind. While Alexander walked out of the room, Dobby asked, what was his fetish, boss? He was a pervert, Dobby. A pervert through and through. 2020, real world. Right. I can do it. A certain gorilla sat in his seat and profusely typed on a keyboard. He was tasked by God to write this. Although he had not met the god, he saw everything in a dream, but he had a feeling that it was all real. Just one more chapter. God, I wish Grandpa would adopt me so I could sleep all I want and eat all I want. He procrastinated. However, suddenly a loud voice came from the sky. Even in his small room, clouds appeared around him somehow. Wake up, gorilla, you got a fellow brethren to save, the voice spoke. The gorilla was shocked as he looked around for the voice source. God. Yes, now, here you go. The voice said. Out of nowhere, a golden light fell on the gorilla and he was taken away by it. What is going on? Is this like what I wrote about Grandpa's travels? The gorilla questioned himself as he was being transported through the multiverse. The gorilla's name was Mr. Immortal. He was named this by the kind caretaker at the zoo. But then she died and he ran away from there. When he was hungry and scared in the stormy night, lightning from the sky struck him and he became this smart. After that, he acted like he was a man who just had overgrown hair on his body. That was how his small story started. Boom. Immortal was blinded by too much light as he felt the ground under his feet. It took him a few seconds to get used to the light as he was indoors when he was transported, and here he was out in the sunlight. Soon, he looked around in confusion. There was a city in ruins. Most likely some buildings fell due to some destructive event. Why am I even here? Beep beep. A text message tone sounded. He took out a phone from his pocket that looked like an old Nokia model. This is not my phone, he thought, and read the message. There is a big gorilla near you. His life is in danger. Save him and take him with you. For this task, you get 1% of the powers, my son. Alexander has the message read. Immortal looked at his hairy hands. I have magical powers now. He tried to jump in order to fly. Just one push and he was already higher than the tallest remaining buildings around there. Woohoo! He joyfully screamed. This was for the first time in months that Immortal was having to have so much fun. Then he decided to check other abilities. Let's materialize some bananas. He just had to will and soon a banana appeared in his hands. He honestly felt that this was the tastiest banana he had eaten in a long time. So, he couldn't stop and eat one more. Just one more, he said after eating 68 bananas. Finally, when he ate the last one, he felt full and burped. Okay, now that my stomach is not empty, let's see what I'm supposed to do here. While in the sky, he noticed a cloud of dust a distance away. From the rubble came out a giant-sized albino gorilla. I think I'm supposed to save him. Immortal thought and flew towards that direction. He was surprised by the fact that even 1% of Alexander's powers made him so much stronger. While he was on his way, he saw that the gorilla was also fighting some other giant beasts. The poor guy is injured. I must help him. He flew faster. Once over the head of a wolf monster, he punched straight down on it. Gory smosh. Immortal didn't know how strong his power was, so when he fell, he ended up not only smashing the head of the wolf monster but also dented the ground and made a small crater. But he was unharmed and came out of the rubble. There, the gooey substance of the remains of the wolf was. A few people that were around that place stopped moving and looked at him. Immortal turned towards the albino giant gorilla and talked in gorilla tongue. Hello there, my friend. I am Immortal. I came here to help you and take you home with me. You cannot live here with that size. People will never leave you alone. How did you kill that thing? Oh, I am George, by the way. George replied nicely. It seemed that only his size was bigger. Inside, he was a good gorilla. Haha, I am very strong, George. God gave me his blessings. Immortal told him. But, while Immortal was talking to George, a tall bald man came forward. He caught Immortal's attention. Hey, buddy, who are you? How did you do that? The man asked while also using his hands to use sign language. Immortal understood what was happening. The man had mistaken him for a normal gorilla. You can talk to me in English, Dwayne Johnson, Immortal replied. He knew he was in the movie called Rampage right now. The albino gorilla in front of him was rescued by a man from poachers who killed his mom. Immortal remembered his own life and what happened to his family when he imagined what happened to George's mother. His resolve to help George increased after that. The man was shocked that the gorilla could speak. Whoa, this is unbelievable. I'm Davis, not Dwayne. I'm Immortal. What's that? Immortal pointed towards a lizard-like monster coming towards them. Davis didn't know yet that Immortal was so strong, so his jaw dropped when he saw him flying to the lizard monster and punching it in the face, turning it into meat paste. Immortal returned to the previous conversation. Yes, I came here to take George with me so that he can live with me. You humans can't keep him safe. Also, your definition of safety is the same as locking us in small rooms in your zoos so you humans can make money. Last I knew, that was called slavery because we clearly don't get paid yet we are forced to be here so you can make money. Davis was left speechless, but he also agreed to all that. This was the first time he was hearing the inner thoughts of a gorilla, and it made sense. Where will you take him and what are you? He asked. I am a gorilla blessed by gods and I'll take him to my home, which I don't tell strangers where it is. But, you can rest assured, that he will stay there like my family. I will also teach him human speech. Immortal replied. Davis started using sign language with George to ask him himself. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you want to go with him? Davis asked. George took a moment to reply. He looked around at the people staring at him. I will go. Can't live here now. People hate me. People are stupid. Some of them even hate themselves. Immortal added and flew to George's injuries to heal them. Immortal is right. Humans are stupid. They will hate you just because you were here. Davis agreed, as he had seen this firsthand. When he tried to save George from poachers, he was also shot at by them. George made fun. Haha, then Davis stupid too. Yeah, I guess I am. Why else would I be your friend? Go now, go with him. Davis said. Immortal was soon done healing him. Well, let's go. After an emotional goodbye, again, a golden light fell from the sky and took him and George away with him. When Immortal opened his eyes, he found himself not in his apartment. He was somewhere in the compound of a giant mansion with a big garden. What is this place? He asked himself. Beep beep. He took out the same phone and read. Good job, kid. You can't keep your power except the invisibility and flying, so, here is a small gift. This whole mansion and the 200 acres of land is yours. Now, go and start writing again. This phone will self-destruct in 5 seconds. 5, 4. Immortal quickly threw away the phone. Then, it really exploded. With a tired sigh, he looked at his new home and felt a headache. How will I pay the property tax? Alexander was on his way back to Central. He was going back via train because he had gifted the Chinook to General Armstrong. Dobby, when we return, let's wrap things up quickly. We've waited long enough. With this new peace deal, I'm pretty sure no one can deny me if I become the Führer. Alexander said. Sure, boss. I just hope you don't cut your mustache in a funny way and get rejected by an art school. Dobby joked. Alexander laughed. Haha, I'm confident of passing every art school except the one Amy runs. She's a god when it comes to painting. Ah, I miss the days when she was small. My cute little Amy. Dobby, let's find a wife for you soon, Alexander said suddenly. Where did this topic come from? Dobby inquired. From my jealousy of seeing you so free and not being able to play with the kids of my best friend, Alexander replied. His reply actually made Dobby happy. The little house elf had traveled a long journey and being called best friend was always special to him. Sigh. Life is truly unpredictable. Where I was before meeting you, I used to only worry about cleaning houses and cooking. Now I'm worrying about handling the most powerful oldest baby in the Omniverse for Sister Olivia. Dobby japped. Oh really? I'm a baby now? I don't remember ever asking you for titty milk. I guess now is the time. Alexander started joking. At the same time, something was happening in the Central. Hughes had successfully spread the news about Alexander being gone and also spread the word that Barry the Butcher was being secretly kept. Thus, as expected, the homunculi attacked. But they didn't take any chances this time, as 4 of them were being sent on the mission. They were Envy, Lust, New Greed, and Wrath. Although Wrath was acting from hiding, all of them headed straight to them at the warehouse. But Hughes was sure to make it so that Mustang also realizes that something was going to happen so that he could prepare himself for it. Alright, everyone. We are soon going to be attacked by some very powerful people. We do not know who they are or how powerful they are, but we do know that they are very dangerous. Mustang tried to motivate his men. Suddenly a hand was raised from amongst the crowd. Mustang sighed in defeat. He had been getting annoyed by being a babysitter all this time. Yes, Ajax. Ajax spoke with pride. I know the people who will be attacking us. We met them in Dublith. They are called homunculi. They have a philosopher's stone in their body that makes them powerful, immortal, and also gives them extreme regenerative powers. Everyone turned towards Edward and Alphonse. Is he speaking the truth? Mustang asked. The 2 brothers meekly replied. Yes, he is speaking the truth. But, for some reason, Führer King Bradley also came there. It took him many tries to kill him by heavily hurting him, for example, beheading him. So he has the power to kill them easily and yet did not catch him alive, Mustang muttered. Well, thanks for the information, but it doesn't change anything. He replied. Can I cut people today? Barry asked. Yes, that is if you can, Mustang said and put on his gloves. Get ready. With that, everyone took positions. Currently, only Mustang's team and Major Armstrong were there. Armstrong wouldn't have come if his sister had not told him everything that happened at Briggs Fort. Boom. With an explosion, the entrance was blasted open and 4 figures entered the building. They were very fast, and everyone could see red lightning around the 4 figures. Ha ha ha, I can smell fear. This is going to be interesting. Envy laughed while running towards 2nd Lieutenant Hymans Breda. I ain't afraid of you, whatever you are, he replied and started shooting. Envy easily dodged the bullets and reached him, but out of nowhere, a sticky bomb was thrown at Envy's face. They had come prepared. Boom. It was preset to explode in 2 seconds. It was not enough time for Envy to realize what it was and throw it away. Once the dust settled, everyone saw the horror. Envy was missing a head, but it was already regenerating. Don't let it regenerate, Riza shouted. Quickly, Second Lieutenant Hyman's Breda again threw sticky bombs at Envy. He repeated it again and again. Meanwhile, others made sure that no one could help Envy. Lust had gone towards a guy she knew very well. Hello there, we meet again. Second Lieutenant Jean Havoc, who had been honey-trapped by her, was head over heels for her not too long ago. It took him a second to realize everything, and that was fatal, as by the time he could even take out the sticky bomb, Lust already had claws into his stomach. Foolish humans, so easy to fool, so easy to kill, she gracefully said. But, Arky threw a mouthful of blood. Havoc. Mustang shouted and ran towards him. But, Lust already knew that Mustang was the most dangerous guy there. So, she quickly transmuted lots of water around them. Then she dashed towards him and grabbed him by his neck. Riza was not far away and dashed to save Mustang. But, she was stopped by Greed, who looked like some guy from Seeing. Stop there, Missy, let's watch the show first. Greed flirted with her. Bang bang. Riza shot him many times but nothing happened. Major Armstrong was also fighting Greed, and he was shocked how a thin man was able to take his direct punches, while Lust held Mustang by his neck. I guess this is destiny, just like your best friend, you will also die by our hands. You killed Hughes? Mustang asked. He was angered in a second. But, he made a mistake. Edward and Alphonse, who were fighting Wrath, masked currently, stopped for a mini-second when they heard this. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes is. Alphonse muttered. Clank. Wrath cut Edward's non-metal legs. He fell to the ground. Ajax quickly slapped Alphonse. Get out of it, fool. Look around you. Alphonse was too shaken by the news. Ajax had no other option. Although he had promised Sister Riza that he'd stay away, he had to do something or everyone there would end up dying. He went forward to fight Wrath. He had learned many moves from Hats by now. Tiger Punch, Ajax shouted. This move was a martial arts punch in which you punch the opponent's neck with your claw and rip his neck apart. With Ajax's strength, this was a deadly move. But, Wrath was faster. He was able to dodge the attack, but not by too much. Ajax still got a hold on to his face. It was not as deadly as before, but he was still able to shred Wrath's cheeks and take off his mask. See? I told you this is the Führer. Ajax shouted. Bradley healed his face and looked at everyone coldly. You all had a chance to live before, but now that you have seen my face, you all must die. Kill them. His orders were accepted, and it seemed that the homunculi were hiding their true strength as Envy suddenly started moving even without the head. It caught the next sticky bomb and threw it back at Breda, who was able to barely escape but was still heavily injured. Mustang was still caught by the neck. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. You Mustang gritted his teeth and lifted his arm to transmute. But Lust cut his arm down. There, I made you just like the Full Metal, she mocked. Colonel. Riza shouted and ran towards him, only to be grabbed by Greed from behind. Stop in the name of muscles. Major Armstrong came to support and destroyed Greed's head. But Greed was still moving. He broke Riza's legs and then focused only on Mustang. Ah, what a nuisance. By now, everyone had horror in their eyes. They were not going to make it out alive. Al, run away, Edward shouted and transmuted a wall between him and Wrath to give him a chance. Not without you, Edward. Alphonse didn't leave and looked even more resolved. Ajax, meanwhile, directly fought Wrath toe-to-toe. Ajax's punches were breaking Wrath's sword, which he would repair every time. Envy and Lust, give me a hand, will you? Father wants this Ajax alive. He will be a fine specimen. Bradley coldly said. Boom. Out of nowhere, a small knife flew by and struck Envy on the head. Then, a loud electric explosion happened. No one was able to see where it came from. Boom. Another one came and blasted Lust. It spoiled her cosmetics that she had applied to hide the cross scar gifted to her by Ajax and Alexander. Then the knives stopped and music started to come. They were on the high alert then. They knew that whoever this man was must be either strong or foolish to give away his position with music. Bam. The door opened and the lyrics of the song started. Outside the warehouse. Okay Dobby, to make my entrance grand, play some music. I need to look badass. You got that? Alexander ordered. Dobby took out his boombox and put it on his shoulder. They then started walking in. Soon, the tunes started playing. Alexander didn't recognize the song and it felt too childish. But he put faith in Dobby's choice for now, as he had not messed this up in a while now. Music. But, the moment Alexander stepped inside, the lyrics started and it made him stop in his way and look at Dobby with saddened and frustrated eyes. His eyes only conveyed one message. Why? Baby shark, do. Baby shark, do. Alexander looked at Dobby and asked, why Dobby? Why are you after my reputation? No, boss. I'm not after your reputation. This was an honest mistake. I think little Thea was listening to these songs and I forgot to change the music folder. So, it continued from where I left. Dobby justified what had just happened. Ah, you're just using Thea's name to save yourself. You did it knowingly, right? Alexander didn't get convinced. No boss, I was telling the truth. Dobby insisted with a serious face. You said the same thing the last time you played the Johnny. You know what, I recommend you buy another music player for Thea. Alexander advised him. Okay boss, but really, this was an honest mistake. Dobby defended himself. Sigh. Well, if it was for our little Thea, then Baby Shark it is. Hit it up, Alexander said and went forward. Dobby pressed play and the song continued. Baby shark, do, 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 do. Baby shark. Mommy shark, do, do. Alexander looked at Edward's bloodied body and his amputated leg. He was lying on the floor with a pained expression. Such savages, hurting a child like this. Alexander angrily said. He waved his hand and Edward's leg got reattached. He then looked at Mustang, who was missing an arm. What's with all of you crippling people? He healed him too. Not just him but others too, no matter what injury they had. Riza got her dislocated arm healed. Major Armstrong got his injured head healed. General, Riza Hawkeye stood behind Alexander. Calm down, kid. Go and help your boyfriend first. I'll handle these. Alexander cracked his knuckles. Boss, I think that's kind of an overkill, Dobby interjected. Alexander nodded. It is, but to teach lessons to these overconfident fools, overkill is much needed. He turned towards Lust. I thought you'd never show me your face again after I gave you that scar. Well, doesn't matter. I will be releasing the souls trapped in the Philosopher's Stone stuck inside you. Lust smirked. Look around you. Do you really think you can kill 4 godly beings like us? Alexander chuckled. I've fought and won worse odds than this, so, yes, I can defeat you all. If that's the case, let's finish this quickly. I have a country to run. Wrath interjected. Oh, you won't have that after this, Alexander said with a smile. All 4 homunculi felt ominous. Whistle. Alexander loudly whistled as if signaling someone. Then the footsteps sounded and the man coming in from the door was Brigadier General Moss Hughes. In his military uniform. He had the same big smile on his face and the old glasses. His face showed a big smile and excitement. How are you, everyone? Did anyone miss me? Hughes waved his hand. Everyone, including the homunculi, especially Envy, were shocked. Envy had shot Hughes herself while looking like his wife. She remembered checking his pulse too. Hughes. Mustang voiced in disbelief. Haha, hello there, Mustang. It's certainly not raining today, Hughes said, pulling his leg by referencing to the funeral. Mustang realized that everything he said that day was heard by Hughes. You aren't going to let me off on this, are you? How did you survive anyway? I saw your body with my own eyes. You were certainly dead. Mustang asked. Your eyes can deceive you sometimes, my friend. But it is true that I was indeed dead. But then General saved me. The last thing I remembered was falling in the phone booth and the next thing, I was in heaven. I can't tell you more. Hughes revealed. Impossible, I checked your body after killing you. You were really dead. There is no way someone can be resurrected so casually, unless he also has a Philosopher's Stone. Envy spoke and pointed towards Alexander. Everyone turned their heads towards Alexander. He just denied, no, I have no Philosopher's Stone like them. Everything I do is from my personal power. What is alchemy? It's just manipulation of energy. Once you have a microscopic control over these energies, anything can be done. Even reattaching an arm or resurrecting a dead man. Alexander explained. Are you telling me that you have attained this level of alchemical knowledge? Impossible, not even Father can resurrect a dead man without using the power of a Philosopher's Stone. Wrath strongly refuted. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I won't call it alchemy anymore. It's more like energy control. I do not do any equal exchange or anything like that. What I do is energy rearrangement. Well, anyway, all this doesn't matter as all 4 of you will not see tomorrow's Sunday, Alexander announced. Seeing that Alexander was going to fight them, all 4 of them decided to attack together. They ran towards him from all 4 sides. They knew that fighting one-on-one was foolish. Alexander raised his hand to stop anyone else from interfering. No one will interfere. Just watch the show. Envy jumped at him while looking like Ajax. But, instead of getting flustered like most other normal humans, Alexander didn't even blink and grabbed Envy by the neck. You thought you can fool me? If I can't even recognize my grandson then it'd be too shameful. Thank you for falling into my hand. You are Envy, right? Does this mean you crave for things that other people possess? Let me show you something. Alexander started to show all his belongings and the span of his powers to Envy. It was everything Envy desired. Money, people who look up to you and the most important, absolute power. Envy even saw that Alexander was so much loved by so many people. This was something she did not have and could not even imagine having. When Envy saw that Alexander couldn't be killed by them and that he was basically a god walking on earth, everything in her mind snapped. Like a piece of glass, it shattered. Her envy was killing her from inside while seeing things she could never have. Soon, Envy's body started to die. Envy's own envy killed itself. It was justice served. While dying, Envy first turned into a huge ugly monster and then slowly started getting smaller. Before dying by disintegrating, it looked at its siblings, run. All of the remaining homunculi looked at all that with real horror. This was the first time they were seeing one of theirs dying so easily. All of you are incomplete beings. You all are all embodiments of the 7 deadly sins of your father, right? That is exactly what makes you an incomplete being. For a person to be complete, having all 7 deadly sins is very important. Right now, even your father is incomplete and that is also your biggest weakness, Alexander said. He then looked at Bradley. Envy died because she felt nothing other than envy. Lust had gone crazy after getting her face scarred and greed was just rebellious, I guess. But, I must say, you are the closest to being a complete being. Because you were a human, you have all emotions, but still, wrath takes over. Alexander then turned towards Lust. You really are a waste of beauty. Tell me something, do you even have a free will or are you all just puppets of your so-called father? Alexander also read her sins. Lust, Category 4. Murder, 945,689. Indirect murder, 1,564,879. Honey trapping, 45,897. Infanticide, 500. Kidnapping, 12,655. Acid attacking pretty women, 6,456. Sin percentage, 89.23%. We are our own people. No one can decide our life. Lust replied. She refused to believe that she was an incomplete being even after Alexander's explanation. Yet here you are, standing in the face of death, just because your father asked. You could have done so many things with your life. With all that power, you could have lived a happy life without being ordered by anyone. But it seems you didn't have an Uncle Ben to tell you, with great power comes great responsibility. You could have done things so differently. It's really sad, but I guess your father made you to be his servants in the first place. Alexander muttered. Shut up. Not one more word about father. He is absolute in this world. He created us, he is the perfect being. She frantically defended her father. Yet here I am. Don't worry, he will meet you in hell soon. I'm sure Deadpool there will treat you gender equally. Alexander said. Mustang, do the honors, Alexander ordered, making the water around them disappear like it was never there. Mustang smirked and snapped his fingers, creating a big amount of fire, and started burning Lust. She screamed loudly and with that, the intensity of fire increased. She was dying slowly. After a certain amount of damage, even her philosopher's stone will not be able to heal her. Wrath wanted to save her but Alexander had stopped him from doing anything. Greed, on the other hand, was trying to escape after seeing Alexander so easily handle them. Meow Hat stopped him with a paw slap. Nobody will be leaving today, you all. Bradley, I presume you are the only human turned homunculi among these. But, your weakness is your power and fame. Everything that happened today here was recorded by Hughes. Alexander revealed. Hughes quickly smiled. Yup, I did record everything. We just need to show it to the whole country now and Bradley's real face will be out. Alexander looked back at Wrath. So, what's it going to be? What do you want? Bradley asked him. Alexander took out a document out of his pocket. This is a voluntary retirement form for you. Sign it. After signing this one, it states that I will be appointed the next Führer. I see no sense in your request. What is in it for us? Bradley asked. I see, well, do it and I will let you go this time. Alexander offered. Everyone looked at him in shock and Mustang was angered. What are you doing, General? We can kill them right now. We won't get another chance like this again. Mustang shouted. Yes, why are we letting him go? He betrayed so many people and should be punished. Major Armstrong added. Alexander raised his hand and signaled them to calm down. My decision is final. By doing this, we can save the country. Bradley looked around first. Lust was already dead after being burned. Only Greed was left alive now. We can win if we are alive. With this, he took the papers and signed them. Here, I kept my end of the deal, now yours. Alexander let Wrath go. Then, he turned towards Hats and nodded. Hats also let Greed go. But just when Greed thought he was free, Hats grabbed Greed's hair and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone from inside the body. Then, he destroyed it with his chaotic powers. As soon as that happened, a lot of souls screamed and flew to the sky. A demonic ghost-like figure also cried in pain but it disappeared soon after. Alexander turned towards Wrath, who was also looking at him. What? I said I would let you go this time, not him. Alexander replied. Suddenly, Bradley's eyes widened when he realized something. He quickly dashed towards the exit, but found Alexander standing in front of him. Haha, yes, you thought right. I told you I'd let you go that time. Now is the second time. But, worry not, I still have a use for you. Alexander said with a smile. Then, he took out vibranium hand and leg cuffs and put them on him. Then he took out a blindfold and put it on his eyes. Meow, use this to strap his mouth. I always knew this would be helpful someday. Hats came to him. Alexander took the thing in his hand and looked at Hats with suspicion. Do you even know what this thing is? Hats nodded. Of course, it is a toy for little Thea. I took it from Leonidas and Natasha's room. Alexander shook his head and didn't correct him. What kind of sex life do they have now? They are even using a ball gag. Alexander could not bring himself to put the ball gag on Bradley's face as it was too demeaning. He just cast a silencing charm on Bradley. Everyone was satisfied with this outcome. For a second they all had thought that Alexander would let Bradley go. What will we do now, General? I mean, Führer. Mustang asked. Haha, now, we will clean the dirt in the Central Command. I also have a big announcement to make. Alexander revealed and took Bradley with him. He didn't let anyone other than themselves see him. Bradley will soon be making a public announcement and revealing everything bad he has done in his life. He would also be apologizing to many people. Hell, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Deadpool was again on the entry booth duty. For today, he had asked Darth Talon to come with him for a chat. Though it was more of a date for Deadpool than a chat as he was really attracted to this alien villainous body. So, Darth Talon, does you Leku also move? For example, let's say you want some fun and there's no guy around. Can they do it? Deadpool asked excitedly. She rolled her eyes but still answered as she was a prisoner here and Deadpool was a staff member. Yes, they can move and satisfy me. She answered in frustration. Haha, then, can you? Deadpool acted shy. Talon looked at him with suspicion. What is it? She asked. Can you give me your Leku? Maybe then, he will like me. Deadpool asked. It shocked Talon. How could she let someone cut her and take her Leku away? Ting ting. The bell sounded. Deadpool looked at the people. Ah, we have customers. Well, let's see. Envy, died of envy, lol. Well, you are category 4. Lust, died of getting burned and greed, died by having his body taken away. Cool, all of you are category 4. Assistant Boobless. Come here. He shouted. Soon, the new assistant of Deadpool came. He was promoted so it was normal for him to have an assistant. The assistant's name was Boobless. He really had no nipples but his chest was so big that under the clothes, his chest looked like boobs. Take them and get them washed up in the boiling oil bath, Deadpool ordered and got back to annoying Darth Talon. So, can you give them to me? Alexander's office building. Iroh was the general man in charge when Alexander and Dobby were not there and this happened a lot. He had full authority over everyone in the building. He had changed a lot of things in the office and was loving his job. Every week, he would call a big meeting with all his staff. They would do yoga together and he would talk about life, and also hear about everyone's problems and give some advice. General, my wife always acts angry nowadays for some reason. Can you tell me why and how do I make her happy? A soldier asked him. His colleagues laughed but Iroh didn't and that made them shut up. Ah, women are hard to understand my friend, especially those that are in love. Tell me, when was the last time you took her out for a nice dinner or spent time with her at home? When was the last time you cooked for her? Iroh asked. The soldier couldn't reply as he didn't really remember when was the last time he did any of this for his wife. I don't remember, General. Besides, I'm so busy all the time that I sometimes can't even go home to sleep, let alone cook for her, he said. Iroh stroked his beard and said, humans and animals may be different entirely, but one thing is the same in all, that is the thirst for love and attention. I'm giving you a 1-week leave, spend the time with her. Iroh offered. Soon, another guy stood up. General, I am not able to sleep at night and feel sleepy in the day. Oh, you have insomnia, my friend. Here, take this bag of tea and drink it before sleeping every day. Also, it is advisable to do physical exercise to tire yourself to sleep. Iroh advised. General, is smoking a joint bad? Another question came. This one came from an anonymous voice. I believe that anything done in a limit is okay, but there are things that cannot be controlled if taken. However, a joint is not one of them. Taking it every once in a while in a few days is okay. It will refresh your mind, he said. Soon, another man stood up. Iroh knew who this was. It was Hughes in his disguise. General, I really love my daughter and wife but I have not seen them in days. What should I gift them? He asked. Everyone around them murmured. How can the general know what would make his daughter and wife happy? I'm sure that anything you bring for them will be loved by them if they love you, especially if you are meeting them after so many days. But do take some chocolates for your little daughter, Iroh advised him. Hughes overzealously wrote everything in his pocket notebook. Let's stop talking about this and do yoga. He got up and started exercising. Alexander went straight to the central headquarters. Meanwhile, Mustang went on to notify Grumman about everything. Mustang called Grumman on a direct secret line. Initially, he did not know the phone number but he found it hidden inside the chessboard gifted to him by General Grumman while he was getting transferred. Hello, General. The ship has sunk. General Universe will most likely be the new captain, Mustang said in a coded message. It was easy to understand but no one could blame him later for anything for using such words as they could mean anything. Grumman understood the meaning behind his words. So he laughed loudly. Haha, finally. Good job, Mustang. Follow him closely and learn from him. I knew he was going to do something big, he just had that air surrounding him. Tell General that he has support from the east. Mustang hung up after hearing that. So even he trusts the general. Well, I guess I will have to work harder to become the Führer someday. Let's aim for the next spot. In the Armstrong estate, Major Armstrong called his sister to inform her. You useless musclehead, how could you get injured fighting just one guy, and General took down all of them? You had the chance to show your worth to him so that he could promote you later. Anyway, tell him that he has North's support. She scolded him and hung up. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Like this, Alexander already had the support from 2 regions of Ames tries. But, it was impossible to get the same from South and West. Even though Alexander had stopped the wars, only the normal soldiers liked him and not the ruling ranks. The ruling ranks were still under the command of Führer King Bradley and they were only loyal to him. Also, they were jealous of Alexander's rise to outrank them. Alexander didn't really try to do anything to change such things. He knew that soon, all of these people would fall in line and if they still tried to act unruly then they would be thrown out of the Ames Tries military. He went directly into the Führer's office with Bradley still in his grasp. There, Alexander calmly read every corrupt record on Bradley. His extermination order of the Ishvalans was also there, along with many more such orders. These orders were meant only for the members of the Central Command. He also read about many crimes committed by the members of the Central Command. All of them lived their lives like kings and broke any rule of the society they liked. You really went to any length to complete your father's plan. But guess what? It all comes falling down now, Alexander said and injected something into his neck. That will be helpful for the next press conference. So many answers will be given to the people, Alexander said with not many expressions. What are you planning? I will not speak anything for you, Bradley told him. It doesn't matter. You will have the VIP seat for the upcoming event, that's for sure. Alexander mockingly replied and readied himself. Soon, Alexander again grabbed Bradley by the neck and took him onto the stairs of the central headquarters. A small podium was set there. Scar had been on the run for the past few months. It had been a long and harsh journey, but, thankfully he had company from a girl from Seeing. As she had saved his life, he had decided to accompany her to the Central on her request. Why do you even want to go there? He asked. Oh, I must go there. My prince lives there, whom I must meet. I also need to know how to become immortal, Mei Cheng said. Ha, another nut job, chasing immortality. Suit yourself. Scar huffed. He also had a plan for himself in Central. He was going to go after the Führer directly this time. Because, if the alchemists of the Ames Tries were the ones who killed the Ishvalans, then the Führer was the one who was pulling the strings of all those alchemists. There was another person who was headed to the Central. He was immortal and had lived his life in self-loathing and regret. But he knew he needed to stop the plot happening in the Central to save his loved ones. Van Hohenheim was a deceptively ancient and extremely powerful alchemist as well as the estranged father of Edward and Alphonse Elric. Van Hohenheim was also known as Slave Number 23 and was a citizen of Xerxes and a regular human being who was employed by King Xerxes' alchemist. This alchemist was an experimenter and managed to create a being, the dwarf in the flask, as a result of alchemy while using Hohenheim's blood. Unknowingly, this created a bond between the dwarf and Hohenheim. The dwarf gave the slave a name, Van Hohenheim, before allying with him in order to turn the citizens of Xerxes into a philosopher's stone without Hohenheim's knowledge. Once this was successful, Hohenheim, as a human, had over 500,000 souls within his blood, giving him great power and a body that never ages. After that, in despair, he aimlessly went east and reached the country of Seeing. When Hohenheim's alchemic knowledge was combined with the rudimentary form of alchemy being studied in Seeing, alchemy was born. The Xingese people called him the Sage of the West. Eventually, Hohenheim left Seeing and spent centuries abroad accumulating knowledge regarding the world's different customs and practices. He also continued his communication with the thousands of souls trapped within him, 536,329, until he learned all their names and heard all their pleas. Once all of them had been heard, they finally calmed down, giving Hohenheim some peace of mind, and he continued his endless journey throughout the country but continued speaking to the souls within him to keep them calm. He later arrived in the growing country of Ames Tries and settled for a time in a small East area town known as Resembol. Due to his devotion to alchemy and his own internal conflicts, people around him seemed to have an impression that he was cold, but instead, he was an unexpectedly soft-hearted, kindly individual who was quick to give compliments but loath to accept them. Even after so many years, he still loathed himself because he thought of himself as a monster because he became a human philosopher's stone. He was resolved to find a way to end his immortality and grow old and die together with his beloved Trisha, but also feared failure and watching his family die. Unfortunately, while perusing countless alchemical texts in order to find a way to reverse the effect of what the homunculus had done to him, Van made a shocking discovery, that the very nation of Ames Tries was built and designed from scratch as to be a much larger and more devastating repeat of the tragedy that had befallen Xerxes, a gigantic transmutation circle for the purpose of turning all of the country's inhabitants into a new philosopher's stone. So, to protect his loved ones, he decided to stop it. After explaining to Trisha that he was leaving and promising that they would die together, Van Hohenheim departed from the house and Resembol in 1904. But, sadly, that day never came as Trisha died much earlier than him. The regret and self-loathing in his heart increased for himself as he knew that if he was there he could have saved her, and what was worse, that his two sons were left alone after that. He stood by the grave of his wife again before heading to the Central. Trisha, forgive me. I couldn't keep my promise to you. I wish that heavens exists so I can meet you there, but I also know that I'm not a good man. I would never receive heaven after my death. But I promise you, I will protect Ed and Al, even if it costs my life. With that promise, he left for the Central. It was not just him, all the major businessmen, government, and military officials, general in charge of Erugo and Krita, and also the president of Drachma were headed to the Central City. It was obvious that something was going to be announced that day. Something that would probably shake many people. Edward, Alphonse, Hats, and Ajax were also in Central, and they were just chilling at the Mustang's office. Meow, give me some milk. Hats demanded. Mustang's eyes twitched. Get out of my office, this is not a circus. Ajax quickly defended Hats. Come on, Colonel. How can you be so heartless? He's just a cat. No, he's not just a cat. Cats don't speak, and they certainly can't fight a homunculi and kill it with bare hands. Mustang barked. Hats huffed. Huh, if you stay being this grumpy, you will never find a girl to mate with. How will you further your bloodline? I recommend you change your attitude, young man. Who are you calling a young man? I am older than you? Mustang argued. Mwahaha, no one in this room is older than me. Hats laughed. Oh really? Then how old are you? Edward asked in ridicule. I am about 1,223,456 million years old. Hats honestly replied. Hearing that, everyone except Ajax laughed loudly. Do you even know how many zeros are in a million? Mustang ridiculed him. Huh, stupid humans. Hats scoffed and went to sleep. Colonel, we must find this father guy, who knows when he will activate that circle? Edward asked, changing to the mood of the room back to seriousness. I know, Edward. I have sent people in search of him all around the country. He must be inside Aimstries somewhere. Mustang assured him. Ajax quickly interjected, hey, why don't you guys try to look under the central city? I mean, I've read in comics that many times the big bad guy has a secret lair under the place where nobody expects them to be. Mustang's eyes stayed open for a while as he looked at Edward for a second. Straight face. Damn it. Mustang got up and stormed out of the room and called his bodyguard, Riza Hawkeye. Meanwhile, a huge crowd had gathered below the stairs of the Central Command building. A big platform was set there and Alexander had invited Lieutenant General Grumman, newly promoted Lieutenant General Armstrong, Lieutenant General Iro, Lieutenant General Dobby and Lieutenant General Leonidas. All of these were the closest allies of him and he knew that they would not turn bad. The crowd of people had gathered there to listen to him. Many who knew about the man in the long coat and weird hat were shocked. They didn't know why the president of Drachma was here. Führer King Bradley also had a seat for himself. He looked calm from outside but he wasn't able to move his body at all and not open his mouth on his own. It was as if a ghost had taken control over his body. He couldn't imagine it being alchemy as he had not seen such ability before. Too bad for him, it was magic. Alexander went to the podium and started speaking. My beloved people of Aimstries, I have a big good announcement to make but also bad news. He started. Alexander continued his speech. Recently I went to Drachma. It was not an official trip as I went on my own. I wanted to ease the load on the shoulders of our northern soldiers. So, I talked with the president of Drachma. Here, I have the peace deal in my hand. Alexander showed everyone a paper in his hand. Most of the people had already heard the gossip about this happening. There were also giant projectors with screens set up for people to see everything going on the stage. This was also going to start the age of information. It's not just the president who signed this deal, but their government party as well. So, now I can officially say, Aimstries has no enemies anymore. There is no war now. I have brought permanent peace. Alexander announced with a raised fist. With that, the crowd ushered in cheers. People often get excited about such talks about peace. Alexander then continued, but with a grim expression. But, when I returned here, I found something saddening. There was corruption in the central command of our country. So much corruption that many wars and conflicts arose due to them. I will let King Bradley explain everything as he was at the center of all this. Bradley's face was normal and there were no expressions. But internally, he was trying to fight this foreign control over his body. He went to the podium and stood behind the mic. Then, without his permission, his mouth started to speak. I am ashamed to be telling you all this but this is indeed the truth. Corruption had taken place in the Central Command. A man that goes by the name Father was controlling me and my men. Father had created 7 homunculus, out of which, 4 are already dead, killed by the hands of General Universe. Father wanted to use these homunculus to create a countrywide transmutation circle and sacrifice all the people, just like he did with Xerxes more than 400 years ago. I am one of the homunculus as well. As he announced that, he took off his eye patch. Why am I saying all this? Bradley internally questioned himself. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The camera zoomed onto Bradley's eye and the projectors showed it to the people. Widespread panic ensued in the minds of everyone present there. But what Bradley then said, calmed them down a little. Today, I want to apologize to all the remaining Ishvalans, as I was the one who orchestrated the whole genocide. The soldier who killed the first Ishvalan child was none other than a shape-shifting homunculus. I deliberately created a reason to exterminate them. How did he find this out? He questioned. All of this is for Father. He is the sage from the East. Alchemy was brought to Aimstries by Father who taught people that the energy is taken from the movement of tectonic plates. While that source does exist, all alchemy uses Father's Philosopher's Stone, which he circulates throughout the country through his underground tunnels. That way, he can turn his power off and block the earthen source as well. Yes, all of the Amistrian alchemists were using the energy of a Philosopher's Stone, which in itself is made by sacrificing humans. Yes, Xerxes was sacrificed to make Philosopher's Stone. That was also supposed to be the fate of Aimsteris. Forgive me, Father. But, our plan was spoiled by General Universe and now I am made to admit my crimes. But I have no regrets. Father gave you everything. Aimstries exists because of him. You are all his property and he has the right to decide your fate. He suddenly took out a gun to shoot himself from below his chin. No, he tried to stop himself. Bam. Alexander stopped him and took the gun. You will answer to your crimes. Bradley, I will not let you escape so easily. Alexander took the mic and spoke. Don't worry, my people. I have everything under control. No one has rights over your lives. You are free and will remain free. I will defeat everyone evil, just like how I dealt with these homunculus. I will also deal with this so-called Father. I will protect you all no matter what. I didn't tell you, but I had found out about this plot a while ago, but I had my suspicion that higher UPS of Ames Terrace were involved too. So, I did my investigations and found out that the whole Central Command was working for this father. All of them were promised immortality in return. So, I decided to act. For the past 400 years, this father has worked to create a countrywide transmutation circle. He also wanted to include Erugo and Krita too. Brigadier General Hughes had also found out about this giant underground transmutation, and for that, he died. But, don't worry, I have destroyed a big part of this transmutation circle by filling it with molten rock and highly indestructible metal. You are all safe, Alexander announced. It was like a roller coaster ride for the people. They cheered, then felt feared and then cried. Now they were cheering again. Führer Universe? Führer Universe? Führer Universe? Führer Universe. People started cheering his name, already calling him Führer. Lieutenant General Grumman, who sat behind, sighed, here goes my chance at promotion. I guess I will retire. Lieutenant General Armstrong, sitting beside him, scoffed. You old man, how can you even dream of becoming the Führer? You should have retired a century ago. Cipiro sipped tea and spoke, calm down, no need to fight over something that could have happened. Just look forward to what can happen. Ragnarok was yawning while sitting there. Finally, I can be in charge of the mining industry. I'm already calling dibs. You cannot steal the whole planet's gold, Ragnarok, Leonidas advised him. Ajax stood beside his father, Leonidas. Can I also join the military? Leonidas quickly denied. No, son. I don't want to sleep on the couch. Ajax's face lit up as if he remembered something. I wanted to ask you something, Dad. I heard you once telling Mom that we should give Ajax a sibling. Where do babies come from, Dad? Grandpa Raggy said they come from a cave. But who smuggles the baby into the cave? Are there bad guys in the cave? Cough cough. Iro choked on his tea and Leonidas was left speechless. Alexander, who also heard him, chuckled. But, they forgot that the mic was also on and the whole audience heard it. Thousands of adults started madly laughing and thousands of kids looked at their parents to ask the same question, and some grown-up kids were just smirking and looking down on kids for not knowing the secret. Ajax, your grandma wanted to meet you. Haha, you may also go and play with that little kid. Go. Leonidas tried to deflect the question. Ajax, come here. Edward and Alphonse, who were standing at the set of the stage, called him. They couldn't let Ajax ruin the image of the new Führer. What is it, guys? Do you know where the smuggler lives? Ajax asked, making the two brothers frown. No, Ajax, the smuggler is very secretive, they said and dragged him away. Van Hohenheim had gotten interested when he found out from the public announcement that something was going to happen at the Central Command headquarters. Initially, the first thing that came into his mind was father and the whole plan to sacrifice everyone. But it didn't make sense to call people to the Central, as this doesn't give anything additional to the plan. Be it Central City or some countryside, the people will still die. But he still had his worries and headed to the Central. So, he also squeezed into the crowd and came forward. His eyes were more than fine to see everything clearly. He saw Bradley, whom he knew was a homunculus. Then for the first time, he saw Alexander. Hohenheim knew alchemy and it was helpful in reading other people. When he looked at Alexander, he sensed boundless energy and power within him. Not just him, but also in 4 other people and a cat beside them. It was less than Alexander but still more than what he himself or even the dwarf, father, had. But, what shocked him was that he could not feel a philosopher's stone in any of them. But, this made him even more interested, as having this kind of power for a mortal without a philosopher's stone was impossible. The only other option was if you were a literal god. But he doubted the gods really existed, as the truth was more like a chaotic neutral being than anything angelic. Then, to his shock and happiness, these crazy strong beings seemed to be on the side of the people. They revealed the plot of father and the real identity of Bradley and all the killings they did. But he was now worried about something else. Who are they? Why would they reveal such information to people? Now everyone knows that to create the philosopher's stone, human sacrifice is needed. I am afraid, too many deranged alchemists will try to make it. I must meet them, he told himself. Soon, to not much of his shock, the man named Alexander became the Führer by people's choice. Unlike the calm Hohenheim, Scar was in a rage, not physically but mentally. Today, he finally found out why his people and his brother were killed. He looked at his arms that still had a tattoo on. Then he looked at the stage. He knew that he couldn't defeat so many powerful people at once. Don't do anything stupid, May advised him, sensing his change of aura. Bradley is going to be dying anyway with his crimes out in the open. Maybe I can ask them to let me meet him, he thought. That day and the coming week, the newspapers were going to be free so as to spread the words as much as possible. As everyone liked free stuff, people who didn't read newspapers also read them that day. Many stumbled and fell on their butt when they found out what was going on in their country. Many wanted to do something, but they also knew they were powerless. Many were frustrated, but they knew there was no point in that anymore, as the plot had already been thwarted. But they all wanted to know more. They wanted answers, so many marched to the central city. Alexander was inside the meeting room of Central Command. He was not here for a meeting but instead to punish some people. Just before Alexander made the public announcement, he had called for a full meeting of all members of the Central Command. All of them came and got stuck inside the room by Alexander's command. Now, Alexander had all the time in the world to deal with them. All of you are very talented people. Reaching such a high position is not an easy task. But, too bad that you used your brain to do bad. Seriously, being immortal as a normal human being is nothing but a curse. There is no fun if you're not invincible as well. But here we have all the fools, wanting to not grow old or just not die. Such weak-minded people to be sitting in this position. All of you are category 4 sinners. There is no difference between you and the homunculus. So, you will also receive the same level of punishment. All those of you who never wanted to die, will from now on grow older by 10 years every minute that passes. Your bodies will also grow sick. Those that just didn't want to die, will die too, but by their worst phobia. All of them panicked. But he didn't let them say anything. 3 of them died just there as they were already old, and 10 years was a lot. 2 more died due to the phobia of height and the deep sea. One felt himself being thrown down from the space, and the other saw himself falling deep into the Mariana Trench. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The remaining men soon followed. After 15 minutes, all of them were dead with painful faces. They were going to remember their death even after death. Rest, Deadpool will handle. Knock knock. Ajax entered with Edward and Alphonse. What is it, kids? Alexander had already removed the dead bodies from the room. Grandpa, Edward has a request, Ajax revealed. Alexander looked at Edward and patted his head. What is it, kids? Edward gritted his teeth at being called kid, but compared to Alexander, he really was a kid. Führer Universe, my father wants to meet you. We met him outside the headquarters today, Edward said. Haha, just that? Well, go on, invite him here. I'll give him a lesson to not neglect your kids. Look at you, you have so many deficiencies that you never reached puberty. Alexander said with a pitiful tone. Edward barked in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Alphonse quickly held him back. Brother, look who you're talking to. It's all right. Being a Führer is just a government position. I'm not some evil king to get angry at you. Go and bring your dad now, he ordered. Soon, a man entered. He was fairly tall, broad-shouldered gentleman with the appearance of a man of relatively healthy middle age. He wore his long, golden blonde hair in a loose, shoulder-length ponytail with 2 or 3 loose strands of hair falling over his brow, and sported a full Donegal-style beard on his square jaw. He also wore spectacles over his golden eyes. You look like a scientist. I'm something of a scientist myself. Come, take a seat. What's your name, kid? Alexander asked. Van Hohenheim was a bit taken aback by Alexander's friendly nature. He hadn't been called a kid in a long time. He also felt weird as he was 450 years old. But, for some reason, when Alexander said it, he felt like he was really smaller than Alexander. My name is Van Hohenheim. I have something important to talk to you about, he said with a stern expressionless face. Oh, Hohenheim? I thought it would be Elric. Alexander asked. That was my wife's surname, Hohenheim explained, but with that, a glint of sorrow appeared on his face. Okay, let's talk. Here, have some tea. Alexander handed him a cup of Iroa's specialty. So, what do you want to ask? Alexander inquired. What are you? Hohenheim bluntly asked. What are you? Hohenheim bluntly asked. God, Alexander also nonchalantly replied. At the stage he was, he couldn't bother to drag things. Also, he felt something different in the man. Hohenheim was taken aback by the shameless claim. What makes you believe that? The point that I basically travel the universe and visit different civilizations. The fact that I have the power to send people to hell or heaven. Also, because I really am a god. Alexander replied. But, he then looked at Hohenheim with a suspicious gaze. What about you? Why do you have so many sad souls stuck inside you? Much more than the homunculus I have punished till now. Are you one of them too? Hohenheim was once again speechless. He didn't expect for Alexander to read him so fast and easily. All his life, no one had been able to sense the souls inside him, more so because unlike the other homunculus, he had calmed the souls down by talking with them. Hohenheim had a feeling that lying wasn't going to be profitable at the moment, so he honestly answered Alexander. I was there when the Xerxes was sacrificed by the dwarf. In fact, the dwarf was made with my blood. Hohenheim went on to tell him his whole life story. Alexander nodded at times and listened to him with concentration. He was understanding everything now. It is sad what happened to your wife. However, you should have gone back to check on your sons. Then maybe, they wouldn't be in the condition they are right now. All they wanted was a family, a loved one, and for it, they did the human transmutation. Anyway, do you know why this father is doing all this? Why does he need another philosopher's stone, of this size? Alexander inquired. Hohenheim denied. I do not know. What I know is that he must be stopped, or else, everyone in Aimstries will die, just like you announced. Haha, no, no one will die. I have already destroyed their tunnel. Anyway, why don't you ask Alphonse and Edward to come in? I have something for them, he advised. Hohenheim did call them in as he wanted to see what it was. For now, in his mind, the top priority was to stop father, then to find out who Alexander really was. He had not taken Alexander calling himself a god seriously, as in his mind if God existed, all these wars wouldn't have happened. But this was a misconception in all mortals' minds. Does a parent dictate the whole life of their child? Does a parent babysit their child even after he grows to be an adult? That was how God was. He was with the mortals at their inception, but when they grew enough to have their own thoughts and ideologies, God let them be. It was humanity that was at fault for straying away and succumbing to their violent tendencies, for indulging people who desired war and destruction while killing those who desired peace. God only made humans, but it was humans that made war. Soon, the two brothers entered with confusion visible on their faces. Führer. Haha, don't call me a Führer. I remember some funny memories because of it. Anyway, come here and sit down. I have something to discuss. I know that you two have been on this whole journey to get your limbs and body back. Well, I have good news. I can help you get them back, Alexander revealed. He was going to ignore what Truth had said about not meddling with these two's destiny because Alexander had changed so many things by now that it had changed the destiny of the whole world. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Alphonse and Edward got excited and asked, "What is it, Führer?" "Okay, first of all, call me Grandpa." Alexander corrected them and continued. "I had a talk with the being called Truth. We came to the conclusion that from now on, he will not be taking away people's limbs. So, I can give Edward his limbs back and Alphonse his body back. Alphonse, you just need to do the same human transmutation you did before and go meet Truth. He will give you your body." He explained it to them. Not just the two brothers, but now even Hohenheim was in a bit of shock. How can someone negotiate with the Truth? He wondered. Really? But how? Edward inquired excitedly. "Don't ask that. Just know that I used this same trick to heal your teacher," he revealed, much to the amazement of the two brothers. Alexander then looked at Hohenheim. "Don't make that face, I was not joking when I said who I was." Soon, he cleared the room and let the Elric brothers make a transmutation circle. The two brothers worked together and also initiated it at the same time. As it happened in normal cases, little two-dimensional black hands came out of the brightly lit matrix and caught hold of the two brothers. They didn't even have to talk to the Truth, and in real time, Edward's limbs rematerialized. Then came Alphonse's turn. His case was a bit special as he had no idea in what condition his body was. So, when Alphonse's body started rematerializing around his soul, right inside the armor, everyone was nervous, except Alexander. No one could see how Alphonse was as he was inside the steel armor. Alexander waved his hand and disintegrated the armor. Suddenly, a weak frail Alphonse was about to fall. Edward ran and caught him while Alexander again waved his hand and materialized clothes on him. Alexander crouched near him. "How are you feeling, Alphonse?" Alphonse smiled and talked excitedly. It feels so good to be breathing. To smell again, to feel touch." Unknowingly, a drop of tear fell down his cheeks. He was happy, emotional, and at peace finally. Living in that armor was too scary for him as he didn't know when his soul would reject the armor. "You are weak, Al, don't move too much," Edward worriedly advised him. Hohenheim also came closer to the boys. He caressed Alphonse's head, and then Edward's. "Your body only lacks nutrition. I will create some potion for you. It will supplement your body and rid any efficiency, son," he said. Alphonse stared at his father. "Dad, I am sorry, Al. Ed. I was not a good father. I couldn't keep my promise to Trisha. You had to go through so much. But I went away because I had found out about the plans of the dwarf. Even now, although his plan was ruined, we must still stop the dwarf, as I believe he is only temporarily stopped." Hohenheim said. "We know, Dad. You were doing everything to protect us," Edward said, finally accepting everything. He knew that he would have done the same. The death of his mother was tragic, but Hohenheim was not responsible for it. Hohenheim's mouth stayed open as he heard Edward calling him Dad. He had thought he had lost the right to be called this. With a sad face and nearly teary eyes, he quickly hugged them tightly. "Thank you." Alexander stayed back for the entirety of the exchange. He was remembering some long-gone memories. But suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back. "Don't the two boys remind you of them?" "Yeah, they do. They do." She muttered and held his hand as they watched the father and son's true reunion. After the small reunion, Ajax also came in with hats. Surprisingly, Winry was also there as she had also come to Central for the big announcement and also meet Edward while at it. The three had lots of bags in their hands. Ajax cheerfully spoke. "Ha ha ha. Alphonse, my dear friend, all this is for you. I bought all kinds of food for you to taste. I even followed your list in the diary." Winry, on the other hand, was shocked as she didn't know that Alphonse was getting his body back. She nearly dropped all the food. "Alphonse," she shouted and ran up to him. She pulled his thin cheeks and checked his face. Then she hugged him with tears in her eyes. "Welcome back. You just look like you were back then. Just a bit taller and with longer hair," she said. Hats came forward and set the food. "Step aside, he looks like a skeleton right now. My boy, you need some milk and fish. Don't skip on milk if you don't want to turn like your little big brother." Edward glared at Hats and shot bolts of lightning from his eyes. "What did you say, you fat cat?" "Ha, he's also deaf along with being short." Hats scoffed. Bam. The door shot opened and Scar walked in. Edward and Ajax quickly got into position to stop him if it came to that. Alphonse was still not in any shape of fighting after all. "I did not come here to fight," Scar said, making his intentions clear by raising his hands. But trusting a man whose weapon was his own hand was tough. "What is it?" Alexander inquired. "I want to meet Bradley," he demanded. "For what? To kill him?" If you think you deserve your vengeance, then I believe someone also deserves their vengeance on you, Alexander stated. What do you mean? Scar was confused. I have my eyes and ears everywhere, Scar. Do you remember every person you have killed till now? Alexander asked him. Why should I? All of them were murderers with their hands soaked in the blood of countless Ishvalan men, women, and children. Scar proudly replied. Even the 2 doctors who were helping the Ishvalans while ignoring their orders? Yuri Rockbell and Sarah Rockbell? Remember now, Alexander reminded him. The Elric brothers and Hohenheim realized where he was getting to, but it was Winry who was shocked the most. He killed Winry's parents. Edward muttered. Winry's eyes were twitching as she looked at Scar with hatred. He killed my parents. Indeed he did. Now tell me, Scar, should the daughter of those 2 doctors be allowed to kill you in revenge? Alexander asked him. His words had much more weight in Scar's mind now. Scar looked at Winry. He was out of words for a while. Do it, kill me if that makes you happy. I will not fight you. They were innocent people who refused their orders and saved everyone, be it an Amistrijan or Ishvalan. I indeed killed them and it was wrong. But I have no apologies to make. I have no words to say that can provide you solace. Winry cried in Edward's arms. Before you judge me, know that I didn't want to kill them. In the war, my people were slaughtered mercilessly. I thought I could fight but I was foolish. My brother died trying to save me. I would have also died if it wasn't for your parents. They healed my wounds and saved me. But when I woke up, I was still in too much shock. The first people I saw were your parents who had Amistrijan features. Without any thought, I poured my rage on them. Scar lifted his hand to show the tattoos. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. With my brother's arm, I vowed to kill all Amistresian alchemists. So the countless fallen Ishvalans can rest in peace. Scar finished speaking. Winry was not making any noise now, but she still had a face full of disdain for Scar. You are a pathetic man. I want to kill you, but I can't. My parents gave you your life and I have no right to take them. She sat down after that, in Edward's arms. Alexander started speaking then, end this cycle of hatred, Scar. I have already brought all mistreated Ishvalans to justice. Soon, both Bradley and the main instigators will be brought to justice. I'm even giving Ishval back to Ishvalans. They will also receive help from the country to rebuild their homes again. They will not have to hide or run anywhere anymore. Do not sullen the memory of your own brother by using his hand to cause mass murder. The dead may never return to life but those who are alive can get a better life. Remember, Scar, the people of Amestrise were also fooled by Bradley and his puppet master. The fate of Amestrijans was planned to be worse than Ishvalans. They were all to die and be turned into a philosopher's stone and their souls forever to be stuck in agony in that stone. Alexander explained. Scar looked conflicted. His resolve to kill Bradley was not to be shaken so easily. Pop. From behind Scar, a little girl came with 2 buns on her head. On her shoulder was a little panda. Alexander was pleasantly shocked. He was always welcome to kids. Oh, what do we have here? But the girl was far too focused on Edward and Alphonse. She looked at the 2 one by one. Then she ran towards them. My Prince Charming. I'm finally here. She jumped for a hug. And she did hug her target, which was Hohenheim. Despite being 450 years old, Hohenheim looked middle-aged at best and also very handsome. Ah, my Edward Elric. I have heard so much about you. She started blabbering. Hohenheim patted her head. I'm not Edward. He is. I'm his father. May looked towards the boy being pointed. What? But. He's so small. Oh, my hopes and dreams. She cried while punching the ground. Look at yourself first, tiny girl, Edward barked. Meanwhile, the little panda on May's shoulder had jumped towards Alexander as most animals would instantly trust him with all their heart. In Xiaomei's mind, now Alexander was at the top of the food chain. May got more gloomy when she saw this. Oh no, even Xiaomei has abandoned me. Ha ha ha, you came all the way from Xing just to see Edward. Alexander asked her. Oh no, I came here to find a way for my mission. I have been tasked with finding a way to raise the social standing of the poor, downtrodden Qing clan in the eyes of the emperor and have embarked on this journey to discover and present my father with the secret to immortality. She revealed. Oh, so you're after immortality? Just like how the corrupt people of Central Command were? Child, let me warn you, life and death are a part of the natural order of things. If you try to break this order and cheat death, nothing good comes out of it. For a species to develop, a change is a must. If the emperor becomes immortal and rules for eternity, there will be no change. Instead, the immortal emperor will get bored and soon start playing with the lives of people for entertainment. Alexander advised May. She heard him while blinking her eyes. Don't worry, child, this trip of yours will not go unfruitful. I will make your clan my exclusive dealer of technological instruments of your country. You will be able to sell cars, tractors for farming, and many more technologies. This will make your clan rich and influential, he proposed. May had been in Amestrise for a while now and was amazed by their technology. Especially the farming technology. She wanted to take a tractor with her but it was too big and heavy. But now, she can't just take the technology, but also sell it and make a profit. This was a big deal. She went to Alexander and shook his hand funnily. Deal accepted? Haha, just call me grandpa. He patted her head. He looked at Winry. Let me cheer you all on first and then go and take care of father now. I need to assure people that they are safe or they will probably start a revolt. One thing Alexander knew was that abrupt goodbyes hurt very much. When you suddenly lose someone without being able to say goodbye, when you suddenly find out that the person you used to see every day will never be speaking now hurts a lot. So, he took out an item from his dimensional pocket that he had not used in a lot of time. It was the resurrection stone. It doesn't really resurrect anyone, but it does give you the chance to say one last goodbye. Winry, look up, Alexander said and called the spirits of Winry's parents. Two blue lights came out of the ring and took the forms of two individuals, one male and one female. Their faces looked so kind that it was unbelievable that someone could muster enough hatred to kill them. Winry looked shocked while staring at the two figures. She still remembered their faces from the last time she saw them leaving for the war. Mom, Dad, she voiced with her already hoarse voice from all the crying. Winry, our little Winry. Sarah Rockbell, Winry's mother, called her name kindly. It was a spirit so it couldn't touch her but she still went closer to her face. Don't cry, my lovely daughter. Look how big you have gotten, and beautiful too. Yuri Rockbell, Winry's father, also joined. Yes, Winry, don't cry. What's happened has happened, you cannot lament it forever. Life must go on. We are in the heavens and live here. God Universe allowed us to meet you one last time so we can properly say goodbye to you. Winry cried, even louder than before. But, eventually, she calmed down after being patted by Edward for a while. Mom, Dad, Grandma is fine. She has taught me automail engineering. I am very proficient in it now. She started telling them about her daily life. Ah, you have grown so much. What about a boyfriend? Did you find one yet? Her mother asked. Winry's face turned red as she glanced at Edward. Her mother saw this movement and chuckled. Haha, oh, Edward, you have grown so big, Alphonse too. I'm happy that you're taking care of Winry, she said. Mom, it's me who usually takes care of them. They are too reckless. Winry complained. Well, boys are like that, Winry. I remember the first time I met your mother was because I was recklessly climbing a tree and fell on her when she was passing from under the branch. Her father said. Fine, boys are stupid you mean. She huffed, making everyone chuckle. Alexander had to make sure he didn't keep the spirits with him for too long because it would make them go crazy. Winry's mother saw Alexander nodding at her so she understood what it meant. Sweetie, listen. Mom and Dad are proud of you. Don't worry about us, we are living in heaven comfortably. You take care of yourself okay? Edward, take care of my little daughter will you? She said. Edward flustered but managed to reply, I will, ma'am. With that, the two figures again disappeared. After that, Alexander called for Trisha Elric, the kind-looking woman's spirit materialist in front of everyone. All three, Edward, Alphonse, and Hohenheim were left speechless. Trisha. Hohenheim called her. Mom, the two brothers added. Trisha smiled at them and spoke, I'm happy that you are fine, even though you had a very rough childhood. I'm sorry I couldn't stay by your side, Ed and Al. No, mother. It wasn't your fault. Alphonse said. Hohenheim nodded and said, it should be me who should apologize, Trisha. I promised to you that we would die together. But I wasn't even there to support you in your worst time. Trisha went closer to her husband. Don't say that. We both know why you went away. You cared about us and that was why you were ready to fight for us. You have suffered enough, even in such a long life, you never had a moment of peace. I wish for you to settle down now. Be the father Ed and Al always wanted you to be. You will have to be their father and mother both, as I was their mother and father both. Be happy, dear. A smile suits you. Why else would I fall for some nobody who appeared out of nowhere in my village? She jokingly said. Hohenheim smiled. Yes, I promise to be the best parent for them. But I must defeat the dwarf first. Trisha chuckled. You literally have a god walking among you. Why would you have to fight? Dear, trust me when I tell you to trust God Universe. He is the solution to all your problems. You mean, he's really a god? Hohenheim asked. Of course, everyone in the heaven knows about him. He's very high in the god hierarchy. You should respect him. She advised him. Then she turned towards her two sons. She wanted to hug them but it was futile. My two goofballs. I love you so much. Ed, I've seen you still avoid drinking milk. If you keep doing this, how will you grow? She asked. Come on mom, anything but talking about milk. Its smell makes me wanna puke. Edward barked. Ha ha ha, you didn't change at all. Trisha started laughing. Alphonse, meanwhile, nearly teared up. I miss you, mom n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Mom, forgive us we harmed you even after you had left. That day, we made you stuck in that corpse. Edward said with a grief-stricken face. But suddenly, Alphonse jumped up. No brother. That was not mother. I remember every that happens that day when I saw the truth. It was me inside that corpse. I remember seeing your face, you were calling for me. It shocked Edward who had continuously thought that he caused more pain to his mother by doing that transmutation. It was a constant mental strain on him. On top of that, he also blamed himself for Alphonse losing his body. Bam. That is why you don't go directly to practicing without complete theoretical knowledge. Alexander reprimanded them. Trisha agreed. Indeed. But I guess you have learned your lesson now. I hope you will not do something foolish like that again. I will make sure of that, Trisha, Hohenheim added. After a few more minutes of talking, this reunion also ended. It was an emotional yet satisfying goodbye. Now, they all would not be regretting over something for the rest of their lives. Only Scar was left and Alexander did call his brother's soul. It then turned out to be a full angry lecture for Scar. How can you use my arm for killing so many people? Many of them didn't even have anything to do with the Ishval civil war. He reprimanded Scar. But they are alchemists, they are heathens. Scar argued. Shut up, you yourself are using alchemy to kill people. If they are heathens, then what are you? A demon. He asked Scar. Listen, you have destroyed enough lives. If I were in your place, I would have gone to find the Ishvalans in exile and help them with my power. Yet you chose the path of vengeance that gives you nothing but more sorrow. He was reprimanded for his actions and using alchemy to hurt people. Eventually, he calmed down and said goodbye. Scar mostly stayed quiet the whole time. Okay, it's time to catch the bad man. Let's go. Alexander shouted and led the way out. He went straight to the residence of Bradley, directly under which the lair of Father was situated. Alexander had dealt with all bad elements, so there were no traitors anymore. Alexander called all the good guys to the Central Command headquarters. Inside the office, all the remaining good men sat. There weren't many left anyway. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Okay, listen to me. This Father guy is sitting in his humongous lair under the central city. From there, his tunnels span all around Ames Tries. General Armstrong, with your men, you will destroy all tunnels exiting the central city in north and west. General Grumman, with your men, you will do the same with east and south. No matter what happens, he cannot escape under any circumstances, because if he does, then he will restart his plan in some other country. He will die today, no matter what, and for this, all of you need to be attentive and ready to fight all the time. Got it? He asked. They all saluted him and got to work. Rest of you, come with me to the underground. He ordered. Hohenheim started briefing them on Father's abilities. He is very fast, and consider that he knows everything whenever you engage with him. He can use alchemy by avoiding the matrix. He can also take away your alchemy as it is flawed. But do not worry, I can work as a deterrent to his alchemy blockade. Alexander was just silent the whole time. He didn't really have to do much to win this fight. Everyone underestimated him too much. Alexander got Bradley and made him lead the way to the main lair of Father. When Alexander, Dobby, Ragnarok, Hohenheim, Edward, Alphonse, Mustang and others reached the place, they saw a man exactly looking like Hohenheim sitting on a high chair. We meet again, Hohenheim. The man greeted. Indeed we do, and it will be the last time. Hohenheim was already in the mood to fight. Alexander stepped forward. Come down here, let's decide your fate. Father was shocked by being treated like this. Ha ha ha, Hohenheim, you really did a remarkable job in making a homunculus. He was too confident. He had sensed the seamless power inside Alexander but mistook him for a homunculus. That is not a homunculus, and I just met him a few days ago, Hohenheim clarified. Father was left speechless. But then he remembered something. Ah, then you must be that ant, General Universe. You have spoiled my 400 years of planning. I won't let you get away so easily. Meanwhile, Alexander was having a different thought. Why does he look so calm? Ha ha ha, you must be wondering why I am not seething in rage? Well, because I want to thank you. Before, I was just going to sacrifice Ames Tries and get one big philosopher's stone. But, now I can have two, even after forgetting the Amistris one. Father said smugly. He was taking pride in his moment of feeling that he outsmarted Alexander and everyone else. It hit everyone. Ames Tries wasn't the only country where he was making an underground transmutation circle. He had also made such circles under Krita and Arago too. Ha ha ha. I have already ordered them to start the transmutation circle. Thank you, General Universe. With just one stone, I would have become a god. But with this many, I will become even greater than God. Father laughed evilly. Alexander, Ajax, Hats, Ragnarok, Dobby, Iroh and Leonidas facepalmed. No matter which world they go to, they always find a fanatic who wants to become a god when they don't even know what being a god really means. What will you do after becoming a god? Hats inquired. Huh, a talking cat, amusing. Well, you all will be dying first of all. Then I will rule this world and learn the entire truth of the universe. I will sacrifice the whole world if I have to, but I will, in the end, break the shackles that you mortals live your lives in. Father said. Sure, man, you are one dumb guy. Seriously, you still can't feel anything radiating from the six of us? Hats asked. Pop. Kuk. Douglas appeared with his weapon of choice. Tell me, who am I to cut? Here comes another fanatic. Hats muttered to himself. Calm down, Douglas, Alexander told him. But Father felt a bit threatened when Douglas came because usually, unlike Alexander, Douglas doesn't suppress his angelic aura. Father really felt threatened by the big scissor-like sword too. Alexander then spoke directly to Father after reading his sins. Father aka Dwarf in the Flask, Category 5. Murder, 3,215,654. Indirect murder, 6,798,546. Murder by experimenting, 500,564. Kidnapped and killed babies, 625,4658. Theft, 4,668,987. Torturing, 1,565,789. Plotting against God, since the creation. Attempted murder, 169,456,489. Sin percentage, 96%. You are mistaken if you think your plan will succeed. I have my people in all these kingdoms, and the moment you told me your plan, it was doomed. They have destroyed your transmutation circle by now. All of them, Alexander revealed with a smile. Father's eyes widened as he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with pride, one of his homunculi. He found out what had happened. The transmutation circle in the form of the tunnel had its various parts collapsed for some reason. It was now impossible to do it. He again opened his eyes. Now they were bloodshot red and there was anger. Gone was his gentleman's aura that he was trying to maintain. I will kill you all, he shouted, and with a loud sound, various doors opened around them. Alexander looked around and saw lots of humanoid beings. They all had a white and red body with one big eye on their forehead. They seemed soulless as he could not detect any thoughts in them. Hohenheim was disgusted as he knew what they were. How can you be so cruel? You created soulless lesser homunculus. So many people you killed. Haha, all humans of Ames tries are my property. Anyway, lots of them were people that the military themselves killed. Ishvalens too, father said with an amusing smile. He chuckled after seeing the reactions of Scar, Mustang, and Major Armstrong. Kill them, he ordered more than 100,000 lesser homunculus to attack them. But, before Alexander could even wave his hand and stop everything, out of nowhere, tens of humans appeared. They were wearing steel armor, covering their full bodies and heads. They had laser blasters in their hands and a jetpack on their backs. They flew around and shot at all the lesser homunculus. One by one, most of the lesser homunculus were shot down by laser beams. It was too advanced for the people of the current era and it shocked most of them there. Who are you all? Alexander asked them as he felt he had seen such people before. Suddenly, one of them appeared in front of Alexander and kneeled. Ishvala, we are here to support you in ridding this world of demons like these. Alexander had a hunch where these people were from by what they called him. Why? Then, in a sync, all of them said something that made Alexander nearly choke on his saliva. This is the way. What have I created? Alexander asked himself. But, he quickly realized why this happened. He had left 2 T-800 droids to teach these people everything. Now, they did teach them what they thought would be able to protect them. Are they even Ishvalens now? He wondered. Didn't your religion tell you not to kill anyone? Alexander asked. It did, but your teachings helped us move on from our flawed teachings. Now, we have vowed to protect the innocents and punish the evil. We do not hold prejudice against anyone anymore. In fact, we created this armor using alchemy. We combined alchemy and alchemy from seeing with the help of some travelers. Then, we used it to refine fine metal that can even take a bullet without getting damaged. Our new motto is, we work in the dark and light to serve mankind with our open arms and a blaster on the belt strapped tight. Oh no, I turned them from religious fanatics to murderers, Alexander said to himself and quickly checked the sins of these knockoff Mandalorians. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. None of them were sinners yet, meaning he could still do something to not let them commit crimes. Okay, we will talk later. Tell your people to stand down, I will handle everything here, he ordered. Then, he clapped his hands. A bluish shockwave went out from the clap and destroyed the lesser homunculus. They were already empty husks without any soul, so he didn't have to worry about killing them. In a second, all the lesser homunculus got burnt to nothingness. Once again, there was silence in the room. You have no idea what a god truly is. How powerful he truly can be. For 400 years, you caused so many deaths and tormented countless people. It is time you feel what God's punishment is like. Alexander started walking towards father. He lifted his hand and showed a small shining dot on it. A god is not just some strong being who has the power to defeat everyone. No, he has the power to create. That is why he's also known as the Creator. As he finished speaking, on Alexander's palm, the white light expanded and turned into a ball-sized sun. A god doesn't just have the power to create, but also control to whom, where and what happens, Alexander said, and instantly the sun in his palm turned into a supernova. But do you know what happens to those who do not understand these basic things and still try to become a god? They get sucked into the void to become a part of nothingness, as their life was never valued to be more than that. The supernova turned into a dark black hole. Father truly felt scared at that moment, regretting even confronting Alexander. You can't even be compared to that guy, truth. How can you even imagine yourself turning into a god? Remember one thing, action speaks louder than words. Your actions made you a demon, and in my dictionary, demons can't become gods, ever. With this line, he was standing in front of father. Bam! Alexander's hand touched father's face. Sad that sinners of your caliber get their soul erased from time and space instead of getting tortured. But I guess this is a punishment on its own, as once you are erased, you will be forgotten from the vast multiverse. That means that your existence was meant to be nothing. Bam asterisk. Alexander backhandedly slapped him so hard he passed all the upward layers of the buildings and reached the surface. Hohenheim, you stay here. If people see that you look like him, they might end up confusing you with him later, he advised and flew up. Ragnarok, Dobby, Iroh and Leo, you go around and inspect the whole tunnel system. Everyone else, follow me. Alexander ordered everyone. Well, he had the authority to do it. Even though he was not officially made the Führer, he was already that in everyone's mind. Alexander jumped out of the underground lair and reached the open ground of the Central Command. Let me show you to the whole world. But I need to shave your beard first. Can't keep you looking like Elric Brothers' father. Alexander muttered and called Douglas. Douglas, shave his beard. Be careful, don't cut his neck, he ordered. Douglas breathed heavily as if he was having an orgasm. After all, this was the first time Alexander had asked him to use his weapon and abilities to do something. Haha, yes, finally, my work is appreciated. Douglas laughed and cut father's beard with his scissors. Alexander sighed and shook his head. This kid, he needs to find another hobby or get some work. Once father started looking different, Alexander dragged him toward the crowded street square. Whistle. Listen, everyone. Look here, he shouted. Quickly, all the people stopped and gathered around Alexander. See this man, he is the one I was talking about. He is the one who wanted to sacrifice you all, and as I promised, I have caught him and brought him here to punish him. Right in front of you, he announced. Soon, the crowd got bigger and bigger. So, for everyone to see, Alexander waved his hand and suddenly, the ground where people stood became a big amphitheater with him in the center. This was also a small show of power for Alexander. This man here has a philosopher's stone inside him. Inside that stone, many souls of people of Xerxes are stuck. Now, I will be releasing them, Alexander said and grabbed his throat. Father groaned, but he couldn't overpower Alexander. He tried to stop Alexander's alchemy, but it wasn't even alchemy, so there was no way. Alexander did his magic and released the souls trapped in his body. With loud screams and wailing, the souls poured out of his body and flew to the sky. People also got scared from this as they crouched down. The souls kept on pouring out. Father had used around a few thousand of these to create his homunculus, but there were still more than 400,000 souls in there. While the souls were going to the sky, they were even cursing their murder. Little by little, Father's body started to become thinner. It was as if he had lost all the body mass. Now there was just a frail, malnourished man. The body was, after all, just a vessel for the dwarf in the flask to exist outside the flask. No, don't kill me, please. God, please, I am sorry. I just wanted to be like you. Powerful and free. The dwarf's original voice came this time. n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Sorry, mercy is only given to those who have committed sins that are redeemable. What you did is far from that, Alexander said and used his eye of judgment on him to remove his existence from space and time. He will be forgotten in all alternate universes except the one where Alexander was. In some universes, Dwarf in Flask never existed, in some, he existed but disappeared, and in some, Hohenheim never left home because of the dwarf, as he didn't exist. Instead, Hohenheim stayed at home and took care of his family. His wife also didn't die because he was able to cure her. Edward and Alphonse lived in a happy family there. Winry's parents also never died because there was never an Ishval war. While Alexander dealt with the wannabe gods, Leonidas went with Ajax and Ragnarok in one team and Dobby and Iroh in another went to look for the remaining 2 homunculus. Dobby and Iroh found Sloth and it was an easy kill. Well, anything was an easy kill for them. Pride was found by Ragnarok team. But, they all felt weird hitting a kid. What was more shocking was that the kid was actually the son of Bradley. Hey, surrender now, that wannabe god is probably dead by now, Leonidas told him. But Pride chuckled in pride. Hehe, if he is dead then I will become the god. I will finish what he started. Bam. Gender equal age ignoring punch, Ajax shouted as he punched Pride in the head. Ajax was a kid too, so he had no reservations about hurting a kid. Dad, he's 300 years old. Don't be fooled by his looks, Ajax shouted. Now, because of Ajax's punch, the body of Pride burst into a dark shadow-like being with lots of eyes. Well, he doesn't even look like a kid now, Ragnarok muttered. He opened his mouth wide and breathed strongly. He was spewing fire and burning the shadow-like creature to nothingness. Well, I guess we are done now. Let's get Alex to become the Führer as soon as possible so I can start my mining projects. Ragnarok muttered as if nothing happened. Leonidas picked Ajax on his shoulders and they walked out of the tunnel system while destroying it. When they came out to find Alexander, all they could see was Alexander in the middle of a crowd and people cheering his name. Haha, no matter where he goes, Dad becomes their favorite. I guess our job is near completion in this world now, Leonidas said. Yeah, you are right. Dobby appeared from behind. Ajax suddenly jumped down from Leonidas' shoulder. Dad, I'm going to find my friends. See you later. Meanwhile, Alexander was busy giving a speech. My people, the evil has been defeated. Now, it's time to prosper. It is time to move forward, imagine and invent. I can guarantee you that I will not let any corruption bud in Ames tries. I had found out that these evildoers were purposely stopping any kind of technological advancements from happening. They didn't want you all to travel the world and learn the truth that the alchemy of Ames tries was flawed, something that's not the case in Seeing, where alchemy was also spread at the same time it did here. I will also be changing the political structure of our country so corrupt people can't take power in their hands. Be sure to keep an eye on the Ames Tries daily newspaper. I am also declaring today as Victory Day because today is the day Ames Tries defeated her biggest enemy and ushered into a new era. Alexander changed the mood of the whole crowd from worried to excited. All the things Alexander said resonated with the worries of the people as they also didn't want to face such danger again. Alexander waved his hand at them and got off the stage and headed directly to his office with everyone else. Soon, there was a big crowd in his office. Hohenheim was also there with his sons. There was not enough space for everyone to sit, so Alexander simply removed all furniture except one table for himself. First of all, Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric, the military is no place for you two. You are honorably discharged from the military. You will receive a normal pension from now on. You two will now attend and also teach at the new alchemy institute I am opening for the general public. Now, coming to everyone else. I will be changing Amstris from being a military state to a democratic state. Creta, Erugo, Drachma, and the whole of the Eastern Desert will now be a part of the new United States of Amstrisha. It will be the land of free. Also, I will be creating a group that various countries can join to receive economic benefits in terms of ease of doing business and many more things. It will be called the Economical Union. However, this union will only exist for 25 years because in the long term it won't be very much helpful. Any questions? Alexander asked. General Grumman spoke. You haven't even become the Führer yet. How are you going to implement these? What do you mean? Do you want to become the Führer? Okay, I am ready to give up my position if you can guarantee me that you will be able to uplift the country and not just keep it as it was before. Can you guarantee there will be no more corruption? Alexander inquired. Cough. Can you promise that? Grumman asked back. Haha, 100%er. I can even give it to you in writing with my signatures. Can you also do it? Alexander asked. This shut up everyone in the room. Hohenheim and Mustang just sighed at that. They knew Alexander was a god, so how can they question him? Good. Now, Mustang, you are promoted to become the general of the army. You will be handling the Amistris army under me. You will be the highest military rank but also my subordinate. From now on, the Führer will not be the head of state, it will be the president, he announced. Of course, Mustang was happy with this promotion. General Armstrong, you will be the head of internal affairs, meaning that you will be taking care of all the civilian problems occurring in the country. General Grumman, you will be retiring. General Hughes, you will first go to your home and hug your daughter and then head the Department of Foreign Affairs. Your duty is to create friendly ties with other countries around the world, he commanded. Hughes saluted and spoke. Sir, can I complete the first task right now? Alexander chuckled. Ha, yes, you may go home and hug your family. Hughes only needed that and he vanished from the spot. So, Alexander continued. Dobby, as always, you will be my right hand as the vice president. Iro, you will be heading the agriculture department. Your job is to eradicate hunger from the world. Leonidas, you will be the head of finance and economics. Ah, my dear wife, you will be the head of the Department of Health. I believe you know what you need to do. Riza Hawkeye, you are promoted to the rank of colonel and are to be a direct subordinate of Mustang. Alexander winked at Riza while saying that, and he wasn't even trying to hide the wink, making her turn a bit red. I guess that's it, Alexander concluded. Cough. Ragnarok coughed loudly. Alexander was also messing around. Yes, Ragnarok will be the head of the Department of Mining and Industry. Your job is to complete the material requirements of the USA's budding manufacturing industry. Ragnarok smiled happily. Then, Alexander looked at Hohenheim. You have lived a life of sorrow all this while. I will release all souls trapped in you and also give you another 50 years of life. Your job is to live with your sons, see them get married and play with your grandsons. Alexander told him. Hohenheim was thinking that he would be dying soon, but this was a huge change. He always wanted to find a cure for himself so he could turn human again and grow old with his family. Finally, now he will be able to do that. He fell on his knees as if his legs lost power. Edward and Alphonse quickly rushed to hold him. Dad, are you okay? Alphonse asked worriedly. Hohenheim lifted his head and there was a smile. I am fine, my sons. In fact, I am happy. After that, Alexander released all the souls trapped inside him as he did with the dwarf. But, surprisingly, the souls thanked Hohenheim for treating them so nicely before disappearing. Once done, Alexander patted Hohenheim's shoulder. Welcome back to being immortal. Hohenheim smiled and stood up. Thank you for blessing me. This was the first time that someone was happy to become immortal. Normally it was the other way around. Alexander chuckled at that. Haha, go now, go with your sons to the home where you never got to live happily. So, when are you getting married with Winry? Ajax suddenly asked Edward. This changed the emotional and depressed mood of the room to full of laughter. Edward turned red and ran after Ajax. You little brat. Knock knock. It was a moment Hughes had been waiting for a long time. When he was shot by envy, he had thought he'd never get to see his family again. But, he was grateful to a certain god for being present there and helping him. At least wait for them to open the door before you cry, Alexander said as he stood behind Hughes. I just can't contain the excitement, Hughes said while crying. Alexander just sighed and stood back. Soon, the door opened. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Daddy, even before Alicia opened the door, she was calling for him. She had been doing this every time someone comes to their place. She expects her dad to appear at any moment. And this was the moment. Ave, my Alicia, my honeypot, my little angel. Daddy is back. Hughes quickly hugged his daughter in his arms. Alicia seemed shocked though as she was not expecting it really to be her dad. But after 3 seconds, she started crying loudly. Daddy, where were you? I missed you so much. Mommy said you would never come back but I knew our secret. Sniff, will you stay now, Daddy? She cried with a runny nose. Hughes patted her back and kissed her on the cheeks. Yes, Daddy is here to stay now. Yai. She cheered and again hugged him tightly. He picked her up and went inside the house. Gracia, where are you? Oh, Mommy is in her room. She's sleeping. She said she feels bad in the head. Alicia told him. She hasn't been able to get out of the shock it seems, Alexander deduced and walked in. Hello, little Alicia. He spoke. Alicia looked at him carefully. Who are you? I am Grandpa Universe. I am your dad's boss. You know what, Alicia? I am giving your dad a big holiday. He will take you out on a long trip now. Alexander said. I am. Hughes asked as he had no knowledge of this plan. Alicia's face lit up with that revelation. Soon, due to the commotion, Gracia also came out of her room. But then she just stood there while looking at Hughes. Then she rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not hallucinating. I'm real, Gracia. I'm back. Hughes greeted her. But, how can it be so easy to accept that the person you loved so much, whom you knew had died now had suddenly been revived? Mommy, didn't I tell you? Daddy is back now and Grandpa says we can go on a big holiday. Let's pack bags, Alicia excitedly explained in little detail. But, how? Gracia's face was still in shock. I really died that day, and I would have stayed dead if it were not for the old man here. He saved me and helped me get stronger. We had found out the plot of Bradley and I needed to go into hiding for a while. Hughes explained to her. He played a big part in defeating the enemies, Alexander said, trying to make it less of a problem for Hughes to explain. Is this true? Gracia asked as tears rolled down her cheeks. Hughes nodded only and in an instant, Gracia was hugging him. I'm sorry I made you sad. Hughes apologized. Meanwhile, Alexander was in front of little Alicia. Hey, little one. I got lots of presents for you because you've been a very good girl all this time. You kept the secret. Alicia puffed her chest out as she replied, of course, I will become a soldier like Daddy when I grow up. Alexander's heart melted from the cuteness. He patted her head and waved his hand. In an instant, all kinds of toys appeared in their boxes. All of these are for you. Whoa, really? She asked. With his nod of affirmations, she jumped to grab a box and started opening it. By now, Hughes and his wife had calmed down a bit. Honey, where will we keep all this? Gracia asked seeing the pile of presents. Don't worry, I was promoted so we will be moving into a bigger and more open house soon, Hughes told her. Daddy, look, I got a gun. Alicia pointed a Nerf gun at him. Whoa, my Alicia is a spy now. Hughes dotted on her. Evil man, stay back. Bang, she shot it. As nobody expected, it hit the baby makers of Hughes. Although Nerf guns were mostly unharmful, the family jewels were also the weakest part of the body. Hughes sat down while holding his crotch and his face sweating. Gracia, I think we should give Alicia another sibling before Alicia decides the fate of my manhood. Alexander laughed heartily and left the family alone. He deserved this holiday. Alexander went to the underground jail from there. Bradley was still alive. So, Alexander decided to end him too and finish this whole chapter. Bradley knew that he could not run away now. Not after seeing father being manhandled like a child and eventually getting destroyed so easily. Bradley had no ambitions now and simply waited for what was to come now. He could not feel the connection with his siblings anymore, so that would only mean he was the last of homunculus remaining. Once face to face, Alexander announced his punishment after reading his sins. King Bradley aka Wrath, Category 4. Murder, 45,796. Indirect murder, 2,779,655. Kidnapping, 67. Attempted murder, 4,789,654. Sin percentage, 80%. Any last words? Alexander asked. Bradley nodded. Since my creation until now, everything about me in my life was planned by father. The only choice I ever made without any outer influence was to marry my wife. Can you make it so she doesn't get sad after I'm gone? She wouldn't just lose her husband but also will be losing her son. Alexander sighed. You have my word. Honestly, you seemed like a nice guy at first. I would have loved to meet the Bradley not controlled by the dwarf. Alexander disintegrated him for eternal hell and ended the whole homunculus and philosopher's stone debacle. Hell. Deadpool was not on the entry booth anymore. He had been promoted to become the floor manager of Category 4 punishments. He now had a nice office, overlooking the vast area where all kinds of punishments were given to the people. Knock knock. Boss, there is another Category 4. Deadpool's assistant said. My sexy old man has been sending too many Category 4 it seems. Okay, show me the file. King Bradley, murderer, hypocrite. Give him a standard boiling oil bath and then a full night course. Then make him the head of his prisoner block. He has military experience, it will be helpful. He ordered and got back to reading his book. Where do you want to put these? Darth Vader asked him. He was being made to organize Deadpool's library, which only consisted of photo albums filled with photos of Vanessa, Gaia, Lady Death, and Alexander. He took Alexander's photos secretly though. That one is for the top 100 jerk-off worthy photos of my sexy old man. Put them in the glass showcase. Vader looked at the books in disgust and levitated them to put them in the glass showcase with lights and glitter. Hey, don't sigh about my choices, emo boy. I'm still better than you. Seriously, if I were in your place and had a hot chick like Padme in love with me, I'd have given Palpatine a nice anal with my lightsaber and then would have spent my life on Naboo with a beauty doing hanky-panky. You'd have completed the prophecy and also gotten the girl that way. Deadpool barked at Vader, who simply ignored him as he had gotten used to his ramblings. But deep down, even Vader had been thinking about his whole life and the choices he made. What he could have done differently. Alexander had some more loose ends to tie before he started his work as the president. He needed to handle the girl from Seeing and another guy he was told about that was locked up inside the prison. He was the same guy out of whom Greed Homunculus was taken out. Alexander had thought that the guy must have died as his soul was shattered with the Philosopher's Stone. But he was wrong. Somehow, even with the Philosopher's Stone in his body, his own soul stayed to retain some control. It was an amazing feat that not many could hope to achieve. He quickly freed him and organized a meeting with all these Seeing tourists. So, you all entered illegally, Alexander spoke. This scared them all a bit. Oh, we didn't mean to. We just lost our way in the desert. Calm down, I'm not going to punish you. In fact, I am going to go with you to Seeing. I'm not going to judge your country's culture, but what kind of king marries 50 women from 50 families that run the country and then make his hundreds of kids fight for the throne? He even sent you to find a way to become immortal. All I know is that as long as such traditions are kept ongoing, your country will never advance, and maybe in the future it will end up being taken over by some other nearby country. We are in a new era now, long gone the days when kings ruled their kingdoms. This is the era of globalization, Alexander said in length. Globalization? What is that? May asked him. Oh, globalization means the speed up of movements and exchanges of human beings, goods and services, capital, technologies or cultural practices all over the planet. One of the effects of globalization is that it promotes and increases interactions between different regions and populations around the globe. So, your country needs to adopt a policy that makes it friendly to other countries. But, as your emperor is dying, I don't think there will be much political stability for a long time to come, Alexander said. His worries were acceptable as Mei and Ling knew this was the case. They were not even the eldest children of the emperor and knew what kind of mess the ones in the top would make if it came to full-on fight for the throne. Then what do you propose we should do? Ling Yao asked. Simple, let the emperor die, then I will use some secret means to make you two the ruling monarchs, but you two will not be ruling the country literally. What your rule will be called a constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchy is a system of government in which a monarch shares power with a constitutionally organized government. The monarch may be the de facto head of state or a purely ceremonial leader. The constitution allocates the rest of the government's power to the legislature and judiciary. Alexander explained it to them. This was totally new to them after all. This means we will be emperor and empress just in name. Well, if this can benefit Seeing, then I see no problem. Ling breathed. Alexander nodded. The best party of this monarchy is that you and your descendants will be royalties for as long as your family line exists. So, after this, Alexander went with the prince and princess of Seeing. He passed as the super-rich businessman from the land far west. To their luck, by the time they reached the country, the emperor was already dead and the various factions were fighting to support their prince to become the king. None of the kids really loved the emperor as he was mostly busy either with his harem or coughing due to his bad health. The kids instead felt more like a family with their caretakers and bodyguards. Alexander got to work and announced that a big tournament will occur. The winner will win 1,000,000 gold coins and the seat to become the emperor. It was supposed to happen in front of the commoners. This way, when someone loses and still tries to fight, they won't find public support. Of course, Alexander had made Ling and Mei powerful with his power, though he only made them strong temporarily as too much power corrupts. He still made Mei more powerful than Ling as he felt that the girl wouldn't be going bad considering her love interest was Alphonse. After a Chinese-styled contest, the end fight was a draw between Ling Yao and Mei Chang. The two won the money and the right to become the next monarchs. Of course, many other princes and their factions didn't agree to the result and tried to create a problem. They were simply publicly shamed and thrown into jail, with their whole property and money confiscated to help people and set up the new government. Alexander then left behind one seraph to advise the two new monarchs and also help set up elections and frame a nice constitution that would be in harmony with the constitution of Ames Tries. Alexander returned after that as he himself had the stuff to deal with back in Ames Tries. Dobby, how are the Ishvalans reacting to everything? Alexander inquired. Boss, they are still a bit skeptical about everything. But, most of them have agreed to resettle on their land. But, to not repeat the past mistakes, it won't be an exclusive zone. I am trying to settle Ishvalans all around the country as well as settling normal Amestrians in the land where Ishval used to be. Only when they feel included in the normal population will things go to normal. Dobby reported. Good, what about those knockoff Mandalorians? Alexander asked. They have been good. They are patrolling the streets of Central and stopping all kinds of crimes. They are also teaching the normal Ishvalans that hating alchemists is wrong, Dobby said. Alexander sighed. Well, I guess they are doing a good job. Let them be, we will deal with them later. Right now, the world's purity is at 70%. There is a rise in people using alchemy and also some cases of people trying to transmute humans to make Philosopher's Stone. I expected this. We need new stick laws and to implement them, Alexander decided. So, they focused on this. 5 years was the time needed to create a constitution, a judiciary, laws regulating alchemy and setting up elections. In the past 5 years, Alexander became widely popular as the father of USA, United States of Amestrisha. They even had his face on the banknotes of the new currency called dollar. Alexander was blatantly copying stuff from his original world because he knew that these things do work. Economic and scientific boom had turned the whole economical union zone the wealthiest in the world. Sing was also not far behind. It was now a democratic country, but with its huge population, they had become the biggest industrial hub. 5 years later, Alexander sat in his office. Hughes was in front of him, reporting on his new task of setting up a United Nations organization. But Alexander had made it a bit different. In his original world, UNO had become too bloated. So much so that its original purpose had been forgotten. But here, Alexander only focused on a few things. Stopping wars, removing hunger, human rights, and healthcare. Bam! Ajax entered the room. Grandpa, Edward and Winry are marrying in a few days. Let's get going now. Ajax was really excited about his friend's marriage. He had also planned for a surprise for Edward. Ajax had not seen Edward and Alphonse in a year as he was busy learning martial arts from his mom in Fahim. Natasha was very strict on him after he had gotten a scar from his fight with Lust. Yes, stop jumping around. You are 10 years old now. Alexander chuckled and finished his work. Dobby, let's go. World purity is also at 85, so we won't be staying here for much longer. Let's enjoy the time we have. Alexander said. Yes, boss. Let's invite others too. Dobby started calling people on his cell phone. Alexander suddenly remembered something. One more thing, tell Ragnarok to stop mining gold for God's sake. He has inflated the gold market. I did tell him, but he has not stopped. Instead, he has told various mining companies that he will buy gold from them in return for other precious metals. So, he's expecting to control the market by not letting the gold reach the market and pocketing it himself. Dobby explained. Sigh, I really don't understand his fetish for gold, Alexander muttered and picked Ajax over his shoulder. The poor guy hadn't grown even an inch in 5 years. Ajax, let's buy a new golden car for Edward as a present. Alexander decided. Dobby's eyes twitched. Are you sure you aren't a dragon too with your gold color fetish? Alexander felt someone speak. You said something, Dobby. Dobby denied. No, let's go. And he and his godly senses, he thought to himself, they came to the village where the Elric brothers now lived. Resemble. The countryside was as nice as always. Still green and natural. Even though Alexander's reforms brought lots of money into people's pockets, he had also introduced environmental protection laws from the start. So, no forests were being destroyed. All the companies that needed wood were strictly ordered to plant 5 trees for each one they cut. So, even if all of the 5 don't survive, it still gives 1 or 2 new trees. Ajax, what did you prepare as a gift? Alexander asked him. It's a secret, Grandpa, but I assure you, it's very big and will help Ed a lot. Ajax replied. Alexander chuckled and didn't ask further. Soon, they came to the house of the Elric brothers. It was decorated with some white curtains and a nice modest altar was made. Hohenheim was seen directing the people on where to put flowers and some decorations. Haha, it seems you have turned into a full-time mother now, Alexander joked. Hohenheim turned around and greeted Alexander with a smile. He was really grateful to him for giving him some of the best years of his life. Well, I am their mother and father both, however, I do feel like I'm more of a mother when it comes to handling them, Hohenheim replied. Good, I'll help you, Alexander said, and picked up a huge white marble pillar made for decoration. Where do you want this? He asked. Instead of using magic or some trick, he was using his own hands because Alexander knew that this had its own charm and felt more memorable. Hohenheim didn't act reserved and worked with Alexander. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Meanwhile, Ajax ran into the house. Edward. Alphonse. I'm here. Ajax shouted. Bam. Suddenly Ajax heard a metal dropping sound behind him. He turned around and saw the old Alphonse's armor. Hey, Ajax. Alphonse's voice came from it. Ajax was shocked. What? But didn't you get your body back? Don't tell me you did it again. What are you saying? I'm yet to find a way to get my body back. I think you must have dreamt something. Alphonse argued. Ajax took a few steps back. No, I'm 100% sure. You're messing with me, right? What do you mean? Alphonse kept the act going. Soon, Edward also joined. He had a metallic arm. Oh, hey Ajax. Ajax nearly cursed. What the? I need to find Grandpa. As soon as he ran out of the building, Alphonse and Edward burst into laughter. Alphonse got out of the armor and Edward detached the fake metal arm. Brother, are you sure this was the right thing to do? He will surely have his revenge later. Alphonse asked. What can he do? At most call me short? But I have grown taller now, Edward replied confidently. Well, you are still not tall enough, Alphonse replied. He was taller than Edward. In the afternoon, the ceremony happened. Winry and Edward sealed the deal with a kiss. Ajax didn't leave the chance to embarrass them by whistling loudly. After that was the cake cutting. Ajax also brought him a present. Although these 5 years were very bountiful for Edward in terms of his height, he was still a little shorter than Winry. Behold my gift. Edward, I know you hate milk, so I brought you this. A 100-kilo box of powdered milk. Ajax announced, which made almost everyone laugh there. Thank you, Ajax, I will cherish this a lot, Edward replied while gritting his teeth. Ajax laughed loudly. Ha. I was just kidding. Ed, congratulations on your wedding, and I got my dad to make this for you. This is called a magic finder. You need to put the hair of the person you want to find in this compass and it will point you to that person. Edward was truly interested in this object. He understood that this instrument was not made with alchemy. By now, the highest-ranking Ames tries people and some close friends knew Alexander's identity. Amazing, thanks, Ajax. I will cherish this present for the rest of my life. He gave Ajax a hug. Ajax then went to Winry. Here, this locket is for you. I got my sister Amy to make it as beautiful as possible. He moved closer to Winry's ear and whispered, it will always tell you in which direction Ed is and how far away. Winry chuckled and looked at Edward, making him shudder. What did you give her? I feel cold for some reason. Edward asked. Oh, nothing. It's just a locket. Winry said with a smile. In her mind, she knew that with this she can pinpoint where Edward is at any moment. After that, the dinner was presented. Hats brought some neighborhood cats to get them some treats as well. In his mind, he was their king and needed to keep them happy. Among the cats, there was also a little potato-sized puppy, Chappie. In the last 5 years, Chappa stayed in Fihame and due to the slow time there, he hadn't grown much. Olivia had told Hats to be a responsible father to him because he was the one who brought Chappa with him. Alexander stood beside Hohenheim while he looked at Edward and others laughing. Hohenheim emotionally said, I never thought I'd be able to see such days. Being able to be a part of their happiness is a big honor for me. I remember that when I had discovered what the dwarf did, I used to pray that if there is a god, then please help me. Alexander patted his shoulder. Karma may take its time but it is inevitable. The dwarf got punished for what it did. Now, you should stop being so sad and just enjoy the time you have. Go, talk to your kids. You will probably become a grandpa in a few years' time. Alexander pushed him to go. Iroh came to him with a tea kettle. Want a cup of tea, my friend? Haha, when did you ever see me say no? Come, let's sit and enjoy this evening. Alexander happily made a table for himself. Soon, Dobby, Ragnarok and Leonidas also joined him. So, Ragnarok, how much gold do you have now? Alexander asked. Not much, I used most of the gold I mined here to help poor families in this world. I was surprised at how underdeveloped this planet is. Ragnarok replied and sipped his tea, but his words had shocked them all. When did the dragon divorce gold? Then, let's cheer for our favorite dragon. Alexander picked his cup. The marriage went very well, but something happened that night when Ajax woke up to get some water from the kitchen. He didn't have magical jugs and glasses in the Elric home. Why is it getting so warm this year? Is this global warming? But Grandpa made sure that the industrialization has minimal effect on the environment. He wondered while heading down. But while passing by the room of newlywed Edward and Winry, he heard some muffled sound. Ajax thought that they needed something so he opened the door. But when he got in, all he saw was the naked back of Winry as she hopped on the banana of Edward, who was also equally naked. Winry had covered Edward from seeing the door so they didn't find out about Ajax. Ajax quickly closed the door and went back. His face had turned red and his heartbeat had increased. I frickin' knew it, he said to himself. Ajax was now 10 years old and in the past 5 years, he had searched for the smuggler that brings children into the tunnel. But, as he grew up, he started questioning if what Ragnarok had told him was even the truth. He had tried to search the local internet in Fihame but the knowledge was age-restricted for some reason. But now his doubts had turned into facts. Grandpa Raggy lied to me. There is no smuggler, there is no tunnel, wait, there is a tunnel. Oh god, how do I forget all this? It's so disgusting. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He forgot why he had even gotten up and went back to sleep. But he couldn't sleep because of the memory. What happened, kid? Hats asked. He was sleeping in the other bed. Hats, I just saw Ed and Winry. They were, making love? In short, smashing. Hats asked without any care. What? I guess you can call it smashing. But, I'm not able to sleep now. How can doing this make babies? Ajax asked. I see. You want to understand the science behind it. I guess I will have to teach you what kids usually study in 8th grade. Listen, kid, do you remember all the body parts you were taught in school? Hats asked. Yes, I do. I remember all of them. Ajax nodded. Good, you know, the female has a body part called ovary and the lady has eggs inside there and men have sperm inside their testicles. The sperm are like little tadpoles and when they swim into the lady's egg it makes a baby. It takes 9 months for the baby to grow enough to be in good condition to come out. Humans only have a baby when they genuinely love their partner and want to expand their family, Hats explained. What about cats? Ajax asked. Oh, we f***ck whenever we want and whenever we can. Hats nonchalantly replied. Ajax just stood there. Wait, I heard Dad once say that they will give me a sibling and it's been 5 years since then. Why don't I have a sibling yet? I don't know, maybe he pulled out. Hats replied. Ajax's face contorted. Ew, Hats, come on. Don't talk like that about my dad, at least. I feel even less sleepy now. Heh, get used to it. When you grow up, you'll do it too. In fact, you will love it. Hats said and went to sleep. Ajax sternly denied. No, I would never do something so gross. After the marriage, Alexander got back to work. He now had to bring the purity of the world to 90%. But one thing had changed, he was not the president anymore. The first general election had been conducted. Alexander had now found a new way to make sure that no far-right or far-left political party grows up. All he wanted was neutral parties focused on the development of the country. So, he established 5 political parties, headed by 5 T-800 droids. With their superior mental power, they would control their party. But, something happened that no one had expected. In the election, Olivier Myra Armstrong and Roy Mustang both had decided to fight for the position of president. But the one who won was Moss Hughes. This happened because Hughes had become popular with his foreign policies. He was also loved by the people for his personality, and also the fact that he had a family made him look better as compared to the still single military man, Mustang, and too straightforward Olivier Myra Armstrong. So, Hughes became the first elected president of the USA. Or the second if you were to go by the number. Alexander slowly got away from the spotlight and only supported Hughes from the dark while focusing on the rest of the world. 9 months later, as Ajax had expected, Edward became a father and Hohenheim became happier. Even Izumi Curtis had her 3rd child just recently and she was aiming for more. Alexander had silently banned the alchemical ritual to make the Philosopher's Stone. Punishment for this crime was death. Also, because of Alexander's free alchemy classes, the people became a bit more knowledgeable about it and learned its dangers. Hughes, I will be leaving now, it is your duty to run the country, Alexander revealed. What? Where are you going? Hughes asked. Away from this world. I came here to rid the world of evil, didn't I tell you that? Now, I have done it. I will go to some other place that needs my help, Alexander explained. Hughes remembered that Alexander had told him this when he had saved him from dying. Sigh, well, I can't stop you. Thank you for helping this world. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. I would have died and Alicia wouldn't have a dad, that's for sure. Hughes emotionally replied. Alexander patted his shoulder, don't cry now, you are a good man. I believe you can do a good job. Take care now. Say my hello to Alicia. World purity had also slowly risen and finally reached 90%. Alexander went back to Elric's house to meet Hohenheim and finally leave. When he reached the place, he saw Dobby playing with the son of Edward. The child was still a baby and played in Dobby's arms. Alexander smiled, babies like you. Well, I was a house elf, taking care of snobba brats was my job, Dobby replied. Alexander chuckled and looked towards Hohenheim, congratulations to you on becoming a grandpa. I wish you luck and peace. I'll be leaving now. Hohenheim didn't ask where Alexander was going. He understood that wherever Alexander was going, he wouldn't be returning. Let's go, Dobby, this time we will go to a world where we can find you a wife. I can't wait to play with your kids, Alexander said and moved away. Dobby handed the child back to Hohenheim. Ajax also came to them after saying goodbye to his friends. Ragnarok had stopped mining already as he was running out of space in his cave in Drachium. Alexander looked up in the sky, old man, send us somewhere we can find a suitable girl for our friendly neighborhood elf. In reply, a simple golden light fell on them and took them away. By now, Dobby had become strong enough to travel the multiverse with him, without going into his dimensional pocket. While flying, Alexander asked him, what kind of wife do you want? Any kind, as long as she's smart, strong, and is kind, Dobby replied. With those standards, I don't think it will be very hard. What's left to be seen is where the old man will send us. Alexander muttered and waited to touch the ground of the new world. After Alexander was gone, not much change happened in the world of alchemy. As alchemy spread worldwide, Amestrise became the center of alchemical study. Hohenheim died 50 years later after seeing his great-grandson. He withered away right in front of his wife's grave. With a smile on his face, hoping to see her in heaven finally. With a thud, Alexander and Dobby found ground under their feet. Soon their eyes got used to the light and they looked around. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Well, boss, from the architecture of that village, I'd say we're not in a modern world. Dobby deduced. Yes, let's check out the village first, Alexander replied, changing his modern clothes to normal grey robes. They entered the village and found it to be filled with people in not very good clothing. It seemed as if the whole village was in poverty. Well, Dobby, if my guesses are right, then by the technological standard of this world, this village would be called a city, Alexander said. You're right, boss. Let's go to the pub and scoop out some info. Dobby pointed. Alexander chuckled, oh, what's this? My elf friend is in a hurry to find his soulmate. Dobby rolled his eyes, I'm just helping you, boss. I've left everything else on fate. Yeah, sure. Fate, haha. Alexander walked towards the village. But as soon as he entered, he started feeling that the village dwellers were somewhat hostile towards him. They saw him with a tint of suspicion. Alexander ignored them for now. He had no idea what kind of world this was. Was it a simple Earth or was there some kind of magic involved too? Beep beep. Took it long enough *, Alexander muttered as he took out his old phone and read the message. Okay, so I am a simple wizard. This world is filled with all kinds of legendary species and magic. There are also some disturbances in space-time. The world's purity is at, whoa, so low? It's at 45%. Alexander read everything. Dobby was also taken aback. 45% is really low, second only to Berserk's 30%. Let's keep our eyes open and look at what's going on around us, Alexander decided. But before he could move forward, a horde of people came towards him with flaming torches, wooden sticks, knives, and some pointy farming tools. Whoa, what's going on, people? Why so angry? Alexander asked them. You are not welcome here, Witcher. We know your kind. Go away and take your filthy elf with you, one in the crowd shouted. Alexander looked at Dobby's face and chuckled, haha, he's many things but filthy he's not. He baths 3 times a day. Also, why are you calling me Witcher? I don't even know what that means. Do you think we are jesting here? We know your kind. Your yellow eyes and that white hair. You are the Geralt of Rivia. A man from the crowds shouted. Alexander felt that these people were too stupid to tell the difference in yellow color and golden that his eyes were. So, he randomly checked the thoughts of one of them to learn where he was. In the end, the man turned out to be a peasant and didn't know much. All he knew was about the nearby locations and general history of the world. Also the current king and the fact he had allowed the Church of Eternal Fire to start witch hunts to eradicate any and all magic users throughout the northern kingdoms. He also learned about witchers, some kind of superhumans, but didn't find the info on this Geralt of Rivia. He was currently in a city called Rinda. Since the reign of King Heribert, Rinda's town council advocated the taxing of spells and, in general, was relatively hostile towards sorcerers. Alexander decided to head to this nearby big city called Novigrad. Okay, I will leave. But, are you sure you don't want new clothes? Alexander asked and waved his hand. In an instant, the clothes of everyone present there got back to their new condition. People gawked in shock. How dare you use your sorcery on us? Kill him. People shouted and launched an attack on Alexander. He just waved his hand and froze everyone in midair. Hold it right there. I'm leaving so you don't have to create problems anymore. I don't want to punch you all yet. Not before I learn everything. With that said, Alexander left the village. All the villagers got back to normal after 15 minutes. They were also guessing now if the man they just messed with was really Geralt of Rivia or some strong sorcerer. But by then, Alexander had left the city behind. He walked straight towards the direction a farmer had pointed. Though this direction involved crossing a small forest and a river, but it wasn't much of a problem for him. However, when crossing the river, he found a creature, a unicorn, happily lying on a flat rock in the middle of the river and bathing in the sun. Its white fur was shining in the light, making the unicorn look fabulous. Alexander didn't want to disturb the rest of such creature, so he decided to pass by quietly. But, to Alexander's shock, the unicorn got up and ran to him. It didn't look hostile for now as it was not pointing its horn at him. Easy now, I'm not here to harm you, Alexander spoke. Unicorn simply nodded at that. You understand me? Alexander inquired. The unicorn nodded. Suddenly, Alexander felt something trying to enter his mind. He felt it was from unicorn, so he let the unicorn pass on his thoughts. It turned out, the unicorn was named Ulrich. He had come here after sniffing Alexander. Because for some reason, these unicorns can smell if you are a good person, and Alexander was a real god. Haha, so, what do you want from me? Alexander asked and went forward to pet him. From the memory of the guy in the village, Alexander knew that unicorns were considered mythical creatures to common folks, but there were legends that they do exist and they were sentient multidimensional beings who are able to traverse the multiverse. Nothing, I was just passing by and felt your presence. Didn't know it was God. Come, I'll give you a ride to wherever you want to go, the unicorn said politely via a mental connection. Alexander chuckled. This was the first time he had seen a unicorn offering him a ride. Alexander ruffled his hair. It's fine, Ulrich. We all can walk and talk. You are an intelligent being, not a simple horse. Ulrich nodded with his big head. Where are you headed? Novigrad, Alexander replied. Oh, it's not too far from here. Follow me, I'll show you the way. The unicorn started walking away. On their way, Ulrich told Alexander about the city they were headed to. Novigrad was a free city within Redania, and therefore it was not subjected to the rule of that kingdom. It was one of the major ports on the continent and was populated by nearly 30,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest cities in the north. Novigrad had many factories and was home to all manner of craftsmen offering everywhere possible. The city was also home to numerous banks and even had a zoo. The Eternal Fire was said to protect the city's inhabitants from all evil, monsters included. The thick city walls had never been breached, as they were tactfully designed by the architects of the Oxenfurt Academy. Novigrad was also inhabited by an unusually colorful group of both permanent residents and those in town on long and short-term visits. Most eye-catching amidst the throngs of common townsfolk, stallkeepers, and craftsmen were those practicing the more roguish professions. There was no army in the city, but it did have a secret service, an ever-present temple guard, and a powerful temple fleet. With so many people, I believe we can find the right one, Alexander thought. Currently, all of the northern region is facing the inevitable attack of the Nilfgaardian Empire from the south. They have already taken over most of the continent by now. The Nordlings are foolish creatures. They discriminate against the magical communities and drive them away, while the Nilfgaardian Empire even employs the magical communities. Ulrich explained everything to Alexander. Alexander now knew that it was not just the elves, dwarves, and unicorns that were present here. Even the darker beings like ghosts, ghouls, jinns, and others like them were here. This is like a hodgepodge of the dark and light side of the universe combined into one single planet, he thought. What about the unicorns? Who do you all support? Alexander asked. None, we are divided into herds. Unicorn society is specifically organized and led by a council of elders. We just observe the doings of less advanced species. We hate all the killings that humans do, but we know it's a tough world. It is either kill or be killed. But we do particularly hate the elves of NL who forced us to open the gates between worlds so that they might massacre humans from other worlds and find slaves, Ulrich said. Alexander stroked his beard and had an idea. You know, there are thousands of unicorns living in my realm too. Even though they are also very pure beings, they are not as intelligent as you and they can surely not travel the multiverse. Why don't you later talk to your elder and tell them that I can give you all a home? You can live in Fahame. Only I live on that planet, with other pure beings like phoenixes and my family. Although we travel a lot, having a safe home where we can always go to can be nice, Ulrich muttered while thinking. Haha, I can also provide you security. Nobody can enter my realm without my permission and many gods live there, Alexander added. Ulrich nodded. I will go and meet the elder later. Your offer is tempting. What do you want in return? Haha, nothing, kid. I have everything I can ever desire. I am content with what I have. All I want to do now is spread happiness. Alexander laughed. Oh, is that the city? It is indeed big for the technology of this world. Dobby pointed towards a city in the distance. Yes, but they are yet to develop new ways of building structures. The Industrial Revolution is too far away from them, Ulrich said. He had traveled to Earth and had seen some stuff. Horses sound. Suddenly, Alexander heard the sound of distressed horses. So, they headed deep into the jungle. They were already not following the main path because there was a unicorn and an elf with Alexander. Growl. They heard a bear growling. It seemed it was fighting something or someone. As they got closer they heard the sound of a man. There was also a woman in a black dress, casting some kind of a spell. Growl. But out of nowhere, another bear attacked them and it caught the sorceress off guard. Just then, Alexander walked in and raised his hand. In an instant, both bears stopped moving. The white-haired man and the woman looked at Alexander and his two companions in surprise. The woman was able to feel a hint of magic in what Alexander did to the bears. Before speaking, Alexander went closer to the two bears and patted their heads. Go away, you two, I know you are hungry. The moment you will go a few meters away, you will find 80 kilos of fish each. Go now. Asterisk growling. Asterisk. The two bears first licked his hand and then ran away while happily hopping. Gone was the powerful beast, they seemed more like two playful pups now. Alexander went back and stood between Dobby and Ulrich the unicorn. The man and woman walked towards them. They looked at Alexander with a judging gaze. Alexander had to agree that the woman was a beauty, but he could see a little deformity under her skin that was hidden under the distraction of her charming eyes and glowing skin. Alexander interestedly looked at the white-haired man and spoke, Geralt of Rivia. Aha, who are you? Geralt replied in a hoarse voice. Well, I am Alexander, this is Dobby and this is Ulrich, Alexander introduced. Suddenly, the woman charmingly spoke, Gerald, why don't you introduce me to my father-in-law? Cough. Gerald coughed and looked at the woman, Yennefer, he's not my father. What are you saying? The resemblance is uncanny, she insisted, but by now, her tone of speech had made it obvious that she was pulling his leg. Alexander loudly laughed, ha ha ha, you two seem like a good husband-wife couple. Olivia and I are like this too. We are not married, Gerald quickly cleared the misunderstanding. What are you saying? You two have such a great aura together. If you don't marry her then it'd be your loss, child. Look at her, the way she's looking at you. Alexander pointed. Gerald turned back to Yennefer who was looking at him with a smirk. Gerald embarrassingly scratched his beard. Let's find Ciri first, Yen. Oh, I didn't say anything, Gerald. She replied teasingly. Yennefer then looked at Alexander. Who are you? You cast magic so easily. And this, a real unicorn? I thought they stayed away from us lowly beings. Ulrich didn't like her taunting and talked with telepathy. I do stay away from you people. But this man here is not one of you. He is a go. Alexander quickly spoke and stopped Ulrich. What he meant is that I am a good man and not like normal people. Ulrich and Alexander, meanwhile, talked telepathically. Don't tell them my status yet. Okay, as you wish. Ulrich shut up. Yennefer then got closer to Dobby, making him blush. And an elf. It's rare to see your kind in the north. Which place are you from? I've never seen an elf as tall as you before. Hey, don't talk to him like that. There are no kinds when it comes to people. All are living beings with simple differences in biology. He's my friend, just like this unicorn. Alexander defended. What about you, then? You are a sorcerer, and a strong one at that it seems, but I don't think I have ever seen you or heard about you, she asked. Alexander smiled and moved closer to her. She didn't feel any malicious intent so she didn't react in time. Before she could even think, Alexander's hand was on Yennefer's head. Gerald had his sword out which he swung at Alexander's arm. Clank. Nothing happened, it was as if the sword hit metal. But Yennefer was still not reacting. She was just looking at the face of the tall old man who had touched her head. She soon felt a flow of energy inside her body. Then there was a slight pain. She then smiled because she felt what had changed in her body. Yennefer of Vengerberg was born a hunchback, complete with crooked shoulders and a distorted frame. This deformity was the source of much strife in her childhood. Throughout her childhood, she suffered at the hands of her father, who inflicted both physical and mental pain on her. Though he eventually left, Yennefer's youth did not get any easier for it. Her mother then blamed her for his departure and began to beat her as well. This torment pushed Yennefer to the edge, to the point where she once attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, the mages of Aretuza, who recognized her innate magical talent, were able to save Yennefer before helping her find a path to a better life. The stronger in magic she became, her deformity also went away. But they had not disappeared completely. If one were to look closely, they could see it. She also knew that Gerald had noticed it, but he never talked about it. But, now, she felt that those deformities were disappearing. Completely disappearing. Clank. What did you do to her? Let her go. Gerald was still at it, striking Alexander's body. Dobby and Ulrich just stood a distance away, watching everything. Doesn't he get tired of striking so many times? Dobby asked. Nope, he's a witcher. They are known to have superhuman strength. Ulrich replied. Stop, Gerald. Suddenly Yennefer's voice came. Alexander had retracted his hand. Now, Yennefer was looking even prettier than before. Gerald noticed that too. What did he do to you? You look better? Yes, he made me better. Yennefer completed his words. She then looked at Alexander. I presume this was not free. What is the price I must pay? Alexander laughed. Behind him, Dobby and Ulrich too. If even Grandpa started charging for such things, then the Omniverse was doomed. Child, what I did does not take much of my magic. It is as simple as waving my hand. I do not need any payment. I just did it because I felt your desire for it. Your childhood must have been harsh, Alexander said and patted her again warmly. She was taken aback by how Alexander could feel her emotions and even more by how nice he felt when he patted her. It was as if she was really the child of this man. She felt an unknown warmth. Alexander then looked at Gerald. Kid, are you sure you don't want to be with her? I might find another suitor for her otherwise. Gerald looked at Yennefer. They originally had their fates combined together because of that Jinn incident, but Yennefer had severed that magic and gave him a choice to choose if he wanted to be with her or not. He did like her and she liked him too, but he always tried to stay away from any commitment. Sigh. Alexander sighed, sensing the emotions of Gerald. Dobby, I guess we need to find someone else. These two are in love with each other but are acting like edgy teenagers, thinking that the other one should confess first. Alexander moved away. Let's go to Novigrad City. We'll buy a world map there. Wait. Yennefer ran after him and behind her, Gerald also followed with a sigh. Alexander didn't stop and let them join them in the walk. Why are you still following me? Alexander asked her. I want to know who you are and if you can help us find Ciri. She spoke. I don't even know who this Ciri is and what gives you the confidence that I can find her? Alexander inquired. I just have a feeling. I mean, there's a unicorn roaming with you and an elf calls you boss. You are either as pure as a baby or powerful as a god. She reasoned. Dobby laughed. Well, he is indeed an old baby. Well, suit yourself. But him helping you fully depends on your skill of convincing him. Of course, I have confidence that I can persuade him to help us. She replied with confidence. Dobby then looked back at Gerald, leading his horse with them. What's her name? Dobby asked. Roach. Gerald replied. Dobby chuckled after hearing the name. Haha, well, I won't say anything about weird names. I know a sentient cat whose name is Hats. Does he like hats? Gerald asked. Yes, he does. He likes them a lot. Fihame. Damn it, Hats. You're so dirty. You need to take a bath. Olivia ran after the cat. No, I hate bathing. Hats ran away. Goo-ga-ga. Suddenly, little Thea appeared, crawling out of nowhere and hugging Hats. Thea's magic did its thing and made Hats so relaxed that he melted in her arms. So, Olivia also caught him and held him by his nape, which was the off switch of most animals. Hats suddenly realized his problem. Thea, why did you betray me? Oh yeah. Thea made baby noises, oblivious of everything that was happening. Hats resigned to his fate as he was taken to the bathroom. In the tub, water was filled for his doom. He shuddered at the thought of bathing. Boz. But to Hats' surprise, Chapu was already bathing in the tub with his favorite duck toy. Now, Hats had to look tough in front of this kid or else his image would fall. So, he sucked it up and gritted his teeth. It took Olivia just 10 minutes to make Hats look fluffy. Acho. Hats sneezed loudly. Did you catch a cold? Olivia asked. I don't know, I smelled a certain elf for some reason. Witcher World. After a little walk, Alexander and the company entered the city. Ulrich had gone away to find the elders of his herd. Alexander was initially looking forward to seeing the city, but when he entered, all he saw at the city gates were beggars and sick people. In fact, in the outer areas of the city, he only found the poor and sick on the streets. What is going on here? Alexander inquired. Yennefer knew the answer. It's the Catriona plague, named after the Nilfgaardian ship that brought it to the northern kingdoms. Alexander looked at a few infected people. It looked like a disease that bore a strong similarity to the bubonic plague. What are the authorities doing about this? They can't have shut their offices and castles due to the plague. Alexander asked. There are no authorities here. It all comes under the Eternal Fire, a religious cult that has many followers among humans of the northern kingdoms. It was founded right here, but recently it has gotten too powerful, so much that it is practically law, and the city serves as the religion's de facto capital. The cult is led by an elected hierarch, with the seat currently being occupied by Cyrus Engelkind Hemelvzard. Yennefer told him everything. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then who runs the city? I mean, what about its forces that keep order and the city safe? Alexander asked. This time, Gerald spoke. It has no official acting army or military body, the Order of the Flaming Rose, and witch hunters defend the eternal fire and uphold its laws. The cult of the eternal fire is a very aggressive faith which fights against all abnormal beings such as non-humans, witches and, of course, beasts. Occasionally, even witchers aren't welcome in cities that believe in the eternal fire. I don't like coming here because of that. Yennefer chuckled. Yeah, White Wolf likes the wilderness the most. Alexander looked around at the hellhole. So much for a free city. Alexander realized that God most likely did not send him here just to find a wife for Dobby. Help me! Suddenly, they heard the screaming voice of a woman. They looked around and saw a woman being dragged by her hair. There were a couple of men in similar dress, doing the deed. Witch hunters. They are the harsh, cruel, and fanatical members of an inquisitorial synod dedicated to the persecution and eradication of magic in Novigrad, Oxenfurt, and Vilan. Helvide is the Grand Inquisitor of the Eternal Fire in Novigrad. They've been after me too, but I'm too powerful for them, Yennefer explained. Yeah, they tried to kill me too. They are known for being intimidating as well as overzealous in their cause, Gerald added. Alexander then looked at Dobby and nodded. Let's start our work. Alexander and Dobby started walking towards the crowd. A pyre was set up there to burn the so-called witch. Hey, where are you going? If you interfere, the whole city will be after you. I don't think I can fight so many people, Yennefer told him. Child, letting that girl be burned for nothing when I can do something would be a crime bigger than what those witch hunters are doing, Alexander replied. Help me. I'm not a witch, the woman shouted as she was made to kneel in front of a man in red robes. Heathen, you used your magic to corrupt one of our priests. We found you in his bed, the man replied, and whipped her. You are not welcome in this world. Your magic is a disgrace to God. We will purify you on the fire. Be grateful for this, he replied and waved his hand. No, please, she screamed in terror as the man tied her to the pyre. The people around them were also booing at her. The whole crowd's IQ at that moment was in single digit even if combined. Alexander couldn't see it anymore. He walked forward, checking the sins of each of the witch hunters. That's enough, Alexander came forward. And who are you? A freak sympathizer, the man sitting in his chair asked. Dobby chuckled. This feels like the wizarding world all over again. Haha, indeed. It does feel like how the wizarding world would have been in medieval times, Alexander replied, ignoring the fat man on the chair. But, the fat man must have felt angry, so he got up and shouted, Answer me. You are in the presence of Grand Inquisitor Helvide. Alexander looked back. I am Alexander Maxim Universe. I want a trial for this girl. Where is the proof that she is a witch? You say she seduced the priest, but let's not forget, she was found in priest's bed. This means that the priest was in on it. It takes two hands to clap, you know, Alexander demanded. The verdict has already passed. I am the Grand Inquisitor, Helvide replied. But nobody saw that. People want to know the truth. They need a guarantee that you are impartial. What if tomorrow you catch any of the people here and also call them a freak? Where is the proof? Alexander spoke loudly, sowing the seed of doubt in the people. Alexander was a god. He was already radiating an aura of a godly being. Adding to his old age, he looked very wise. The people started murmuring and many nodded. Alexander then took out a big bag of gold coins from the sack on Dobby's back. He threw it at the feet of the Inquisitor. In that sack are 10,000 large gold coins. More than your budget for the whole year. If you can prove that this woman is indeed a witch, then all of it is yours. I will, in fact, donate more money to build a new temple for you, Alexander offered. He knew that greed many times clouds the judgment of a man. Helvide immediately agreed to do this for the money. He told his men to go and bring the priest. His plan was simple. As long as the priest says that he was seduced, everything will be fine. People in these times had no idea about what cross-examination meant and what a true trial meant. Soon, the priest came and Alexander magically poured the truth spitter potion directly into his mouth. Helvide quickly asked him, Priest Cordal, tell us, were you seduced by this woman? There was a moment of silence as everyone waited for the answer. Gerald and Yennefer had also accepted that nobody could stop Alexander from losing so much money now. There was no way the priest would tell the truth. Cordal mumbled something first to fight the effects of truth spitter, but nobody can win against it. She did not seduce me. She came to the church to pray for a better life. She was very poor, so I promised her money if she slept with me. But an acolyte saw me and her in the bed together. He confessed. Immediately, the people started booing. Taking the advantage of the situation, Alexander asked, Then, why is she being called a witch? To save the image of the Church of Eternal Fire. The Grand Inquisitor ordered for this and his orders are supreme. Cordal replied. Then, can you tell me, how common are these fake witch hunts and burnings? Alexander asked. Most of the time people whom we catch and burn are not witches. We just pick a woman from the poor part of the city who has no family so no one can vouch for her. Then we let our men first use her for their pleasure. When the woman goes mad from the torture, we show her to the public and burn her. He confessed in detail. Alexander and everyone else there felt sickened to no end. The people had trusted the Church of Eternal Fire wholeheartedly, but now they saw their true faces. Who is involved in all this? Does the Inquisitor and Hierarch of Novigrad know about this? Alexander asked further. Yes, they all know about this. Most of the priests indulge in these activities. he replied. Alexander looked at the people with open arms. You heard everything. Let's ask the Grand Inquisitor about this. Helvide, is what this man said true? Alexander asked. Why, yes, he is speaking the truth. Helvide said with a shocked expression on his face. Gerald, pass me your sword please, Alexander instructed. Gerald grunted but obliged. He felt like he was taking off his clothes when he passed his sword. He threw it towards Alexander. Alexander caught it in hand and pointed it at the head of the Grand Inquisitor. People, tell me, shouldn't these sinners be punished as severely as they did with you all? They see you all as pigs, only meant to be slaughtered or are *ped. Is this acceptable? Isn't Novigrad supposed to be a free city? Then how can we let ourselves be enslaved by this so-called Church of Eternal Fire? Tell me, what do you want? Do you still want to support them or punish them? Punish them. Kill them. Alexander then read the sins of the Grand Inquisitor. Grand Inquisitor Helvide, Category 4. Murder, 121. Indirect murder, 12,456. R*P, 514. R*Ping minor, 54. Human sacrifice, 54,568. Infanticide, 12,564. Thievery, 45,456. Lying to public, 1,256. Sin percentage, 87%. Alexander took a long breath after that. Killing the man so quick was mercy on him. He gave the sword back to Gerald. So many sins. Tell me, why did you people kill the sorcerers, witchers, and elves? They are all humanoid species with intelligence? What did they do to you? Alexander asked. This was, of course, Alexander's plan. Whatever Helvide was going to say next were Alexander's words. Alexander was doing this so he could change the people's perception of the magical species, so they can stop holding this prejudice. By now, half of Novigrad had gathered at that place and watched this scene. So, whatever was being said there, it was going to spread across the land like wildfire. The Grand Inquisitor answered, because Emperor Emervar Emrys has promised the hierarch, Cyrus Engelkind Himmelfzart, that the Church of Eternal Fire will get its own big kingdom after the Nilfgaard wins the war. The Nilfgaardian army employs all kinds of magical creatures in their forces, but the northern kingdoms discriminate against magical creatures. We reinforced this idea across the lands, so the northern kingdoms don't employ these magical beings. This way, the north will forever be weaker than Nilfgaard. Then, does this mean sorcerers, witchers, and elves are not evil? Alexander asked. No, they are as evil as any other human. There are murderers in every society. Theirs is like that too, he said. Alexander looked at the people. See that? They even used you people, to make your own land weaker so you all can be butchered by Nilfgaard. Your hate for all the magical creatures was made to benefit them. By now, people had started going crazy with all the revelations. Kill them. Burn them. But, seeing the public angry, the witch hunters drew their swords out and ran towards people to make a way for their escape. They were all surrounded at the moment. The people screamed in panic. But Alexander had talked to Yennefer mentally. She immediately appeared in front of the people who were about to be attacked. She used a magical blast to throw the attackers away. Don't worry. They can't even touch you, she assured the people. On the other side, Dobby had saved some people. With his elf ears clearly showing to the people, everyone knew which species he belongs to. In a third location, Gerald was saving the people. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The people were shocked and confused. What are you waiting for? Even an elf, a witcher, and a sorceress are saving you. Pick your arms, join them and save yourself. Don't be anybody's tool. I can show you the path, but you must walk the path on your own, Alexander loudly said. He waved his hand and all the swords and daggers from the witch hunters flew away. The people raised their fists in the air and went to join Yennefer, Gerald and Dobby. They all beat the witch hunters and Order of the Flaming Rose who was responsible for policing the city and spread the religion of eternal fire. Alexander only let them use their fists and didn't let them kill. That whole night, all the members of Church of Eternal Fire were hunted, beaten, and caught. Even Cyrus Engelkind Himmelfzart, the hierarch of Novigrad, was caught. Once that was done, Alexander gathered the people. Now, Novigrad is truly free. Don't let anyone ever control you again. We are not barbarians, remember. With that, the people started chanting for him. For some reason, a guy shouted, Sage King. Then everyone started shouting, Sage King, Sage King, Sage King. Alexander smiled wryly. I just freed them and they put themselves in another shackle by calling me a king. That's a normal human for you. They always want to be ruled and be told what to do. They lack true free will. Freedom only sounds good in words and thoughts, but in reality, no one likes true freedom because it brings uncertainty to life. Gerald spoke. Well, at least now they won't hunt magical people like crazy, Alexander shrugged. Yennefer came forward and asked, when did you plan all this? I didn't, Alexander blurted. What? So, you mean, you accidentally became a king? Yennefer was shocked. Dobby chuckled, that happens a lot to him. Alexander's eye twitched when he heard that. So, Alexander became the king of Novigrad without even asking. The next thing he did was clean the streets, both, literally and figuratively. Yennefer had told Alexander that there were 4 big bad bosses in Novigrad. The big four were leaders of Novigrad's criminal underground, with all of them vying to rule over Novigrad by any means necessary. The four criminal leaders were Carlo Varese, Cleaver, Cyprian Wiley, Horson Jr., Francis Bedlam, King of Beggars, Sigismund Sigismund Dijkstra. Together, these four controlled every crime in the North's largest city, including pickpocketing, muggings, illegal arena fights and casinos, weapons smuggling, and taking contract killings. Alexander told Dobby to wear nice shining armor and take some faceless men with him in armor. They were to raid and destroy all the places owned by these four criminal leaders. But Gerald said he wanted to come too as he needed to find Dandelion as he had found out that Ciri had contacted him. So, they went out to clean the streets. Meanwhile, Alexander told Iroh to go out and post a public announcement that people will be rewarded for killing rats. As many dead rats they bring, they would get more reward. There were also a few more job postings, requiring street cleaners, bricklayers, and road makers. Alexander had already turned the Eternal Fire temples into public offices, the biggest one being his. How do you do all this? The way you're acting, it looks like you've done this hundreds of times. Yennefer asked. She had stayed back because she wanted to learn from Alexander. Haha, and you wouldn't be wrong. Yes, I have done this hundreds of times. I've seen too many worlds with broken governments and monarchs. I'm used to fixing stuff like this, Alexander revealed. Yennefer's eyes widened. What do you mean worlds? Well, I travel the multiverse, just like the unicorns. This is my first time coming here, Alexander said. No wonder you seemed like you didn't know anything. So, what are you? Humans can't be multidimensional beings, she asked. I'm indeed a human, or I was. I'm a god now, Alexander answered. Yennefer stayed silent for a while. A god? What is a god? A being extremely powerful. It is hard to understand what a god is. Well, let's say, we are not bound by earthly rules. We can judge a person's soul, send it to either hell, heaven, or the cycle of reincarnation. I'm the son of God who made everything. You, me, this building, this planet, universe, multiverse, space and time. Alexander answered her. He had no reason to hide such stuff because it eventually comes out in the open whenever he's about to leave. Yennefer also took a seat. This is shocking. To think that one's fate lies in someone's hands. No, you're wrong. Your fate was always in your hands from the start. You made the choices. You choose the path. After you die, you just get judged for what your life choices were. This is the reason most mortals can't fathom the thought of a real god. To them, it's enough as long as the god is just an idea. The day he becomes a person with flesh and bones, he'd be hunted and killed. Alexander explained to her. So, what god are you? There are types of gods, right? She asked. Oh, I'm God's advocate. I work directly for my father. I'm responsible for purifying sins from different worlds. Help them get better and then leave for the next world. Alexander said. Sounds like the dream job. She replied sarcastically. You believe me? Alexander asked amusingly. Why not? You have that kind of godly aura, she said. Then Yennefer finally asked the big question. Can you help us find Ciri? Sure, what does she look like and what's her story? Alexander inquired. Yennefer started telling him the story of how Ciri was born, her father's current status, the law of surprise, how Ciri has her fate connected with Gerald and how her father wants to use Ciri to probably impregnate her and create offspring, hoping that they'd also have elder blood because one who has the elder blood is supposed to be very powerful. Then she explained what elder blood was and what wild hunt was. To me, she's like a daughter I could never have. To Gerald as well, she's like a daughter. So, for her, we are ready to do anything, Yennefer confidently stated. Oh, aren't these wild hunt guys the elves that forced the unicorns to open the multiverse gate for them? Alexander asked. What? I've never heard of this, she replied. So it's not common knowledge. Well, it doesn't matter. I will help you find her, protect her, defeat her evil father and also this wild hunt, Alexander replied. By the way, what do you mean you can't have your own daughter? Alexander asked suddenly. Meanwhile, Dobby had already bashed the heads of 3 crime lords by now. Dobby and Gerald had bonded during their fights together. They had each other's backs. Dobby even saved him from a rogue arrow. The only remaining one was the Horson Jr. So, how does one become a witcher? Dobby inquired. Gerald was already friendly with the big elf so he answered, we're taken in as children, then witchers to be are subjected to intense alchemical processes, consumption of mutagenic compounds, and relentless physical and magical training to make them dangerous and highly versatile against their vast array of opponents, many of which possess superhuman speed, strength, or other deadly powers. Only 3 or 4 survive out of 10 to fully become a witcher. That is very sad. I can't imagine the pain the kids would go through, Dobby muttered. Well, they would have died of starvation or something anyway. But no one makes more witchers now. For one, we lost the formula for the mutation potion and second, witchers are no longer needed. With the rise of human civilization, monsters are being driven away or killed by huge hunting parties, Gerald said. Soon, amidst their talks, they reached the place where Horson Jr. was holed up. They quickly dismantled his goons and found the man. But what sickened them was that there were corpses of various women. Some were alive too but with various injuries. So your name means much more than just being a name, Gerald remarked. Dobby waved his hand and healed all of the alive women. You can all go now. You are an animal, Dobby said to Horson. And who's saying that? A giant freak and a white-haired freak. I've been seeing a lot of you lately, Horson said while looking at Gerald. What do you mean? Did you see Siri? Gerald asked. Where is Dandelion? He added. After getting beaten to a pulp, Horson revealed everything. Dandelion was caught by the city guards and Siri had run away again. But now they at least knew where the stupid bard was. Who is this Siri you're after? Is she your daughter? Dobby asked. No, but like a daughter, Gerald replied and sped his horse towards the prison. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Back at Alexander, he just found out about the price Yennefer had to pay for being fixed. What? So you can't become a mother? No problem. Alexander immediately took out a potion from his dimensional pocket and explained everything. After this, I want you to help me find a nice match for my elf friend. He's the god of all elves in the multiverse, but sadly, he's still single. Yennefer chuckled. Match for an elf god? She is going to be tougher to find than even Siri. Dandelion was found in the prison cell. Dobby helped him get out and they returned to Alexander. The instant Dandelion saw Alexander, he started singing some bullshit. Oh, is this the old white wolf? He's not related to me, Gerald grunted. Okay, then who is he? Dandelion asked. He is the new king of Novigrad. Yennefer replied and continued. Where is Siri? Dandelion looked at Yennefer with dreamy eyes. Ah, the most beautiful sorceress. I don't know where Siri is. She took off after the mess with Horson Jr. What happened to that sick bastard? Dead, along with the other 3 crime leaders. Gerald replied. Oh, that's a boon to the world. Well, I think she went to Skellige, he said. Alexander interrupted them quickly. Does any of you have a picture of Siri? Gerald and Yennefer looked at each other's faces. They shook their heads. No, we don't, Yennefer replied. Sigh. Well, you know her face, so it should work that way too. Just think about Siri and open the door, Alexander instructed. What do? Gerald asked but stopped in the middle. Out of nowhere, Alexander took out a pink door. This door. Yennefer was interested in this as she could not feel any magic in it. It felt like an ordinary door. Go ahead, open it while thinking about reaching Siri. Alexander nudged him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Gerald moved ahead and held the door handle. He thought about what Siri looked like and then slowly turned the knob. Soon, he opened it and to his surprise, the other side's view differed from where he was standing. He entered the strange place that seemed to be a cottage. He looked around and finally saw her. Siri was lying on a bed, her eyes closed as if asleep. Alexander, Dobby and Yennefer also followed in. Yennefer quickly ran to the bedside and looked at her face. She's not breathing, Gerald said. He was devastated by this. Yennefer knelt at the bedside. Alexander glanced at Siri and diagnosed her body. No, she's not dead. Her breathing and heart are so slow that it would appear she's dead. Gerald looked at the silent face of Siri. He picked her up and hugged her. Yennefer too, hugged from the other side, putting Siri her between them. Just then, they felt an arm on their backs. The arm held them tighter in a warm hug. Then a soft voice came. It's nice to see you two again. Indeed, Gerald replied. Siri then looked back at Alexander and Dobby. Who are they? Wait. I know him. She pointed at Alexander. Alexander was taken aback. Me? Child, I'm seeing you for the first time. Siri quickly got out of Gerald and Yennefer's embrace and stood up. She had excitement on her face while looking at Alexander. I mean, I don't know you personally. I know about you. When I was running away from the wild hunt, I came across a world where you were very popular. They had tall buildings higher than castles and metal carriages running on the streets. Big banners of your face were all around that world. I was confused about where I was, but for some reason, I felt that the wild hunt won't be able to find me there for a while. I was lost when a kind lady helped me get to a place called Kind Heart Orphanage. There, I saw so many of your photo frames. I asked the people about you and they gave me a metal box thing that had a magical projection of you. I talked to you so much. I learned about your life, what you did for the people, and your tragic demise. Wait, what happened to you after you died? She asked. I became a god, Alexander replied. That makes sense. If even you can't become a god, then nobody can. Anyway, you helped me so much there. I was lost and confused about my life. I didn't want to keep running forever. Then you told me to face my fears. That closing your eyes doesn't make the monster disappear. You only get a false sense of security. I talked to you every day there while also working in the orphanage, she said in length. Who made such a magical box? I know I didn't leave such a thing behind. Alexander asked in confusion. Oh, it was made by a group of people. They call themselves the Universe Brotherhood. It is comprised of all the grown UPS who were saved by your orphanage and got to study in your established schools as kids. They were people graced by you. This group of people acts like a secret society, following the path of kindness just like you. They brought technological advancements to their world and ended all wars. They are really good people, she explained. Alexander smiled hearing that. It made him happy to find out that his kindness didn't go to waste. He patted Siri. Thank you for telling me all this. But the girl hugged him. Thank you for helping me, even though I know you were not there. Alexander chuckled. It's okay, child. Helping people is kind of my job. Just then, Dobby spoke. I can feel that you have elven blood in you. And it isn't just ordinary blood. Siri turned to him. Oh, I know you too. You are the elven god, Dobby. I've been to some friendly elven worlds. They worship you there. Really? That feels a bit weird. Take me to that world later. I should show myself to them every once in a while. Dobby muttered. It will be an honor to help a being like you. Ciri bowed a little. Geralt and Yennefer came up to her and put their arms on her shoulder. Calm down, Ciri. You've been speaking non-stop. Ciri chuckled. How can I not speak? I have seen so many things, Geralt. I even saw a world where people had metal in their head and traveled in flying metal carriages. There were guards called police that had the ability to teleport right behind you if you commit any crime. People also looked identical for some reason. Also, they were so dumb that they didn't know how to drive a carriage around an obstacle. It was weird. Stop fooling me now, Geralt argued. I'm not fooling you. I'm sure Grandpa Universe knows that world, she said. She had unknowingly developed a habit of calling Alexander Grandpa Universe while she lived in Alexander's original world. As always, Alexander felt butterflies in his stomach due to getting a new granddaughter. Haha, you two look like father and daughter, Alexander said while chuckling. And you look like her grandpa, Yennefer added. Alexander looked at her and said, Child, I am everyone's grandpa. Most people call me Grandpa Universe. Also, I am millions of years old, so I'm sure everyone is eligible to call me that. Yennefer, Geralt, and Ciri's jaw dropped. They had heard of some beings living for thousands of years, but this was a whole different league. Just then, the door opened and 4 dwarves came in. They looked shocked. What is going on here? How did you all get here? But, before anyone could say something, they all felt a sudden chill, except for Alexander and Dobby. The fireplace also got extinguished automatically. They're here, Ciri said with worry on her face. She unsheathed her sword, along with Geralt. Don't worry, let's face them, Alexander cheered her. Yeah, I'm supposed to be the elf god and they are elves, so let's see how they react, Dobby added, but he suddenly jumped right beside Ciri. Ciri, out of reflex, swung her sword at Dobby, though she was not able to harm him and the sword only clanked. She was about to ask why he did that when she saw Dobby holding on to something, or someone. There was a person in the Wild Hunt's armor and a portal was just closing behind him. It was a small portal for just one man to pass through. It was a sneak attack on her. Thanks, Ciri replied with a smile. Dobby nodded and held the elf closer to his face. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The elf started shuddering as soon as he felt a sense of ultimate superiority on a spiritual level from Dobby. He looked at his face and beard closely. He recognized him immediately from various sculptures of the elf god in his world. Forgive me, Elder Elf God. Forgive me. It was King Eredin's order. Dobby threw the elf away and looked around because he sensed a few portals about to open. They are coming. Stay close, Ciri. They're here for you, after all. Ciri did stay close to him after seeing the elf shudder in fear by the mere gaze of Dobby. She had pure adoration for his power at the moment. Alexander looked at the two smugly. Can she be the one? As Dobby warned, the portals appeared and tall elves in armor came out of them. Let's fight in the open, Alexander commented and waved his hand. The cottage entirely disappeared from around them and they found themselves standing in the open land of the Isle of Mists. Soon, the Wild Hunt surrounded them. The Wild Hunt had surrounded them. There were many of them, along with weird ships. Soon, an armored elf with a crown-like helmet came forward. Alexander had to agree that these Wild Hunt armors looked very intimidating. Alexander had already cooked up a plan in his old head. He would let Dobby be the man here. These were all elves anyway, so it came under Dobby's authority. Dobby, you want to talk to them first? Alexander asked. Dobby nodded and went forward. Eredin was the first to speak. I am King Eredin Breakglass, King of NL. Hand Ciri to me and I shall let your meager lives be spared. Aye. The Wild Hunt King wasn't able to complete his words because he was suddenly lifted in the air by Dobby. Dobby hadn't even touched him yet. He was just using magic to keep him in the air. Why are you after her? Dobby asked. I need her to give me 2 offspring. She can do whatever she wants after that, he replied. Dobby shook his head in disappointment. You call yourself an elf? An elf is supposed to be well-mannered, kind to nature and pure in mind. Who told you that women can be treated like this? Let me make this clear. You have no right to decide the life of any person. You have no right to force any woman to submit to you. What you are doing is against the very principle of civilization. But the Wild Hunt King argued, I am the king of NL, I know every elven law. There is none that states we cannot take lesser species as our slaves. You as an elf should know this. Humans are below us. They are just hairless apes. Dobby walked closer to the elf. It seems you didn't recognize me. I am the elven law as long as it relates to elves. Bam. Dobby forcefully pulled the faceplate of the king's helmet. If you are the king of Air-El, then I am the elf god of all elves in the multiverse. I cannot force you to follow my laws, but I am obligated to punish you if you do something wrong. Dobby spoke, now looking very serious and also cool. Alexander, while staying back and standing between Geralt and Yennefer, talked about Dobby. See, he's so cool. He's been following me for a long time now. He's strong enough to crush this planet in a second. Then, how strong are you? Yennefer asked. Cough, I can do a lot. Look, Dobby is punishing him. Alexander changed their focus back to Dobby. I believe in no god. King Eredin Breakglass replied. I know, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't punish you. So many people you have killed and enslaved. You attacked the unicorns too, Dobby said. Now he stood right in front of Wild Hunt King and physically held his neck. Boss, what is his sin percentage? Dobby asked. Alexander, read it. Aridin Break Glass, Category 4. Murder, 1,125. Indirect murder, 13,456,875. Enslaved, 1,677,789. Sin percentage, 80%. He's a Category 4, Dobby, Alexander revealed. Dobby looked back at the Wild Hunt King. Your fate is sealed. He pressed Aridin's neck harder and harder, eventually making his face go paler than it originally was. He could not even make a sound and only wriggled in Dobby's hand. The other elves who came with Aridin could not muster enough courage to go against Dobby. Aridin may be their king, but Dobby was the elf god. After a few minutes, Aridin's life left his body. His eyes only had terror in them as he realized how weak he was. How misplaced his arrogance was. Dobby put the body away and cast a fire spell on it. Aridin's body soon turned to ashes and a strong wind blew them away as well. Dobby looked back at Alexander, Ciri, and Geralt. He won't be making trouble now. You all wait here, I will go to their world and deal with it. Wait, I'll come too. Ciri jumped to his side. Suit yourself, Dobby muttered. He looked at the various clueless Wild Hunt men. Let's go RL, he ordered. They hastily opened portals and led Dobby in. But, as soon as they crossed the portal, they were greeted by a snowstorm. Dobby called the closest elf and asked, what is going on here? Why did you bring us to a storm? Elder God, the whole RL is covered in this storm. The white frost has taken over and is destroying all life here. We had planned to move to the continent from here, but for that, we needed bigger portals. We needed Ciri for that. But, Aridin wanted to conquer the continent first and keep Ciri to himself. The elf explained. Dobby looked around at the planet. This white frost felt more magical than natural to him. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ciri also spoke then. The white frost is a phenomenon that results in the freezing of entire planets. While the most powerful magics may slow its pace on a regional level, it is widely understood to be an inevitable end of all worlds. White frost is one of the omens prophesied by Ithlin as heralding the beginning of the end of the world. It will eventually come to the continent too. I can sense the center of this storm. I will go there and see if it is natural or a magical entity. Is it living or not? If it is, then I will try to communicate. Dobby said. Are you mad? It is extremely cold there. You will instantly die there. Ciri worriedly warned him. Dobby chuckled. Did you forget who I am? Little planets destroying beings are far below my power level. Why don't you go and deal with the loyal generals of Aridin? Dobby was quick to call Douglas, Hats, and Blue Fang. These three will help you with it. You three, help Lady Ciri defeat the bad elves of this planet, Dobby instructed. Douglas was simply happy to be able to use his scissor sword. Blue Fang was silent and just nodded, and Hats was, as always, lazy. He jumped and sat on the shoulders of Ciri as if a furry muffler. But Dobby didn't say anything. Hats sitting on her shoulder would keep her safer. Ciri interestingly looked at Hats. She saw his scary smile, but she wasn't scared. In fact, with his big eyes, she found Hats cute. Hey, little kitty. She patted him. Hats purred but also spoke. Yeah, that's the spot. Good, you will make a fine scratcher after some training from Grandma. This made Ciri stop. You can speak. Of course I can speak. I'm not like other stupid cats. I am Hats, the god of chaos. Kid, keep on scratching. Hey, don't call me kid. I'm Ciri, she complained. Hats huffed. Whatever, I'm more than 1,000,000 years old. I can call you a kid, child, pup, or kitten. Ciri's mouth stayed agape in shock. Why are you all gods so terrifyingly old? Douglas quickly chimed in. Hehe, you'd faint if I told you how old our father is. How old? Ciri asked. Trillions. Douglas blurted. Besides, it's our age that makes us so wise. Hats said. Dobby laughed loudly. Bwahaha, Hats, you are everything but wise. Petty would be the right word. How can you say that? I will remember this. Hats retorted, but then he realized he acted just as Dobby said. Petty. Seeing Hats' face, Ciri, Dobby, Douglas and Blue Fang laughed. Okay, I will go and deal with this white frost. You do your side of the work. Dobby said and looked at the soldiers. Obey her orders until I return. He ordered. All the elves kneeled and bowed their heads. Ciri was headed towards the main castle of the king in RL. In her way, she was talking to Hats about stuff. Where do you live? You just came out of thin air earlier, she asked. That. We live in a separate dimension. We have lots of planets there. Even I have my own planet, though not many people live there. Hats replied. What? So you all have planets? She asked. No, not all of us. There is one with all dragons, one with all ice people, one where old man lives with his family, phoenixes, and unicorns. I earned my planet as a reward too. It ain't much, but it's honest work, I'm telling you, Hats replied. Does your honest work involve sleeping on someone's lap? Ciri asked with a smirk. Yup, that and babysitting some kids in Fahame. Hats replied and closed his eyes, making himself feel comfortable. So, tell me about the elf god, she asked. Hats chuckled. What? You got a crush on him or something? He's pretty tall, you know, much taller than you. But then he noticed the blush on Ciri's face. Well, some girls have a preference for tall guys, I guess. Anyway, there are only a few people I would never badmouth. My grandma, God, Amy, my planet, and Dobby. Dobby is one of the kindest people I know. Well, that's pretty much it. He's kind and strong. Hats babbled. He's also single. Do you want me to talk to him? Hats added. I'm not a little girl. I can do such small things myself. She confidently replied. Dobby at the moment was in the sky. He had gone to the North Pole of the planet. He went straight to the center of the storm. The cold wasn't affecting him much, but he was now sure that this white frost wasn't a natural phenomenon. Soon, he reached the center. It was so cold that a normal person would have shattered into little pieces due to the extreme cold and wind. At the center of the storm, Dobby found a small circular ball of ice. It didn't have a face yet, it felt alive. What are you? Dobby asked. There was silence. But suddenly, Dobby saw visions. There were two entities, fighting for dominance. Then there was nothing, and from nothing came this white frost, to undo all that the two entities created. It seems this is something related to heaven. I guess I should call boss. He thought and called Alexander on the dimensional cell phone. Alexander picked up the phone on the other side. What is it, Dobby? Boss, I found the source of white frost, but it seems to be related to some heavenly stuff. Can you come here and see what it is? I do not have the authority to deal with stuff. Dobby asked. Sure, I will apparate to you. Alexander agreed and disappeared in the middle of a chat with Yennefer and Geralt. He appeared in front of Dobby and intently looked at the small ice ball. He sent a mental probe to it to see if the thing had any memory. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. In an instant, Alexander saw what had caused this white frost. It turned out to be something God had told Alexander the first time they met, about equilibrium between angels and demons and that they are in a constant fight for dominance. That fight happened here too, and it reached a verdict. The angels and demons of this universe died with each other. After that, because there was no one to maintain the universe, various dimensions collided into one, creating the continent where humans, magical beings, and monsters lived together. But there was also a bigger drawback to all this. The angels and demons were necessary to keep the universe alive, but without them, the end of the universe came in the form of white frost. The job of white frost was to destroy the universe. Alexander came out of the memory and turned to Dobby. It is indeed related to heavenly stuff. But even I don't know what to do with this. I have no idea how to bring an angel to this place. I guess I will ask God. He looked straight up. Old man, you there? Slurp. Yeah, I'm here. I was drinking Iroa's tea. Need an angel? Don't worry, I will assign one to that universe. He will take care of all the stuff there. Now, I'll get going. I have invited some goddesses to taste this tea. Take care. God left the chat. Alexander and Dobby sighed and looked around. Alexander then spoke to Dobby in a whispering voice. Dobby, you remember why we came to this world? Yes, I remember, Dobby replied and waited for Alexander to speak to understand where he was getting to. Well, I tried to look for a nice lady for you, but it turned out, it's very hard. But, then I found her to be much closer than expected. She had come to us on her own. Alexander said cryptically. Are you talking about Ciri? Yeah, she is indeed nice. But I don't think she would like me. First of all, I'm too tall. Second, I'm not that good looking while she's very pretty. Dobby said. Alexander's jaw was left hanging. What the hell? Not good looking? You? Dobby, my friend, what kind of drug are you taking? You are one of the best looking guys I have ever seen. You and Ciri would look perfect together. Also, don't worry about height. I will teach you a technique to control your height. Dobby sighed. I won't force her, boss. If she likes me, I will talk to her, but if she doesn't, then I guess I will have to wait some more. Okay, I'm not really forcing you. Go and join her. I'm going back to talk to her parents. Alexander pushed him and disappeared. Dobby came to where the fight took place. The loyalists of Eredin were not many, so Ciri was able to defeat them easily. But, after that, she was lost on what to do. She didn't want to become their queen. So, she ordered everyone to only wait for Dobby. Pop. Dobby appeared in the hall. Here comes the groom. Hats meowed and jumped on top of Dobby's shoulder. He whispered in Dobby's ears. She likes you, big guy. She confessed directly to me. Dobby paused for a second from this information. He instinctively turned towards Ciri. Ciri was also looking straight at him. Their eyes met and they stayed like that for 3 minutes. As if they were communicating with eyes, but in reality, their minds were blank. I'm leaving now. Hats teleported away. But this sound also brought the two lovers back to their senses. Let's deal with the administration. Dobby decided. Yes, let's do that. Ciri blurted embarrassingly. Hats appeared in front of Alexander and lifted his paw towards him. I did the job. Now pay up. Alexander grunted and gave him a packet of medicinal catnip that does not cause addiction. This is the first and last time I will be doing such deals. Don't get your hopes up. If Oli finds out, she will kill me. Meow. Hats said some random thing in cat language and climbed a tree to find a spot and have some good time. With the problem of air solved, Alexander focused on the purity of the world he was in. It was still at 50%. Killing the Wild Hunts King didn't help because he was from a different planet. So, he looked for the Emperor of Nilfgaard. He judged his sins and found him to be equally as bad as Eredin. Alexander asked Ciri if she would feel bad if he were to remove her father. Ciri thought for a while but soon got over it. With this, Alexander didn't hold himself and sent Emperor Emervar Emrace to hell while replacing him with a T-800 droid. Then, the new emperor took care of all the voices wanting to further the war and stopped the ongoing war. Alexander also did his task from his side. He removed all the leftover corrupt kings and annexed their kingdoms in the north to create a giant-sized kingdom. After that, Alexander and the fake Nilfgaardian emperor signed a peace pact. But after that, Emperor Emervar Emrace committed suicide and wrote Alexander's name as the successor. Alexander took care of all the voices against him and finally took over the continent with ease. He banned slavery and discrimination on the basis of race and extremist religions. The Nilfgaardian people were hard to deal with, especially those from the origin place of the Nilfgaardian Empire. They considered themselves superior from other humans. Alexander did one simple thing to teach them a lesson. He stopped all the help he was giving them, from food to security. In a single day, crimes shot up and riots started. Alexander calmed the situation and showed them that they weren't much different. Just living in a fancy building doesn't make you better. Since then, Alexander's job got much easier. Drink this, Geralt. Alexander gave the white wolf a cup of tea. What is this? Geralt asked. This will make you able to have kids again, Alexander replied, shocking him. Yennefer put her hand on his shoulder. I took it too. Ciri jumped in excitement. I can't wait to meet your kids. Will they have white hair or black hair? Easy there, we haven't decided anything yet. Geralt stopped her enthusiasm. What? Still not? Are you two planning on being friends with benefits for the rest of your lives? Don't you want cute little kids? Hell, with your lifespans, you can make an army of kids. Ciri tried to convince them. Language, Ciri. Geralt grunted. Yennefer was silent, however. Alexander saw this and had a hunch. He quickly talked to Geralt mentally. She's silent because she wants an answer, Geralt. She seems serious. I recommend that you answer her today, even if it is a no. Otherwise, you might lose her for the rest of your life. Geralt sighed and got up after thinking for a few minutes. He walked to Yennefer and stroked her hair. Remember that Jinn accident? You should have never freed us from that wish. Then this decision wouldn't have been so tough. I am a witcher, who likes to stay away from all the hustle bustle. But you are the opposite, you like living in cities. I used to think that if we got together then we'd be too different and that would cause problems. Now, the old man here has changed a lot of things. So, it's a yes from me but you must decide, can you tolerate the countryside as well from time to time? Yennefer looked at Geralt's face lovingly. That would be a very negligible price to pay, Geralt. So it's a yes? Geralt asked. Yes. Hurrah. Dobby, let's make a cake for them. Ciri dragged her elf partner to the kitchen. These two had come very close to each other in the past few months. Initially, they were shy but slowly Ciri got out of the shyness and dragged Dobby around with herself. Nov, L, B / JNN. But, even after all this, they had not confessed and Alexander was at his limits because soon the world will be purified. He needed Dobby and Ciri to make a decision fast but he didn't want to force them either. I guess I should go and talk to them, he decided and headed to the kitchen. The moment he left, Geralt and Yennefer started making out. When Alexander entered the kitchen, to his shock, he saw Ciri sitting on the counter and facing Dobby while they both kissed each other passionately. Alexander beamed with happiness for getting his answer without speaking. Ah, youth. I miss Olivia now. So, you have already reached this phase. Good going. Alexander spoke, stopping the two and embarrassing them. Ciri blushed and tried to go out. I'll go and talk to Yen. Haha, don't go. They are doing the same thing you were doing. Alexander replied. Ciri turned redder and went back to Dobby. So, when did all this start? Alexander asked. A month ago, Dobby replied. Ah, but why didn't you make it public? Why didn't I see you two acting like a couple? Alexander inquired. That was her wish. She didn't want this relationship to spread out as elves would be after her blood then or maybe they would start calling her goddess. Dobby explained. Well, they would still call her a goddess. Anyway, welcome to the family, Ciri. I guess we have another person in the white hair group. Alexander said laughingly. You've had white-colored hair since you were young too? She asked. Of course, I had such hair from the moment I was born, Alexander revealed. So, when are you two marrying? Alexander asked further, bringing an awkward silence. The couple was flustered. Dobby quickly replied, Boss, we haven't dated that long yet. Give us some time to make such big decisions. Oh, okay. Sorry for the intrusion. Back in my days, we rarely wasted time dating and went straight up to marrying because who knows when you'd find another one like her. I'll be going now. You two continue. Alexander operated away. 1 year later. I will come to meet you every once in a while. Dobby has taught me how to navigate my portals. Ciri assured Geralt and Yennefer. Yennefer hugged Ciri. We looked for you for so long and now you are leaving us. Hihi, you are acting like my mom. Ciri chuckled. I am like your mother. I've seen you since you were small, along with Geralt. You are a part of our life now. Yennefer said. Ciri hugged her again and then went to Geralt. Don't worry, I am going to be living with real gods. I will be safe there. But I will still be worried. I still think I can keep you safer with my sword. Geralt sounded worried. Alexander walked to him and patted his shoulder. The white wolf must let his pups go on their own adventures or else their fangs will always be soft. After that, Alexander made Dobby and Ciri go to Fihame. It was time for him to leave, as the world was now 90% pure. He had left behind a droid as the emperor who would slowly advance the world while keeping all the sinners in check. Gerald and Yennefer would be living for the next few hundred years as well, so they also joined in to help. Boom. The golden light fell on him as he was transported away. He waved his hand to the two of them. All right, let's continue the work. I need to increase my power level too, he mumbled while traveling. Like thunder falling on the ground, Alexander felt the ground under his feet. It was already nighttime wherever he was, so he didn't feel uncomfortable in the eyes. His place looks like ordinary Earth. What movie am I in now? He wondered. He was standing on top of a building right now, so he went down to find out about the date. Soon, he saw Christmas decorations in front of various shops. Well, this is surely December. But which year? He wondered. After looking around, he saw a digital billboard on a building showing live news. In that, he saw the date. December 23rd, 2020. Isn't this the year I died? Well, this world doesn't seem like my old world though. He immediately took out his phone. There was a message for him. This is an alternate universe of your Earth. Things aren't going well for this planet. Humans messed it up. Now they are showing their true colors of stupidity. Correct them. World purity, 60%. Pop. What did the humans do now? Ragnarok asked. I don't know yet. Where is Dobby? Alexander inquired. Oh, I told him not to come and spend some quality time with his girlfriend, Ragnarok replied. Alexander nodded. Good job, he needs this holiday. Anyway, I guess it will be the two of us now. Let's go and see what's going on here. Alexander went to the nearest pawn shop and changed gold for some money. But Alexander was shocked by some things. Lots of people were wearing masks. The streets looked empty, and many shops looked closed. What the hell happened here? He wondered. Alexander then went to a phone shop to buy a phone. Sorry, no mask, no entry. He was stopped at the door. What happened? Why are masks compulsory? Alexander inquired. The man at the door looked at Alexander and Ragnarok dumbly. He thought that these two old fogies must have some kind of memory problem. There is a coronavirus pandemic going on around the world. Although it has a 99.9% recovery rate, it's still pretty dangerous because there is no telling if you will survive or not. Sometimes, old people recover and young people die. The man explained. Alexander nodded. If that is the case, masks are good. Even if the recovery rate is 99.9, that still means that the 74 million could die. For comparison, 75 million died in World War II. But, if a vaccine or cure is made in time, these numbers can be heavily decreased. How many have died by now? They did make a vaccine, but no one trusts them. Most people won't be taking them, even though 1.7 million people have died, the man said. Alexander understood what had happened, but he needed more research. Alexander put on a mask and went into the store and bought a phone. Then he went to a Starbucks with Ragnarok. Alexander told Ragnarok to buy anything he wanted while he sat by the window and looked through the internet. Ragnarok went to the counter and read the menu. He was baffled by it. What the F***ck is Summerberry Panna Cotta Frappuccino? I thought this was a coffee house. Ragnarok asked with a confused face. He stayed there understanding what the hell this drink was and even forgot to order. Alexander, on the other hand, was gawking at the knowledge he learned about the origin of the virus. Then there were protests and riots in the US and finally, the elections, where Joe won. Wasn't he a bit too old to be the president? Alexander wondered and continued reading. Why were people buying out toilet paper? Man, humans have become more stupid. What the hell was who doing? How could they say the virus did not have human-to-human transmission? They seriously messed up this pandemic from the start. He talked to himself. He then got up to leave. Ragnarok, let's go, he called out. Ragnarok ignored the guy who was making him his drink and simply left after paying. So, where are we going? Ragnarok asked. To the World Health Organization's headquarters, Alexander replied. Both of them teleported to their destination. Alexander went ahead and slapped the chief of WHO. How stupid did you have to be to believe the words of the Chinese government? Of course, they would deny that the virus can spread through the human transmission. They are a country and know how much damaging it would be for their image and economy. Most countries would try to suppress such things at the start. But it was your job to investigate and make announcements. Even after all this, you had the audacity to keep on working. I'm sure if I investigated I would find lots of bribes. Now, your first job is to resign. He scolded the man. But the WHO chief cried with his swollen face. Who are you? Illuminati. Now do the job or you will silently disappear. Alexander threatened him. The chief of WHO scaredly wrote his resignation quickly, citing his worries for his home country and its civil war. If you are Illuminati, can you stop the Ethiopian civil war? Yes, I can and I will. I will stop the virus, the forced slave labor camps, Yemen crisis, and Ethiopia's civil war too. Now, for your punishment. Alexander put the man in a time torture in which he would feel the cries of every person that died due to the virus. The cries will tell him to confess to corruption and they won't stop unless he does it. Alexander ignored him and got to work. He quickly took over the whole organization from the shadows and manipulated the WHO's own research into developing a COVID vaccine. Alexander created a vaccine on his own. It was not just a vaccine but also a cure. You don't need an injection for it. It was a simple tablet with liquid inside. He thought of making a nasal spray but stopped because he guessed that someone might start saying that the vaccine would affect their brain or something. The tablet was the best deal because even if an anti-vaxxer denies taking it, they would take it once they get COVID and feel pain in their chest. From many accounts, Alexander knew that this virus affected every person differently. Some might have trouble breathing and some might not feel anything at all. Pop. Boss, any work for me? Dobby came. Good timing. I want you to order the serifs and send them to each country. Their job is to make each country's leader follow our orders. Tell them we are Illuminati and we can replace them anytime if they disagree. He ordered. He multiplied the tablets and also set up a production line. It wasn't hard to do with magic and he made sure that it was replaceable. Then he let the research staff make it public. This tablet was going to have 100% efficacy. Now what? Dobby asked. Now, I will be Santa and you will be my elf. Ha ha ha. Alexander laughed and went out. Children's Hospital in New York. Alexander entered the building in a Santa costume. Behind him, Dobby followed with a huge bag over his back. Ho ho ho. Where are all the good kids? Santa is here with presents. Alexander loudly said. Soon, lots of kids came to him running. Sadly, they all had masks on their faces and he could not see their smiles. Alexander had bought the hospital so no staff stopped him though. Okay, you want a bicycle? Here you go. Do you want a teddy bear? Here you go. You want your parents to visit you? Done, they will come in 10 minutes. Alexander fulfilled wishes left and right. But, soon he saw a 5-year-old child in his bed. He couldn't move and was on a ventilator. He walked to the child. His eyes were open. Alexander looked at the nurse. What happened to him? He asked. The nurse told him everything. He has leukemia. He was nearly healed and was on a good path of recovery but his parents don't believe in COVID. His mother passed on the virus to him. Normally, the virus wouldn't have been very deadly but because of his pre-existing conditions, his situation went bad very fast. Doctors have said that he might not survive to see the new year and/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Alexander and Dobby looked at the child with a sad face. Alexander sat beside the bed and caressed his head. He talked to the child mentally. Hello, my child. I am Santa. What is your wish? He asked. Wah? I am Jimmy, Uncle Santa. We can talk. Jimmy asked in shock. Yes, Jimmy. But I am talking to you mentally with my powers. Alexander explained. Amazing. Uncle Santa, can I be your elf? Mom said Santa is not real and I can never be your elf. But you are real, I want to show Mom that you are real. Jimmy asked innocently. Alexander's heart ached for the child. What kind of sh*tty mother did Jimmy have? He caressed his head. Jimmy, you are already my best elf. The best of the best. Jimmy's eyes teared up. Really? But what about that big elf? Oh, his name is Dobby. He's the second best elf. Why don't we both travel the world and give other children gifts? Alexander offered. Can we? Jimmy asked in hope. Yes, of course. Alexander snapped his finger and healed Jimmy completely. Then it took a few minutes for him to start moving his hands and then feet. He turned his neck to the side. The nurse saw this and ran to call a doctor. Jimmy, I have healed you. Now, we two can go out. Alexander revealed. Jimmy got up and jumped to hug Alexander. Thank you, Uncle Santa. Let's go. Alexander picked little Jimmy on his shoulder and went to the terrace. There he created a sleigh and 8 reindeers. Whoa, you really have flying reindeers. Jimmy cheered up. After that, Alexander rode around the world with little Jimmy who now wore an elf dress. They sent gifts to all the kids around the world. Jimmy was having the best time of his life. Where he was on the brink of death, now he was jumping. Alexander also gifted good health to all the kids in the world. Why should kids have to pay for crimes and dumb decisions of adults? That was so much fun, Uncle Santa. I loved it. Jimmy chirped while they were on their way back. Glad you liked it, little Jimmy. Tell me, what toy do you want? Alexander asked. I want a little sister. Jimmy wished. Haha, okay, I will talk to your mom. But you will have to wait for that. Till then, here, play with this. Alexander gave him a PS5. When they came back to the hospital, Alexander saw the mother of Jimmy. She had the typical Karen haircut and wore sunglasses even at night and while indoors. Alexander had no sympathy for her. She was mentally challenged in a sense. So, he gave her some sense and increased her EQ level. Then, he put the idea of having another child in her mind and made it so that the next child would be a girl. Mommy, look. I'm an elf now. Jimmy ran to her. She hugged him tightly and cried. She wouldn't have done this before and instead would have run to Alexander to fight him or would have asked to talk to the owner of the hospital. You can walk. You are healed. Thank the Lord. Let's get you tested to make sure of everything. Then we'll go home. I will cook a full turkey dinner today. We will invite your grandparents too, she decided. Jimmy continuously nodded. Meanwhile, Alexander slowly left, leaving behind a photo of him and Jimmy and a letter wishing him all the best for his future. As soon as the WHO announced that the current chief would be resigning and a new person will be appointed, many cheered. Then the cure of COVID was announced and it spread shock, excitement, and hope in people's hearts. However, there were some companies that spent billions of dollars to research and develop their vaccines. Even though they had some dangers related to their product, the companies still wanted to sell it. They used scummy tactics to undermine the cure Alexander had made, which was no less than an elixir of life, as it was literally made by God. They started bashing that the WHO-made vaccine was inferior and whatnot. They fed money to news channels and internet websites. They used their means to get many politicians on board too. Alexander sent Illuminati to pay a visit to all these folks. He didn't punish them though, because it was true that they had poured lots of money into this vaccine. So, he gave them the formula of his cure so they can study it and be prepared for future viruses too. On the other hand, Alexander forced all kinds of politicians and celebrities to eat his cure and publicize it so people gain trust in it. Just after 1 week and still no news of any negative after effects, people started believing in WHO again. With this in order, the world economy also started rising to normal. But Alexander now focused on the various wars going on. The crisis in Yemen was crazy. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children died due to starvation there because WHO and other charity groups couldn't continue relief work due to the pandemic. This left many vulnerable people to death. Nov. L.B/JNN. This was also a big failure of WHO and also the UN. How was it that even after so much funding, the UN wasn't able to do the one job it was supposed to do? Maintain peace and stop wars. Forget human rights, even the right to survive was in danger across the world. Yemen, Syria, Ethiopia, and many more African countries were at war. Alexander just read an article that a terrorist group killed 100 farmers in a village in Nigeria. With all this in mind, Alexander went with a zero-tolerance policy. He killed each and every single terrorist or extremist who believed in terrorism. Then, Alexander gathered dirt on every single politician in the world, be it big or small. All this data was put inside a huge base under the Sahara Desert. There Alexander put 10 T-800 droids as supervisors. The job was simple, to run the world from the shadows. There was no Illuminati before, but now there was. He immediately transferred funds from various pointless UN bodies to WHO. This money was entirely used to feed the hungry across the globe. Alexander had produced 2 billion doses of the cure, and in that time, he also licensed some companies to make them. So, within a month, the monthly cure output became 2 billion. And in 4 months, the pandemic was over. Alexander believed that even if he was not here, the world would have survived, but they would have done a very sloppy and botched up job at vaccinating everyone. Once this was done, Alexander was ready to be on his way. He had set up backup plans so he had no worries. He checked up on little Jimmy one last time and then left the universe for the next destination. After Alexander was gone, the T-800, now called Illuminati, kept on updating their database whenever a new politician joined in. Just after 1 year since Alexander left, some terrorist groups resurfaced in Africa. They were immediately killed, and soon it was found out that France was behind it because they wanted to control the region. Later it was made public that not just France, but many other countries were involved in all this. So, the Illuminati struck. The French president resigned. After a few more months, many more heads of state resigned. Then, the United States was found to be funding a group in Afghanistan as well. So, the most powerful man in the world had to resign as well. It didn't take long for the world's top players to realize who the boss was and how insignificant their powers were. Eventually, the Illuminati started a company with the same name. This name was meant to be a parody and was meant to be a cover. This way, people who were hearing rumors would find a place to visit and satisfy their curiosity, while real Illuminati worked from somewhere else. This new company was a space company and worked with other space partners such as SpaceX, NASA, etc. All the smaller governors of states in the United States were also brought into line. Then, by the forceful hands of Illuminati, a new law was passed that any questionable killing done by police would be investigated by an independent body unrelated to police. This meant shrugging shoulders by saying we're conducting an internal investigation would no longer work. This was something that should have been done long ago, but some people lobbied against such laws. Later such laws were passed all around the world to keep people in power in check. This stopped lots of protests going on around the world and people got back to work. But even when the world became so much better, humans still acted dumbly and nearly started a world war. So, Illuminati struck again. Boom. Alexander felt sand under his feet and warm sunlight falling on his face. He looked around and confirmed he was on a beach. Ah, this is a nice spot to spend the day with family. I should call them, he decided. In a few minutes, the beach was occupied by old, young, and kids of Fahim. The kids went to play in the water while the ladies put sunscreen on. Alexander also got rid of his robes and showcased his godly body. He only wore shorts and played around. Ji-chan, I sit on your shoulder. Karema climbed his body. A/N. Check Alexander's new illustration here in paragraph comment, on Discord or on Instagram n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Haha, how are you, child? Alexander asked. I'm amazing. I'm teaching Siri ninjutsu. Karema replied. Yeah, she can probably learn anything. She has the elder blood after all. Alexander muttered. He went to a bench and laid down, relaxing like never before. His whole family was there too. He took out his phone to see where he was. But, this time, like old times, memories came into his head. Memory. 1,500 years ago, Alexander had opened his own dojo called the Golden Dragon Dojo. He was the first person on the planet to start martial arts. But he didn't accept just anybody. He chose his disciples on his own. One day, he picked up a kid from the streets named Mutato. He trained the man to become as strong as possible for a human. But Alexander had a rule that every student must leave once their training completes. This kept a sense of mystery regarding the Golden Dragon Dojo. Later, the dojo became a legend because Alexander had stopped training people. Alexander also became a legend whose stories were still told to kids. Later he worked to create the world government of the planet. Memory ends. Alexander read the purity of the world because from these memories, he could see that all the work was already done. World purity, 70%, universe purity, 50%, multiverse purity, 60%. Alexander's eyes shot open. What does this mean? Am I in a world that has its own multiverse? This is going to take time to purify. Yeppy. Out of nowhere, little Thea came and jumped onto Alexander's stomach. Play, she repeated. Alexander lifted her up. She was 2-year-old now and could make small sentences. But Thea's ability to affect people's mood was too overpowering. Alexander got up with her in his arms. Okay, later make a sand castle. Yes, make sand rascal. She got excited. Yalo also joined them in making it. While the Universe family had fun, 2 men with blonde spiky hair were fighting over an island. Their punches destroyed the hills. They shot lasers from their hands at each other. Kaamehaameehaa. A blue energy laser shot out of one man's hand and the other man tried to stop it. Kakarot, I will not let you win this time. Come on, I'm hungry now. Let's fight later. Guukyuo. Come for dinner. A loud shout came from the ground. Chi-Chi is asking for me. See you later, Vegeta. Gaku flew home. I will surpass you, Kakarot. Just wait. Vegeta grunted. But, as the two were going their separate ways, they stopped and looked in one direction. They felt the hair on their body stand up by the overwhelming power that they were sensing. Hey Vegeta, do you still have that upgraded scouter? Gaku asked. Vegeta nodded and put it on. Then he looked in the direction. 10,000. 100,000. 10 million. 10,000,000 plus. Infinity. Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed loudly. It is infinite. This means that Scouter can't read the power level, he added. Gaku looked at him stupidly. Why didn't the Scouter explode then? Bulma added a safety feature in this thing. The rapid increase in the power number is what causes the explosion. Now, it just stops at the highest limit. But this is the first time I saw infinity. Vegeta explained. That is confusing. Let's go and check them. If it is someone strong, we can fight him and train. Gaku excitedly said. Gaku, come here right now. Chi-Chi's voice came from the ground. But, Gaku ignored her and flew towards the direction he felt great power from. But it was not just him who had felt it. Beerus planet. The god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus was currently sleeping. Oracle Fish had informed the god of destruction Beerus that in 39 years, an arch-rival worthy of him would appear. Due to this, he went to sleep. But, his attendant, Whis, the guide angel attendant of Universe 7's god of destruction, Beerus, as well as his martial arts teacher was not asleep. He probably never slept. Whis was stronger than the god of destruction and only came under his father, Grand Priest, and Grand Zeno, the Omni King, the supreme ruler of all the multiverse. Who is this? I can't seem to assess their strength at all. He talked to himself. For once, he looked behind at the castle. I don't think he will be waking up anytime soon. I should go and check these people out myself. He decided and vanished from his place. Catch Ji-chan. Haha, easy, Kome. Don't throw the ball too hard. It nearly went to the space. Alexander caught it. G-Boz, pass me the ball. Chappa barked. Alexander threw it towards him. Chappa passed it to Hats by bumping his nose on it. A distance from them, all the women of the family sat, taking a nice sunbath. Olivia happily looked at everyone playing. This is what true happiness is. Seeing your whole family together like this, she said. Indeed, look at Dobby and Siri. They are still practicing with swords. I guess their idea of a date is different, Natasha added. Ha ha ha, indeed. They are just made differently. Olivia chuckled. But, suddenly they heard a loud voice, yum. This food looks tasty. Come Vegeta, eat. Kakarot, don't forget why we came here. I cannot read the power level of any person here. Vegeta stayed vigilant. They all look so nice. They are just playing here. Gaku shrugged. Don't let the looks fool you. Alexander turned around to see who these two people were. He saw them descending from the sky. This gave him an insight into the people of this planet. Hello there, who are you two? Alexander asked. I'm Gaku, he's Vegeta. Gaku introduced, making Vegeta angry. Don't reveal everything to our enemies, fool. Bam. Suddenly, Ragnarok came behind the two and put his arms on their shoulder. This jolted them. Two new guests, let's go and drink. Ragnarok loudly started. Gaku and Vegeta tried to get out of Ragnarok's hold but they couldn't even move. They looked at each other's faces as the realization hit that the other party was strong beyond their expectations. Wait, this is so tasty. What is this thing called? It is so cold and sweet. A white-haired man appeared with a blue ring around his neck. Kome, seeing a person appreciating his favorite ice cream, jumped at the man. Good taste you got there. This thing is called watermelon ice cream. This is the second best ice cream after orange flavor. Are there more flavors? Amazing. I am Whis, angel attendant of the god of destruction of the Universe 7. Whis introduced himself. I am the one and only, Lucky Sever Kome. Kome also told his name. Why Lucky 7? Whis asked while eating ice cream. Well, I got 7 tails and 7 is a lucky number. Come, I will show you the orange ice cream. Kome enthusiastically led the way, but Alexander scooped him up. Easy there, Kome. Let's talk to this stranger first. Alexander said. He knew that there must be a reason why these beings were coming to him for no apparent reason. Hello, I am God's advocate, also known as Wandering God, Alexander Maxim Universe. What do you mean by angel attendant? Alexander asked. Angel? My sibling. Douglas came running, but he only got disappointed when he saw Whis. Ah, it's a fake. He muttered and went away. Whis saw everything with question marks on his head. He had also never heard of this God's advocate. Whis knew almost everything about the universe and its gods. The god of destruction was a god in the name. Just like the counterparts of the god of destruction, the supreme Kai were called creation gods. But, the real god was Zeno. What do you mean by God's advocate? I have never heard of a god by your designation. Whis asked. Oh, is that so? Come, have a seat. Let's talk. Alexander materialized 2 comfortable chairs and a table. He summoned lots of food for him there. First you need to tell me about your multiverse. Only then can I answer you correctly. Alexander replied. Whis put his fingers on his lip and thought, let's see. Where should I start? For starters, there are 12 universes in total, and every 2 universes whose designations add up to 13 are twin universes. Each universe is governed by a supreme Kai and god of destruction, who act to balance creation and destruction. The entirety of the multiverse is ruled by Zeno. Formerly, there were 18 universes in total, but Zeno erased 6 of them when he was angry. Where we are right now is Universe 7, Whis explained. Alexander asked further, what about the structure of the universe? Is there heaven and hell too? Yes, imagine the cosmos as a ball. This ball is divided up in 2 halves. The lower half is the realm of the living, or the universe, and the upper half is the other world, or the cosmos, with hell located between the 2 halves. The demon realm is located at the bottom of the living universe. The sacred world of the Kais exists on the outside of the universe. The realm of living is divided into 4 quadrants based on the cardinal directions, each ruled by a Kai chosen among the core person from world core. The planet of the Supreme Kais, the top-tier deities of the universe who watch over both the other world and the living world, is located outside of the ball, in the sacred world of the Kai. The Supreme Kais are gods of creation who provide the catalyst for life and planets to be born. In order to provide a balance to the constantly increasing number of planets, the gods of destruction regularly destroy life and planets. There are 12 gods of destruction, 1 for each universe, and Beerus is the god of destruction for Universe 7. Ah, that is it. I never spoke this much before. I need some ice cream. Alexander nodded the whole time. Okay, so your multiverse is a little mini-multiverse. That's somewhat relieving. What do you mean mini-multiverse? Whis asked. As far as he knew, there was nothing outside the 12 universes. Well, in simple words, I am not a being from this whole multiverse. I'm going to take your own example to help you understand. Imagine that the multiverse is in the shape of a ball. There are 12 compartments in the ball with walls. Each compartment is a universe. In the center, there is a compartment where all the gods and Zeno live. Outside that ball's wall is literal chaos. True omniverse, there are different universes with their parallel universes and alternate universes. There are infinite universes outside that ball. But, you and the Zeno can't leave this ball because this is your reality. Even though you are much higher than mortals, you are still not at the highest. Whis quickly asked, then who is at the highest? It is my father, just called God or the Creator. He made everything, me, you, this universe, your Zeno, space and time. He is too powerful and his mere presence in worlds can destroy them, so he lets me do the evil purification job. Alexander explained. Whis stayed quiet for a minute. He digested this new knowledge. He was clearly a little shaken. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So, that makes you the highest ranking god here in both authority and power? Whis asked. Yes, it does. But I don't know about your Zeno. He seems strong as he's able to destroy universes. But you shouldn't worry. As long as you are not an evil person, you will not be facing my judgment. Alexander assured him. I will be taking my leave now, God Universe. Whis got up to leave. He needed to talk to Beerus fast. Alexander nodded, letting him go. Once Whis was gone, he looked at the 2 guys who had come. Ragnarok was still entertaining them and made them drink liquor. Wahaha, you, young people, have no tolerance. Look at you 2 wobble. Ragnarok laughed. How dare you talk to this prince like that? I am Prince Vegeta, the future king of planet Vegeta. Vegeta rambled. He was clearly drunk. Goku was also drunk. What are you saying? Planet Vegeta was destroyed, wasn't it? Vegeta's shoulders fell as soon as he remembered that. His face coming to the brink of crying. Alexander just shook his head. Where is your home? Hiccups. Where Chi-Chi lives, Goku replied. Where Bulma lives, Vegeta added. Goku looked at Vegeta. What? Do you live with her? Well, be careful. She is a girl. If you do anything you will have to marry her. Huh, I do not need relationship advice from a man like you, Kakarot. You get dragged around by your wife. Pathetic for how a Super Saiyan can be such a weakling. Vegeta spoke in disgust. Hiccups. Alexander turned to Ragnarok. Why couldn't you just find Iroh for drinking? He only drinks tea, Ragnarok replied. With a sigh, Alexander picked the two Syns up to drop them at their home. He just used Point Me Charm and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, he came to a futuristic-looking dome-shaped small home. He landed in front of it. Instantly, a kid came out from inside. Dad. Behind the kid, a woman also followed. Gaku, how can you be so irresponsible? Aya. Chi-Chi. Hello. Gaku greeted her in stuttering tone. Are you drunk? Chi-Chi was about to boil in anger. Here, hold these two. They drank too much. Alexander handed the two to her and flew away without talking much. I need to start purifying this world soon so I can focus on the universe and multiverse, he thought while on his way back. As soon as he reached the beach, little Thea came to him running. Grandpa. Look. In front of him, Thea pulled her skin from her palm. She continuously looked at his face to see his reaction. Alexander knew the trick but to make her happy so he acted shocked. Oh no, what happened to my Thea? Are you hurt? He asked in concern. Thea tried to hold herself but soon burst into laughter. PFFF, hee. Grandpa, I'm not hurt. Look, this glue. She proudly explained and applied some glue on Alexander's palm. Alexander also pulled the residue after it dried up. Whoa, my Thea is smart. Go and show this to your grandma too. I bet she will be shocked. Thea had stars in her eyes. She again put glue on her hand and ran to Olivia and Natasha on her tiny stumbling feet. While seeing her leaving, Alexander also had another thought. I should focus on getting stronger too. If Solrook wins, Thea, Olivia, and my whole family will be in danger. All my work till now would be for nothing. I have purified so many worlds and if I lost, they would fall too. He started feeling his shoulders getting a bit heavy from this burden. Whis returned to the Beerus planet and headed straight to where Beerus was sleeping. Bam! He kicked the bed of Beerus. Wake up, Lord Beerus. It is an emergency. Beerus grumpily woke up while rubbing his eyes. What happened? Did the world end? Did my stupid brother get some new food? Wait, has my rival appeared? Two of your questions are correct. The world will really end if you don't get your act together and yes, in a way you can say your rival has arrived. Whis started. Beerus' eyes shined. Ah, finally I can have a good fight. Where is this rival of mine? I recommend you don't go looking for him. First, you must clean up some sins. You need to do some good deeds or else your existence will be removed from the universe. Whis warned him. Beerus scratched his head in confusion. Don't tell me you ate something foul. What are you talking about? Who can remove my existence? Wait, don't tell me, Grand Zeno. No, it is much worse than that. Much more terrifying than that? Whis corrected him. What can be more terrifying than Zeno? Beerus inquired. A god from outside the multiverse who rules countless multiverses. A god who ranks much higher than even Grand Zeno. Whis revealed. Ah, I get it. This is one of your jokes, isn't it? Not funny, I am going back to sleep. Beerus asked. Whis sighed and showed Beerus Earth on his orb attached to his staff. Why don't you look through this? Alexander spent the whole day with his family on the beach. At night they camped around and had a nice barbecue. The next day, everyone went to Fahame and Alexander got to work. He flew to the place where he had dropped the two spiky-haired men. With him were Ragnarok and Dobby. Knock knock. Alexander knocked on the door. Soon, a kid opened the door. He looked nearly 10 years old. Hello, kid. Can you call your father out? Alexander asked. Dad, there's someone for you. The kid shouted. Gaku came out with a bowl of ramen in his hand and his mouth full. Oh, you are that old man from yesterday. Come on in, have some breakfast. Gaku invited them in. Chi-Chi also came forward with a very welcoming attitude too. From her attitude, Alexander could deduce that she was a good wife. Thank you, we have eaten our breakfast. We just came here to have a chat. Where is the other guy? Alexander inquired. Gaku kept on eating while he talked. Oh, he's very shy. He went back to his home in the West City. Then I guess we will just ask you. Tell me, can all people of this planet fly like you? Alexander asked. Oh, no, not everyone. Only a selected few who have trained to a higher level. But I am different, I am a Syn. Gaku revealed. What is a Syn? Dobby inquired. Well, I only found out a short time ago. I am not from this planet, you know. I am supposed to be from a race called Syns. Gaku answered. Alexander nodded. Are there more Syns on this planet? I don't know. I only know Vegeta and my son Gohan. Vegeta said Syns' home world was destroyed and all Syns had died out. He revealed. Hey, you seem pretty strong. Let's spar. Gaku suddenly demanded. Alexander looked at him amusingly. Gaku was present there when Alexander told Whis about his identity. That should have made it clear that probably no one was his match in this world. Are you sure? Didn't you hear me yesterday? He asked. I did, but I'm not religious so I don't think you are a god. I don't know how strong you are either. I also need to train for the soon-to-be arriving androids. Gaku replied, insisting on fighting. Alexander shook his head. He knew that there was some problem with this man's overly enthusiastic nature. He first checked his sins. Kakarot aka Son Gaku, Category 2. Arrogance in fighting. 3. Letting the enemy reach higher power when he could have killed them. Lazy to the point of not contributing to the household. 50. Recklessly putting others' lives in danger. 21. Neglecting wife and son, always. Sin percentage, 40%. Sigh, I need to teach him how to be a good person before being a good fighter. Alright, let's go out and do it. It won't take much time anyway. Alexander got up. On the other hand, Ragnarok laughed. Haha, you are wasting your time, kid. But, Chi-Chi tried to stop Gaku. You cannot do this in front of Gohan. Fighting cannot feed our family. You need to be a responsible person. But Gaku simply ran out, and behind him, Gohan also followed. Alexander walked to Chi-Chi. Do not worry, child. I will teach him some lessons about being a responsible man. Alexander went out and flew into the sky. Gaku followed him too. Soon, they hovered a distance away from each other. Gaku, let's have a bet. Otherwise, this is too boring for me, Alexander demanded. Huh? What bet? Gaku asked back. If you lose, you need to promise that you will be a good husband and father. If you do not keep the promise, then you will lose all your powers. To get your powers back, you will have to be a good contributor to the family for 3 days. Alexander proposed. Gaku was a simple man. He didn't ask for any details about what Alexander meant by being a good husband and father. He just nodded because he wanted a good fight as soon as possible. Sure, I can do that. He agreed. Alexander nodded. Good, now, show me your strongest move. Gaku excitedly took his position. Since he had defeated Frieza, he had not found any powerful opponent. He always strived to push himself to the next level, but even Vegeta was not enough for this. However, Gaku didn't know how strong Alexander was. So, he didn't go Super Saiyan first. He stayed in his base form and flew to Alexander with his fist out. Bam! Gaku struck Alexander with his fist. His aim was set to Alexander's face. It did connect, but the result was not as Gaku had accepted. Alexander stayed in his place and didn't even flinch. He kept on looking at Gaku's face. I know you can do better than this. Show me what you got. Alexander tried to incite him. Gaku stepped back. Alright then, you asked for this. Hey. He started screaming. Pop. Komei appeared on Alexander's shoulder. Ji-chan, Grandma wanted to talk to Y. Whoa, does this man have constipation? Alexander laughed. Haha, no, Komei, he's just trying to transform into his stronger self. You go and tell Oli I'll be there in an hour. Okay, bye-bye. Komei went back to Fahame. Gaku finally turned blonde. Alexander did feel the increase in the power level of Gaku. Fascinating, does he have a limit to how much he can increase his power? Alexander asked himself. Gaku then used instant transmission and appeared in front of Alexander with an energy blast ready in his hand to be blasted on his opponent's face. Boom. With a fast move, he connected to Alexander's face again. The energy blast exploded at contact. Gaku thought that he was successful in hurting Alexander, but the next moment Alexander's arm rose and caught on to Gaku's neck. Gaku tried to get out of Alexander's hold. He felt as powerless as he was feeling yesterday when Ragnarok had caught him and Vegeta. Now, he was remembering that he had ignored what had happened yesterday entirely. If Ragnarok was able to hold them, then how strong was Alexander? Alexander tightened his hold. Kid, you are very weak. But, I believe that you have unlimited potential. I think so too, haha. Gaku laughed wryly. So, you accept defeat? Alexander asked. He knew that toying with Gaku was like playing with a small toy for him, and he would only be wasting his time by doing it. Gaku didn't reply fast. So, Alexander applied some more pressure. I can train you later. We can find out your limit. If you have indeed unlimited potential like Saitama, then I guess I will have another ally in the future, Alexander told him. Gaku quietly nodded. Alexander also let him go at that point. Gaku turned back to normal and stretched his shoulders as they felt stiff due to being nearly strangled by Alexander. You really are a god, it seems, Gaku said. Took you long enough to realize, Alexander replied in a sarcastic tone. Now, do you remember your promise? You will have to be a good father and husband. For this, you need to find a job and provide money to the family so they don't have to worry about putting food on the table, and work to improve Gohan's studies. Alexander reminded Gaku. But Gaku's face fell. What? But this was not in the deal. Alexander chuckled. It was. You just didn't ask me what I meant by a good husband and a good father. The number one duty of a good father is to be a role model for his son. You are a good role model when it comes to physical strength but lack when it comes to mental abilities. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The number one duty of a good husband is to try to keep your wife happy and help her with her problems. Not leave her to deal with them alone. You had the daring to get married and have a kid. Now you need to fulfill those roles. But what about training? Those androids will be appearing soon. Gaku complained. Do this and I will train you to become the strongest being in the universe. Leave whoever these androids are to me. Got it? Alexander instructed him. Oh, that would be amazing. I'll see you later then. Gaku happily left. Alexander sighed and went to Fahame to talk to Olivia. Fahame, move your hips. Round and round. One step forward, one step backwards. Natasha was teaching the inhabitants of Fahame how to exercise. It was funny seeing the tailed beasts, Hats, Chappie, Ajax, Douglas, Noodles, Barry, and all kinds of beings shaking their hips or trying to do it and failing miserably. The environment of Fahame was always peak satisfying and relaxing. Alexander went to Olivia, who sat on a bench and read a book. Hey, Oli. Hey, Alex. I had something important to talk to you about. Olivia put down her book. Alexander turned serious and listened to her. What is it? I was thinking about Rena and Golly. They have been gone for so long now. I wonder how they are. They haven't contacted us in so long either, Olivia said worriedly. Alexander laid back and thought. Yes, I left them in One Piece world. I don't know if they are still there though. Don't worry. I will go and get them soon. Yes, that would be best. Olivia went back to reading her book. Then Alexander went to the underground lab to see what his scientists were cooking. What did you make for me, Alfred? Alexander asked. Boss? Come, behold my latest creation. The mirror of Narcissism. If you stand in front of it, it will praise you. Alfred revealed and went in front of it. Soon, a voice came from the mirror. It spoke in a British accent. Such a foolish waste of my energy. You look absolutely horrendous. Like a piece of junk that nobody wants. Alfred was left standing there with his eyes wide open. Damn it, it seems I messed up its emotional settings. Alfred cursed. Just correct it then, Alexander advised. Not possible. I used magic to make it and now it is basically a semi-living thing. Alfred explained. Seeing Alexander standing in front of it, the mirror got activated. Oh, who do we have here? Colonel Sanders himself? I thought you died of cholesterol from that greasy chicken whose so-called recipe has more ingredients than an East India Company's spy/slave ship and yet tastes like crap. Alexander was taken aback by all this. This was indeed a fun pastime. He immediately called Dobby to see what the mirror would say. Confused Dobby stood in front of the mirror. The Bigfoot is here. You must be one of the lucky ones to survive the worst pandemic to ever hit Earth, humans. The mirror said, though it was unclear to whom it was insulting. Next was Ragnarok's turn. For God's sake, why is this gold fetish man here? I never thought you'd come out of your dweeb cave where you probably ejaculate to the gold itself before licking it clean to keep the gold shining. Ragnarok raged. What did it say? I'm going to melt this mirror. Ha ha ha, what is going on here? Iroh asked as he entered with a teacup in his hand. But he stood in front of the mirror mistakenly. How can a man drink piss of so many flavors? You must truly be a different kind of pervert. Alexander laughed at Iroh's shocked expression. Soon, Ragnarok brought a confused Douglas because he was interested in knowing what the mirror would say about his scissor fetish. What's going on? Douglas asked. But the mirror was the one to reply, this is an angel? Whoa, it seems heaven's standards have really fallen. What kind of angel has scissors as weapons? Might as well cut your own dick and become a tailor. The scissor will be better used there. Wahaha, Ragnarok started laughing. Alex, I need you to make me a. Olivia entered suddenly. Whistle. What a nice ass. Damn, those hips don't really lie and I wanna lie on them. The mirror spoke. But Olivia was alerted and looked around. Which degenerate used such foul language? Everyone pointed to the mirror. A few moments later, the mirror was thrown onto the conveyor belt, taking it to the melting station to be rebuilt later. Alexander turned to Alfred. Man, don't make such stuff from now on. Now I'll have to sleep on the couch. After Alexander returned to his job, he found out that Gaku had really lost all his powers because he acted lazily and didn't commit to his promise. So, with his son, Gaku came to find Alexander. Alexander had now bought the whole beach where he had spent time with his family and had created a big mansion there. The tailed beasts and kids loved to play there. Thud. Alexander heard the sound of footsteps. He looked and saw Gaku and his son. Gaku, why are you here? Alexander asked. But, the four-tailed beast, son Gaku, heard him and came up to him while jumping around. You asked for me, Ji-chan. Alexander chuckled. Haha, no, not you. This man here is also named Son Gaku. Whoa, he's a monkey, he asked and jumped onto Gaku's shoulder. Why are your hair like this? Son Gaku asked. I don't know, Gaku replied. Alexander quickly interrupted. Son Gaku, go and play with others. Okay, Ji-chan. He hopped away happily. So, why did you come here, Gaku? Alexander inquired. He had some doubts as to why he came here though. Gaku started speaking. I can't use my powers for some reason. I also feel pain in my chest. Gohan, tell me, did your father go out to find work or did he help your mother in anything? Alexander asked. Gohan thought for a second. I don't think so. He just slept after eating meals. Alexander glared at Gaku. Did you forget your promise? Gaku averted his gaze. You have to keep your promise or you will never be able to get your powers back. That was the deal you agreed on. You need to be a good father and a husband first. I can help you with that. I will open a dojo for you where you can teach martial arts to people and earn money. That will surely help your wife a lot. Alexander offered. But I want to train myself. How will I find time to train others? Gaku asked. Young man, don't test my patience. This world does not revolve around you. You need to earn your living here. Gohan, tell me, what is your mom's daily routine? Alexander asked. Gohan honestly answered. She wakes up at 4 in the morning to cook breakfast. Then, she washes the dishes and clothes till 9. After that, she goes out to the farm to get vegetables and then go to hunt animals. She complains that we have no money so we have to do all this. She starts cooking lunch at 12 in the afternoon. Then, Dad eats and she goes back to washing dishes till 5 in the evening and after that, she starts preparing for dinner. She sleeps at 12 in the night after finishing her chores. She also teaches me whenever she has time. And what does your father do all this time? Alexander asked further. Well, he's rarely home. He only comes to eat and sometimes sleep. Gohan answered. Alexander sighed. He turned to Goku. Do you have no shame? Did you marry your wife just so she can be your slave who cooks and cleans for you? I can't believe she still does all this for you. She must really love you. Goku, I am giving you 10 days. If you don't get your act together, then I will be harsher on you. I will never train you and you will never get your powers back. Remember, to be a good martial artist, you not only need patience and discipline in your practice but also in your daily life. With this, Alexander went closer to Goku and put his hand on his shoulder. I sensed a life-threatening heart disease in you. Here, drink this. This will heal you. Alexander said as he handed him a small bottle. What? So that's why I was feeling pain in my chest. Goku muttered and quickly drank it. He immediately felt better. Okay, I will keep my promise. All I have to do is earn money and keep my family happy. I think I can do it. See you later, old man. Goku went away with Gohan. Goku still couldn't fly, so he was being helped by Gohan. Alexander just hoped that Goku would become better. Okay, I should head to this West City now. Let's see what is the state of this planet. Later Alexander went straight to West City. It looked like a normal city except there was a huge dome-shaped building in the middle. Alexander curiously went to it and found it was some kind of a lab, owned by Dr. Brief. He thought about looking in, so he pressed the doorbell. Surprisingly, the owner of the world's biggest corporation opened the door himself. Yes. Dr. Brief asked. I am Alexander Maxime Universe. I'm something of a scientist myself. I was interested in learning more about your corporation. Alexander introduced himself. Oh, another man with a brain. Come, I'll show you around. Dr. Brief surprisingly invited him. Alexander didn't think much and followed him. Dr. Brief showed him the various items he had made. By far the most revolutionary thing was Hoi-Poi capsules. This one is called the gravity machine, made so people can train in it. It increases gravity and pushes the body to the limit. Dr. Brief explained. This is amazing. You can make a spaceship with this technology. Humanity can become a space civilization very easily now, Alexander deduced. Machine's door opens. Vegeta came out of the machine, all sweaty. He sees Alexander and points his finger. It's you? I want to fight you, right now? Sure, but you better turn blonde first. Goku already lost in that form. Alexander nonchalantly replied. You fought Goku? Vegeta asked in shock. He knew that Goku was a little stronger than him, and if Goku still lost, then this man must be very powerful. Beating his is like beating Goku too, he thought, and got ready. Yeah, now, do it fast. Alexander nudged him. Vegeta did his shouting and turned Super Saiyan. But, the next moment, he found his body being pulled to Alexander's raised palm. His neck automatically got placed in Alexander's grasp. See, the power difference between us is astronomical. So, calm down and think from your head and not from testosterone. Alexander advised him and put him down. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Vegeta's mouth stayed open in shock and unwillingness to accept this. He again attacked Alexander but got slapped away by him. Dr. Brief went to check up. Oh, he has passed out. Who's going to go fight the androids now? Alexander had been hearing about these androids for a while now, so he asked. What androids? How do you know they will be coming? Well, my grandson came here from the future and warned all of us about them. In his own timeline, most of the warrior had died and only he, Gohan, and a few others were left. Dr. Brief explained everything to him. Is that so? Where is this future grandson of yours? Alexander inquired. Dr. Brief answered. He went back to his world. Sigh. I will go and deal with these androids. Don't worry. Alexander decided and went away. As they flew, Dobby spoke. Do you think they will be stronger than T-800 droids? No, I don't think so. The new T-800 are magically reinforced. They cannot be defeated by mortals. Alexander replied. Ah, this is getting boring. Aren't there any dragons in this world? Ragnarok inquired. Alexander didn't know this. Why don't you go and look around? Good idea. So, Ragnarok left. Android 19 and 20, Dr. Gero, had arrived. He was an evil genius scientist and a brilliant weapons designer behind the criminal organization known as the Red Ribbon Army. But, the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by Goku when he was a child, and since then Dr. Gero held grudges against him. So, he experimented and turned himself into an android to not die of age, and also kidnapped some people to create more powerful androids who were programmed to find and kill Goku. But, he did not wake up his other androids and instead went to kill Goku and other fighters with his Android 19. But, when they arrived at the city where he thought the Z fighter would be, he found no one. Except for an old man and a tall buffed man. Welcome, androids, Alexander greeted. Who are you? Dr. Gero asked. You will find out soon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.